Welcome back, everybody, to the Collegiate Corestrike League Championship Sunday. My name is Chris Clayton, and I'm joined once again by my lovely friend Ether, a.k.a. Nolan. Nolan, welcome to the show. How you feeling?
I'm feeling electric.
That's good.
Ready to get into some Collegiate Corestrike.
Yes.
We're going to have a Lakeland, UT Dallas for our first match here.
Yeah, it should be very exciting for those of you who may remember last year. This will be a rematch of last year's finals, I believe. But before we get into all of that, hopefully a lot of you had the opportunity to watch the game day show that was on for the last hour. Shout out to Surplus and the guys for leading us into this. But on that show, there's a bit of a hot topic right now, and it's how yesterday ended. We had a series go the distance, and when I say the distance, we mean Game 3, Set 5, Point 5 between Longhorns and UCLA. Now, at the very end of this, there was, unfortunately, an own goal, but they did not have the replay on game day. So we want to take a moment and show you all this debate. The opinions of the show, generally speaking, they seem to agree that this shot was going in and that a play needed to be made. Now, let's go back because we have the power to do so. And Nolan, I want you to break this down. What are you seeing?
So I sort of agree with what they were saying on game day. I think that Dubu is not able to make it, as we'll see kind of a zoomed-in shot. The rune pillar will form on screen here just a bit. You see the blue circle forming the rune pillar right there. And if we keep going slow-mo, you see, I don't believe that Dubu will be able to reach that core with it still going up into the corner there. But the redirect, I believe, if the Dubu rolls just like a few milliseconds even right before that redirect actually gets saved by both the rune and the Dubu. So I think it's a good attempt by Mr. Flambeau to kind of redirect it down towards the Dubu, or even if the Dubu might be able to, not quite able to strike there, but I think it's a good attempt by both Maple and Mr. Flambeau, but unfortunately no play was able to be made. So I don't think Mr. Flambeau is at fault there.
Yeah, and I think that's a great breakdown. I mean, we thank you very much to our replay officials back in the prod room for giving us that. I mean, I agree. It's a game of inches, right? We said milliseconds could be the difference between a saved shot there, and unfortunately, it's going to fall on Mr. Flambeau for an own goal. But I mean, a great attempt, and in a desperation moment, that stuff's going to happen. But enough of that, right? We felt like we wanted to show the audience the clip because we knew that game day wouldn't be able to show that. So thank you to our production for showing that. But let's take a look at the rest of the day, right? Enough of that last play. We had an insane clip here from Soren as Lakeland pretty much rolled through UCLA in what was a relatively close game, but ultimately Lakeland looking very, very strong in their first game of yesterday.
Yeah, and what we're touching on yesterday is the presence of E.T. Han. He doesn't touch the core a whole bunch, but he doesn't need to. With him just being able to consistently get goal barriers, get these goals, if they can get this core to E.T. Han, it's just going to go in.
Yeah, and it's just demanding so much attention. We saw the different strategies of maybe we kill him, maybe we play around him, maybe we just prevent the core from ever even getting to him, and none of it really seemed to work. We have yet to find an answer, at least on stream, for how any of these teams can address the E.T. Han issue. But now looking forward to NJIT against UTD Meteorites. We will be seeing NJIT today, as well as now this was the series yesterday that went so far, right? At Longhorns against UCLA. This was a banger by definition to end the day.
Yeah, you had to be there for that match. A banger 2-2 to end the set, to end the series even, and UCLA gave us one hell of a show.
Yes, yeah. I mean, this was so much fun to watch, and I mean, again, we've seen this clip now already. A tragic way for that to end, but enough of replays, right? Let's take a look at where we are now. So fast forward to present day Championship Sunday. We are now in round 3, right? Taking a look, round 4, as we see the results SLU still on a tear, the favorite likely to win this all, as the 1 seed will have to take on George Mason on the other stream, and we will be taking a look at this 2 versus 3 seed matchup, Lakeland versus UT Dallas.
Yeah, and these teams, we all know these teams. We all know SLU. We all know George Mason. We all know Lakeland and UT Dallas. They're the big guys, have always been kind of the top here. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to give us here in this matchup.
Right, yeah, should be some very, very close games. And now as we look toward the lower side of the bracket, right, we have NJIT and UCLA awaiting the results of the upper bracket matches. So we'll be sure to bring you all the action as we can, and if it won't be on our stream, be sure to tune in to the other stream to catch as much Omega Strikers actions as you can. But enough about the tournament, right? We have a matchup here to present to you all. So, taking a look towards picks and bans for Lakeland versus UT Dallas, the 2 seed against the 3 seed, and it will be Taiko Temple to start.
Yeah, and again, Night Market, IME's app, stuff we're kind of used to seeing, but Taiko, LU's, Lakeland's specialty, we saw that yesterday. They are so incredibly comfortable with this map. They're able to get those bounces, find those sneaky angles off that middle Taiko drum, off those side Taiko kind of drums as well. So this is a map they're so comfortable on.
Right, yeah, certainly no surprise. And we are getting word from our production. It sounds like the graphic may be a little backwards. We will be starting on Night Market, actually. UT Dallas was Team 1 here. But the picks are the same, right? We'll just be starting with UTD's pick first. Amy's app, the decider. I don't believe we got any Amy's app action, at least on stream yesterday. So that will certainly be fun to watch. But yes, I mean, with picks and bans out of the way, right, we should be getting into game fairly soon. I mean, you made a great point. Lakeland looked so comfortable on Taiko Temple. We saw all different kinds of angles and shots, backward shots at the center drum. And, I mean, yeah, that's certainly no surprise that Lakeland picking that map. Night Market, relatively standard. And Amy's app, I mean, really no surprises.
Yeah, and we actually did see E.T. Han pull out the classic, the Dubu forward. Knowers no on that one. But he was able to just get in that corner, use the Tofu Fortress, use just that small amount of room and say, okay, there's no way you can stop this. Not even LU's goalie themselves, Soren, can stop that. So definitely a force to be reckoned with. We'll have to see if they respect that from the side of UTD, maybe even ban it, but we'll have to see how these bans go.
Right. It'll be interesting because we saw Itihan's flexibility come out yesterday, right? When X wasn't looking great, the Dubu came out, but we saw both have the same, or arguably the same, impact and effectiveness overall, right? This presence up in your face that everybody struggled so much with and that Lakeland was really able to embrace and play around. So we'll see. I mean, like, it's hard to say what the answer is because I said it during the replays, right? We haven't seen a successful answer. We've seen some attempts, various strategies to try to quell this monster that is brewing. But, yeah, I'm not sure what to expect from UTD.
Yeah, Amarat's their goalie. I think he really has to step up today. Being against E.T. Han and Mouse usually aiming more towards Soren's side. He's always there to help protect him. But E.T. Han, he needs to be able to somehow get it out from E.T. Han. And part of that is also his forwards have to help him. Windoge and Snake. They're well known by the community. They're so good. But can they stand up to the pressure of this Lakeland squad that has been through so much together? They've been together so long. So we're going to have to see if they can really pull through at that number 3 seed, just right below Lakeland. So
yeah, and as we wait to get into this game, I want to hear your opinions on the other side, right? We have SLU against George Mason, 2 equally storied teams and programs that just recently played. We got to watch at George Mason's tournament, Game Mason. Their LAN had an Omega Strikers segment to it, and those finals were George Mason against SLU, and SLU looked very, very strong in that showing.
Yeah, SLU has been also looking so strong the whole entirety of this season, undefeated even, and both of them so strong, but SLU, I think, has got that edge up on the competition, so I think they'll bring it through, at least for that matchup.
Yeah, and what do you think that edge is? Like, what is it that makes this SLU roster so special?
You know, same with Lakeland. They've been playing together so long. They've been playing this game, honestly, forever. They just grind and grind and grind, and everyone knows. Coin, you know him. You know everyone on the SLU roster. You got Trademark. So, you know, I think they just grind their butts off, and they're just unmatched talent in the game.
Yeah,
so.
Certainly very, very talented, and have shown that they can mesh together on an unparalleled level, I guess. But we should be looking to get in the game here pretty soon as we move back to this Lakeland UTD series. Number 2 against number 3, winners side of this tournament. Championship Sunday, Nolan, game number 1. Let's get into it. Night market looking like, I guess, what are you expecting here bans-wise? Itihan needs to be addressed. I think we both agree on that. But
yeah,
in what way?
And I wonder if they're going to try and run the same thing. They were running the Era, Asher, and X with Itihan just devastating that goal box. They will ban the Asher away from Soren. A smart choice here with the Luna banned as well. I'm wondering if that has to do something Awakening-wise, or if that has to do with one of them just plays it a whole bunch. I'm not entirely sure, but we'll have to see once we get into game what those Awakenings were. Itihan back on this X, though.
Yeah, we'll be sure to take a look once we get into game at the Awakenings and see what at least one, if not both, of the starting Awakenings are. But an interesting pick from Soren here to go for Vice as the alternative to his banned Asher pick.
Yeah, and Soren, he's so comfortable on this Vice. He has a lot of games on it, and honestly, they just have so much damage as well now. So that is something that I have to be careful for. The Deadeye start also is going to make that device do so much damage. Everyone else with that recovery drone for size and 1 KO per set, kind of a...
Yeah, it'll be very, very interesting to see as these people will be certainly fishing for kills, right? We acknowledge the damage that it looks like Lakeland has, but, I mean, 1 recovery per, or 1 revival per set will certainly be interesting because I'm not sure if that will be enough, right? We'll see how Lakeland plans to address their own damage, but as Kazan finds himself staggered already and drawing out a now heal to fix that situation, and we see a great little mix-up there from Snake to find the goal barrier as now Lakeland's goal will be open. Itihan fighting for his life. There goes his recovery drone. So 1 down on the board.
Yeah, and they're really doing a good job of addressing Itihan. He's not able to get inside this goal barrier box as he does finally be able to get the second goal barrier, trying to look for nice by Amaretz. Is going to have to core flip, is going to get away from Itihan there though. Snake getting low.
Yeah, and this is dangerous territory as he just inches his way up into Soren's face, and an awkward situation means that Soren cannot make that save, and a great angle will put UT Dallas up 1-0 to start this game.
Yeah, and Snake being able to inch forward with that strike in the closed umbrella form, able to get one, but Itihan able to get a barrier to start this.
Yeah. Yeah, Itihan looking for just anything, right? Trying to find this other goal barrier, try to open up UTD's goal, but nothing just yet, as now looking to maintain possession as Snake just pokes one through and is able to get 1 goal barrier for himself on the other side. Now Itihan with a core flip, looking to punch it in, and he sure does. If he can do one thing, it's punch it in real well, Nolan.
Yeah, Itihan finally at that level 2, able to get that ultimate, gets the size, gets the extra hit on to the core there, able to punch it in finally with the help of that core flip. But now that doesn't have the core flip, but does get the 2 goal barriers there. Mouse trying to feed it back to him. The bull rush not going to connect. Snake going to look for a goal barrier of his own, but not able to find it quite yet. Emirates trying to get it away from Itihan, is able to escape both the Air Tornado and Itihan for the moment. Itihan not able to punch it in, back to Snake. Is going to get trapped by the Tofu Fortress here. Snake and Windoge trying to get it away. Is are going to be able to do it. No goal barrier quite yet, though. Is going to get one through Soren's Vice ult, though. Back to E.T. Han. Not quite, though. The strike shot being employed. Nice defense from Amarats. Does have the core flip. Has to use it. And Soren coming up with a secondary, able to punch it in.
Yeah, Soren coming up with his own energy bar, right? Using his core flip to find a window, force a window, and score on it will put Lakeland up 2-1 in this first set here.
Oh, window almost dying on the side, has to core flip. Is going to get one barrier there. Tihan looking for it with Mouse. Is going to find two. Wow. Has the core flip on the side of Mouse. Is going to try and get it. Not able to find E.T. Han there. Snake and Windoge in possession after Soren. E.T. Han coming up.
Yeah, worth noting, too, that E.T. Han procs the recovery drone, but it doesn't even matter as he's able to squeak one in off the very edge of the goal, putting Lakeland up 1-0 in this first game here.
And a nice little find off that angle from E.T. Han. Soren getting first pick here.
What do we like here?
He is seeming to hover the quick strike here. Castellas still up for both the Now and the Era. So we'll see. The Now does decide to take that away. A really nice awakening for herself. Unstoppable coming through from Era, trying to kind of negate some of those stuns from the side of UT Dallas here. Spark of Strength going to be going over to the Kazan, trying to spark up and build different over to the X. Going to make him huge.
Yeah, and worth noting also that a Spark was lost in that exchange, as Spark of Focus will go to nobody. But we saw yesterday some very strong Now players who oftentimes, at least on our stream, did end up getting Castellas, and it felt very good with this movement speed and just presence to be able to run around and find yourself wherever you need to be. Now, a kill does go down onto the Now, so that recovery drone is down for the rest of this set, but E.T. Han looking to punish, right where he wants to be in his comfort zone, and it's right in your face.
Yeah, and so much damage coming out. Windows does not have that recovery drone. Trying to look for the KO, but not able to find it at Min and Mouse able to find the goal there.
Yeah, and just, I mean, I feel like a broken record. It's all I can say. The pressure that E.T. Han is applying, dealing so much damage with help from Soren and Mouse to really maximize the amount of damage output he's putting. I mean, look at what he's doing to this poor Dubu. He might go down here. It won't quite, and a Now heal might save the day to at least unstagger him for now. But, I mean, look at how clumped UTD has to play to address this E.T. Han, right? It's such a problem. Soren now using his own core flip to try to find a hole and get this goal barrier down, and it's unsuccessful, but a great save from Mouse will mean that they don't lose their goal barrier until now. But UTD on the aggression now as they look for potentially a goal to get out of this situation, right? This hole that they've dug themselves, but a core flip going one direction. Ooh. A kill onto Dubu will proc his recovery drone, and another kill onto Now will not proc a recovery drone because she is dead. Numbers in favor of Lakeland, trying to punch it in there, unable to, but possession staying in Lakeland's side, right? Haven't lost it quite yet. No scoring threat just yet for UTD, but now we're into dangerous territory as, yep, one more uncomfortable face-to-face situation for Soren is a missed save and a goal for this Kazan.
Yeah, and something important to note is that even though they don't get that goal, the set's not lost yet. They did get the recovery drone off of Amarats, and Windows doesn't have it, so that's going to be a huge contention point as they already have two barriers. Amarats forced to flip, not going to find a barrier back there, trying to get it back to E.T. Han, going to ult, not able to find it. The bull rush almost killing Dubu there.
Yeah, and yeah, you make a great point. It's worth mentioning that these recovery drones, proccing them now will only benefit you later. So unfortunately that, yeah, Lakeland did not score last time. They will score here, and with no recovery drones left, Lakeland can be looking for way more kills now.
Yeah, and just when you think you're getting away from E.T. Han, Soren comes up with that secondary and is like, hey, I'm on the other side, and now you have to deal with the second threat. So Soren, really nice positioning there to come up and help his team. The Bull Rush taking away the log. They're able to find the first. Tofu Fortress having to be used. Able to save one as Snake gets one back One barrier on the side of each. Oh, and really nice. Able to find the second barrier. Snake trying to find the goal here to tie it up 2-2, and is able to sneak it in. Really nice hook from Snake.
Wow, yeah, right down the pipe, right between the two defenders. Why not? But neither one can reach, and a great shot there from UTD to tie up this set, and potentially, if they're able to get one more, tie up this game.
Yeah, and this, if they win the set, it could be really important. You have to remember Snake is sparking up here, so if they get priority on that spark, it could be really important for the scaling of this UT Dallas comp.
Yeah, and I want to make a point to acknowledge that, you know, we pointed out how scary it is when Soren steps up like this, but the coordination, oh my lord, all the damage coming out from Lakeland right at once now. Everybody missing their strikes, and that will go away and kill some time on this power play. A great strike there from Snake, but up aggression is the name of the game. Soren up finding himself as a forward with Mouse all the way back playing goalie, and a core flip will punch that one in, and Lakeland up 2-0 now in this game one.
Yeah, and you see the synergy of this Lakeland side. Soren going up, Mouse falling back, taking the position of goalie there, and Soren's like, hey, I have core flip. I'm going to go so aggressive. I'm going to use this core flip. Mouse, you stay back just in case, and we're going to do these rotations. So flawless. Kazan is going to pick up the Spark of Agility, though. Spark of Leadership not picked up yet. And the Chrono Boost, so important for the era, is going to go over as well, and the aerials to the device.
Yeah, and it's back to your point about the comfort on this Lakeland squad, right? The experience they have, everything they've had to go through to have this confidence in stepping up and being able to tell your teammates, hey, get back, like, I've got to play, I see something, let me have my moment. And having it work out, I mean, we're seeing the fruits of their labor as they're a 2-seed in this tournament and look borderline untouchable. But enough about them, right? We see a goal barrier go down for UTD, just trying to survive. Dubu can all but hope to survive at this point. Everybody's recovery drones are back, but not for very long, as Dubu will go down and proc that drone. The goal barrier will go down as well, and Dubu once again finding himself with little to no HP and trying to just get out of this situation, but X standing right on top of him. A now heal will prevent the inevitable for just a little bit longer, but I mean, just getting tossed around, and once more he will go down. Now, the core gets away, and time will be lost on this power play as now Mouse looking to feed Itihan, and it's that simple. Once it gets up there, he's going to punch it in, especially if your goalie's dead.
Yeah, in this Chrono Boost that was picked up by Era in this last Awakening draft, making X so big and so fast that he is able to just, look, he's just able to sprint at the start down towards Amarats here, and is just getting so much damage. Windoge also having no recovery drone, almost falling to the Era Tornado there. Trying to get it back to E.T. Han and looking for the kill on Windoge, not able to find it. Trying to get this out.
Yeah, and we see, I mean, just a textbook strike war, right? And this, I feel like we have not seen as much potential from this now as we've seen in previous games, right? The presence, in my opinion, hasn't been as strong as we've seen in the past, and a great clear there from Soren to make the save with his core flip. But, I mean, a kill found onto the now that I was just talking about, right? With no recovery drone, Shu will go down, a core flip for Itihan, and the core on the right side of the field means danger. As
nice
bounce off the wall in the middle of the field will mean another goal barrier goes down. The bull rush just misses, but again, this is dangerous territory. A core flip comes out from the goalie, and a slight missed shot both sides. Now Itihan has the core again, and all he needs is an opportunity, and it will go in. Unfortunate missed shots there from Snake on the Kazan to not squeak that one in.
Yeah, trying to find the very tips of the edge of the corner there to try and find out, but the now is just dead.
I mean, yeah, this, I feel like deja vu, right? Now goes down again. Snake still has his recovery drone. You see where the attention's going for Lakeland, and it's on this now and Dubu. Now both with their recovery drones down, it does not even matter, right? Itihan just striking it through, not even really anything crazy, but Lakeland plays like that. This is a very strong squad, and they will go up 1-0 in this series.
Yeah, and E.T. Han with those double size awakenings plus his ult means that he can just wait and wait to second strike that, and it's so hard to win a strike war versus him, because even if the Dubu waits to the very last millisecond, X can still wait and say, hey, my strike range is huge. I'm just going to strike it after you.
Yeah, and such a commanding, game there, as everybody on Lakeland's squad, including the goalie and the era, outdamaged every single member on UT Dallas. I mean, that's intimidating, right? And we kind of called it from the beginning that was the name of their comp, and their Awakenings was going to be damage. They're looking for, they picked the Vice looking for that damage, and sure enough, we see that pay off. That was intimidating.
Yeah, and for sure, maybe not so much of a traditional goalie, but able to step forward, get those secondaries, get onto the other side of the field, especially with those aerials awakening, and just able to cause so much havoc. You have to evade that ult or you're taking so much damage, and because you're using all the evasion on the Vice ult, you can't evade that X. You can't, just so much damage just everywhere from the side of Lakeland. In such a commanding game one.
Yeah, and it's impressive too that they're not. It's one thing to just throw all your damage and all your abilities at UTD and just hope that it lands and all that, but they're stacking it very well, right? They're never throwing a Vice ult at the same time as an X ult or the rest of X's damage, right? It's, you have to choose. We're going to make you evade one or the other. And as we look at these replays, right, they just don't have enough. I mean, look at the energy disparity. Dubu starving for anything, and they did find the first goal, right? This was an interesting storyline here that this game started with Lakeland looking just a little bit uncomfortable, but once they settled in, they never looked back.
Yeah, for sure. Snake not able to find much. Able to find a lot of goal barriers, but not quite goals. And it looks like we have just gotten word that Lakeland is actually losing a ban for game 2 because they used a banned skin.
Yes, so I believe that Vice skin is actually not legal in this tournament, just because of the abilities, I believe, are just generally like harder to see. So Lakeland will be losing their ban for game 2 as a punishment, but that should not take away from the fact that we saw a very talented squad here in the first game, and I expect to see very similar in game 2. And I'm curious what the response is going to be. Something's got to give, because this Lakeland team looked arguably too comfortable in that first game.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're going to their map on Tycho, this next map that we're coming up on, where they looked so comfortable. They had that Dubu forward, which I don't know if they can ban. I know Emirates is very comfortable on the Atlas as well, so maybe something they have to look at banning. But then again, you have the X, so it's like, pick your poison. There's so much to deal with, and that's not even considering Soren or Mouse's pool.
Yeah, and we see, I mean, just general miscues, right, from those missed shots on that last replay. And, I mean, as we look to move into game number 2 here on Lakeland's pick, Tycho Temple, we will see if UTD is able to come up with any strategy to disrupt the momentum that Lakeland has going their way, or will this inevitable force put UTD down into losers and play the winner against the winner of SLU and George Mason.
Yeah, for sure. The Dubu ban coming out. But again, as we were just saying, he's hovering the X.
Yep.
And we'll see if he locks it in here. Once that timer runs out, is going to lock in the X. And yeah, you have to pick your poison. It's either the Dubu who gets it into the corner, or X who just runs at you and just punches it in anyway. So
it hurts, right? And when you have such a just one or the other coin flip style approach to this game, I'm wondering if it's even worth banning, right? Since Itihan is so obviously comfortable on both of these characters, you ban one, he just picks the other, and he doesn't feel the effect of that ban at all. So I wonder if maybe the answer is to try to ban out somebody else. I mean, we saw them ban Asher game 1 to try to go after Soren, but it's uncomfortable, right? And we see Mouse play Era a lot. I mean, like, maybe that's worth banning. It's hard to say, but ultimately it does not matter, right? We get into game 2 here. Lakeland's pick of Tycho Temple. We see Spark of Agility and Twin Drive going both ways. So Atlas feeling comfortable with a Twin Drive in his pocket to start this game.
Yeah, and Spark of Agility, kind of one of the sparks that you're more than happy just to take it just as itself, giving just a decent amount of speed, especially to the X and the Asher here. Snake having to evade to dodge that KO from Soren. But again, they banned this Asher the game before, but Soren is so comfortable, especially in this corner. Snake able to find it past Soren though.
Yeah, we see it so often on the offensive side of the core, right? With an Asher so comfortable in the corner to just stuff it through with little to no issues. But when you put the Asher on defense, right, you'd expect the same thing. That if the core ends up in a corner, that Asher's going to get it through you and going the other direction. Now that time, we don't see that, as Snake is able to squeak that one right along the wall and into the goal with this core flip still online. UTD, familiar territory, scoring first here in game 2.
Yeah, and I know Snake, his Zentaro is very comfortable as far as I'm aware. Itihan able to find the corner though, Windoge having to punch it out after Snake's core flip there. Snake looking for one, not able to find it past the Asher quite yet. Soren doing a good job. Snake trying to delay that core, is able to find that first barrier and looking for that second barrier. Windoge and Snake not able to find it. Amaret's doing a good job trying to keep Itihan out, having to employ the core flip from Windoge, taking a weird bounce, but is able to get the barrier on the other side. Looking for the kill on Itihan, actually. Not able to kill him quite yet.
Yeah, there's only been 1 point, but this feels like a very different game so far. I mean, Lakeland is just a little rattled. I mean, as Itihan is forced to step back and look to grab help, but Soren goes up and scores himself. Atlas will die in the goal, and Soren, with his core flip also still online, says, I will take this into my own hands and put it in myself.
Yeah, and doesn't even have to use the core flip there. He's like, yeah, I can do it all. I can defend the goal. I can get the goal. So trying to do it all himself there, and is able to find the goal. Mouse trying to find on the bottom side there. Does have the core flip. Probably going to be used here soon. Is going to miss the strike though. Back to Soren, who also still has that core flip.
Yeah, and you'll notice Mouse does too, right? Energy is certainly favoring Lakeland right now as we see a core flip trade come from Snake and Soren. But Soren finds himself stuck in a corner again with Snake, and so far Snake is winning these interactions. So if that can keep up, that's looking like it's going to be the answer for UT Dallas that they needed last game but just couldn't find. So we'll see if that trend continues. Yeah,
Able to delay the core with both his primary and the ulti. So able to kind of wait out that secondary. Is able to find one in the corner though. Windoge looking, not able to find it. Is small from the era, passing back and forth. Beautiful passes, but not able to find it quite yet. Primary not going to be able to find it. The Imitar able to punch it in. Soren not able to get it down to Mouse.
Yeah, well-timed and well-placed Amy turret makes a very, very uncomfortable situation for any goalie, including Soren, who hears more praise than what feels like any other player in this league, but sometimes they just get you. And that one was very, very well played by Windoge to place the turret where it needed to be. But once again, I mean, Soren unable to get out of this corner, looking almost a little uncomfortable, stuck in these tight situations with Snake. And I was going to say 1v1s, but that had, I mean, so many players on both squads looking to address that situation, and now forced to core flip and still can't get it out as Snake able to just punch that one in. And once again, UT Dallas threatening to take their first set of this series.
Yeah, and again, what you were saying, it feels like a very different game. Itihan dead now, but had to come back at the start of the set. Windoge and Snake trying to punch it in, not quite able to. Amaret's with the strike shot, able to get possession back to them, but the KO going over is going to spell the end of their power play. Itihan coming back.
Yeah, and a power play the other direction, right, as Mouse has her core flip, and there it goes. Era with a very, very successful shot on goal there, but unfortunately does not quite go in. The goal is open, and Lakeland looking to potentially tie this set, but not quite yet, as now Snake looking the other direction. Once again, we see the imposing pressure of Snake on this Centauro, right? It has been so successful so far, and now Soren forced to step up in front of Snake to make sure that he never even gets an opportunity to shoot at the goal. But Soren stepping back as the core goes to the other side of the field. Mouse misses an unfortunate strike, and now a great angle from Snake off the drums will mean that UT Dallas finds their first set in this series.
Yeah, the Atlas looking so comfortable from Amarat's, able to use the strike shot, Windoge and Snake keeping possession. The core can't go to ET Han, so they're just not scoring, which is, they're breaking this formula from the side of Lakeland, which I'd love to see.
Yeah, I mean, we said it in the pregame, we said it all during game one. We haven't really seen an answer to the ET Han crisis striking the Collegiate Corestrike League. But, I mean, so far, it's only been one set, right? But so far, this has looked very successful with X now down at the bottom of this draft, forced to take a glass cannon that he might not have wanted.
Yeah, glass cannon, not exactly X's preferred awakening here. Castellas being denied from Amarat's there. Snake able to find the heavy impacts in that draft though, so his damage is going to scale exponentially. But Mouse did get that second spark. If you remember, we started with Spark of Agility here. Does get that Spark of Focus, so is going to be able to launch more Bewitching Beams and make this X faster.
Man, and I want to point out that Air Beam hit 3 targets, both ET Han and 2 enemies. And yet ET Han's still struggling to find the damage to put it away. He bounces all the way from the middle to one side, all the way to the other, and still dies. This is becoming a problem for Lakeland as they can't find the success with ET Han that they've had through this whole tournament.
Yeah, and Snake looking for the kill on Soren, not able to find it quite yet, but getting so much damage. He now, Snake now getting bounced around, not able to find the KO from the side of Lakeland. Snake trying to help Amarat, is able to find it. Mouse not fast enough and caught out of goal on the rotation. The goal's going to go in.
And again, uncharacteristic moments, mistakes from Lakeland here as Soren steps up, calling for aggression, and we see Mouse try to step back, and the call was obviously made, but Mouse just up a little too far, and a big commitment leads to a big mistake from Lakeland. And I mean, they look uncomfortable. I think it's starting to sink in for them.
Yeah, ET Han again really low. Gonna try and find the KO, but bouncing off the Taiko drum, not able to find it quite yet. ET Han trying to just survive here. Snake looking for this pressure in the corner once again. Windoge trying to help him, but ET Han able to find the second barrier. 2 barriers to 0.
Yeah, this one finally leaning Lakeland's way, and we'll see if they're able to finish, right? Although, I mean, Snake once again in a corner finds 2 of his own, and we have an equal situation, right? Both nets are open. ET Han looking for an opportunity to put it in on his own terms, and sure enough, he will with a great stun onto Atlas, knocking him just out of position that he can't make that save. Great calculated play from both Era and X on that one to tie up this set here.
Yeah, but this UT Dallas squad looking so much more comfortable, able to find these barriers finally, able to find these goals. Snake using this Centauro to pause this core as 1 barrier apiece goes to each side. Snake looking for a second, but the Asher ult stopping him in his tracks. The core flip gonna come out. The ult trying to get it past, but not able to do so quite yet. Emrat's nice defense there.
Yeah, and a great job from Soren to hold his core flip through all of that, right? There was a lot of potential moments that he could have panicked and just thrown his core flip out to get a moment of respite, but still has it with a goal barrier left. Is a pretty comfortable situation for Lakeland's goalie, but we will see, right? With Snake approaching, this has been dangerous territory, and there goes the core flip. So a great save, ultimately worth it from Soren, but again, I mean, a great play from Snake to force that out, right? Because we find ourselves in this situation again, but this time Soren doesn't have a core flip to save him. So we will see if Snake's able to put it away. He is not just yet, but ET Han looking to ult the other side with a core flip of his own. That one will drop the goal barrier. And with Lakeland now, an opportunity to score and pull ahead on this set where they have looked just a little uncomfortable so far in this game. But if they're able to score here and potentially take this set with another goal, I mean, that would put them right on track and potentially get in UTD's head.
Ooh, able to find that second goal barrier. ET Han looking not able to find it. Snake getting low here. Not going to quite bounce off the Taiko tempo.
Yeah, and Amy looking for a great core flip and potentially just awkward angle and try to catch Lakeland off guard. It doesn't quite work, and Soren looking for a core flip of his own off a drum. That one is also saved before much of a threat, and Soren strikes just a little too early, and that one goes right through him. Mouse, I don't even think was ready for it, and UTD finds their second goal off of a random shot.
Yeah, Mouse caught unaware there, even had the core flip, but not opting to use it. UT Dallas looking for their second set here, need one more goal. UT Han not quite dying there, is getting quite low, able to get the orb to heal up just a little bit, but Windoge and Snake keeping so much pressure.
Yeah, and great job from Soren there to finally find himself out of a corner situation and clearing that one up to the opposite side of the field. But ET Han staggered once again, right? Still just starving out for any help, but he'll find some help and get a kill onto Zentaro and level up like twice there. That will certainly help his stagger situation, but I mean, again, like, uncharacteristic miscues from Lakeland have gotten them in an uncomfortable situation here. If UTD is able to score this goal right here, they go up 2-0. I don't even know if Lakeland's been in this situation yet in this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. But Lakeland is Lakeland, so you can never quite count them out of this game. Soren finally core flipping there, able to find one back, 1-1 in goal barriers. Amaret's able to hold on to his life and his goal barrier there. ET Han finally finding it with a nice angle. The Bewitching Beam not quite hitting there. ET Han looking, but nice defense from Amaret's.
A weird angle will mean the last goal barrier will drop for Lakeland as well, but and a great play there from UTD does put them up 2-0 in this second game on Lakeland's map. UTD with all the momentum in the world right now.
Yeah, and you can see how comfortable Snake is on the Centauro, able to passive dash into that secondary to just secure the goal right past Soren. And we see, gonna take the Spark of Resilience. I believe he does have the agility, so gonna give him some more staying power. He was cracked quite a bit there in that set, so hopefully going to make him a lot more durable, as the Chrono Boost being denied from the side of UT Dallas.
Yeah, that one hurts, right? I mean, like, it feels good to deny it, but that does not apply to Atlas, right? Not that I can think of. So, but the right move, for sure, to take that away from Era, as we now look to get into set number 3 of map number 2 in this series.
Yeah, and Snake once again applying that pressure forward. Windows helping him as well. ET Han more in midfield, not quite being able to just stay by Amarats like he has been in that first game. He's able to finally get a goal barrier though. He did get the build diff, so with the ult, he is quite huge here. But Soren and ET Han not able to find it.
Yeah, and again, Soren looking for the aggressive plays, stepping up so far and so comfortably, right? Knowing where he needs to be, that if one strike just happens to get away from it, he can still get back and save it in time. But ET Han looking to put one more away, but on the other side, Snake finds the one he needs. Now, a great save from Soren there to get out of a sticky situation, but still possession in favor of UTD now, as Snake looking to put one more past Soren and potentially take the lead in this third set. Sure enough, Snake puts that one right in Soren's face.
Yeah, and the passes so just precise from the side of UT Dallas. ET Han even feeling like he has to come back, that he has to help. He cannot just be sitting in the other goal like he has been, but is able to find one barrier here, trying to find the other, isn't able to find it until he does. Amarat's having to use a core flip, but not able to protect his barrier, as Mouse finds a nice angle past both Doge and Amarat's there.
Yeah, and that was textbook Lakeland right there. ET Han going up and getting both goal barriers, didn't even need his core flip because Mouse was able to step up and find an angle of her own. So, I mean, back to form for Lakeland for at least 1 point there, and we'll see if they're able to keep that up for 3 whole sets now, as they will be in need of a reverse sweep if they want to take their own map here from UT Dallas and win this series on this map.
Oh, ET Han not able to find the double there or any sort of barrier. Finally able to find one, trying to find the second, not able to find it quite yet. Mouse in possession, Soren having the core flip there. Snake not able to find it, does have the core flip now though. So see if he can get anything done now in the corner. Able to get it out though, but still back in the corner. Not able to find a nice defense from Soren there. Amarat's not able to defend against that barrier. E.T. Han not able to find the goal though.
Yeah, and we'll see if Mouse is able to feed this E.T. Han once again, right? Soren finally able to get out of these corner situations that he had been struggling with this whole game, and maybe this is the answer, right? Maybe this is what turns this game from making Lakeland look so uncomfortable in these first 2 sets to now being able to get out of these situations, right? He hasn't lost a goal barrier yet, and Mouse is able to put one in.
Yeah, and those saves by Soren were disgusting.
Yes.
Able to employ the secondary, have the faster strikes, barely just saving that goal barrier just again and again and again. But Snake on the offensive, trying to find a barrier, almost dies from E.T. Han's ult there, but not going to fall quite yet. E.T. Han trying to still look for it. Oh, the double going over to E.T. Han.
Yeah, an uncomfortable angle there for this Atlas, trying to clear it out, but intercepted immediately by E.T. Han, and unfortunately loses both goal barriers for that mistake. But we will see, right, going the other direction, if UT Dallas is able to get this goal barrier down, and they are an open net for both sides. We'll see if Lakeland's able to score here and get out of a pretty bad situation, as now the goalie will go down. And another intercepted shot for E.T. Han. Will scoop that right from this Zentaro's core flip, and he will put one in on himself. Now, we did just get word from our production as we look towards this draft that on the other side of the bracket there is potentially an upset brewing, as George Mason has just taken game 1 off of SLU.
The spark of strength, though, coming back to the game, it being taken by the Asher, having to carefully not give it to that Zentaro who has so much damage, but does pick up the specialized training on the other side, so that Zentaro's still getting a lot of damage out of this draft. And the X having that extra special, he's going to get that special faster and at the start of every single round.
Yeah, that will certainly be a problem, and we saw that be a problem even just yesterday with Lakeland's series against UCLA. We saw that E.T. Han got extra special in one of those games, and it instantly had its effect with him ulting basically non-stop and just shoving it to wherever he needs to put it. And now, once again, both goal barriers go down, and here comes the ult once again, right? The extra special finding its value. He's huge from his era, but unfortunately will not be able to find another strike, as UT Dallas puts up a great defensive effort to keep it away from him and stall out that ult.
Yeah, and Windowed and Snake trying to keep it away from this X. Is able to find the barrier on the other side, trying to get it out, but Mouse.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Soren stepping up a little aggressively and losing his goal barrier, but it ultimately does not matter, as they are able to find an angle all the way around on the other side of the map and just loop it right into UTD's goal.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what exactly changed, but Lakeland starting to kind of wake up in the second game here. It's like, okay, you got 2 sets. I guess we'll start having to play again. So hopefully E.T. Han with the core flip, not opting to use it, but still getting the barrier, is opting to use it now. Trying to find the angle off the taiko drum, is able to find the second barrier, trying to punch it in. Amarat's and Windowed getting a little low, able to heal off of the Atlas ult. Not going to go in quite yet, though. Snake on the offensive. And the bounce off the taiko drum is going to find it. Amarat's and UT Dallas not expecting that one, as Lakeland's looking for a quick set, too.
Yeah, I mean, that was filthy, and I want to say that wasn't intentional, but with everything we saw yesterday and how comfortable we know that Lakeland is on this map, I would not be shocked if they had that, if E.T. Han knew that angle was going to work. But we see an immediate core flip come out from Windowed to just instantly drop 1 goal barrier, and now Soren left to try to defend 1. Snake with a core flip of his own will drop the other. That's 2 core flips used to get both goal barriers down, and we'll see with now no energy to finish the job if they're able to punch it in, but Soren with another great defensive effort and a good clear towards Mouse as they start a possession of their own. Meanwhile, it's worth noting that there's a power play going on. I missed a kill somewhere as Windowge went down there, but they are not able to capitalize.
Yeah, ET Han bull rushed Windowge into the top middle of the map there.
I didn't even notice.
ET Han looking, not able to find it with the primary there.
Wow.
Snake not able to find it on his side as well. Almost sneaks it in, but the nice kind of speed up from Mouse there, able to find it. Soren barely able to get it out there into the corner, not going to quite find it. That would have gone in, I believe, if it would have been in the right angle. The bull rush is going to kill the Atlas, but not going to get the goal quite yet. ET Han with a nice pass from Mouse, going to be able to find the goal. And honestly, I don't know how the Atlas died.
You know, that was crazy. Yeah, bull rush to the face will knock you all the way back into your own goal. Pretty intimidating stuff here, but I mean, we said it. You said it. Lakeland is still Lakeland, and it's so hard to count them out even when they're down in such a dangerous spot. But just like that, I mean, I feel like I blinked and this game is tied 2-2.
Yeah, and there's so many good awakenings here. We have Quick Strike on the X, Explosive Entrance, not... I believe he already... Okay, he is going to take it. Monumentalist or Primetime is going to... Okay, Monumentalist for the Era. And also, we have the Spark of Leadership from the Asher. And if you remember, she has Agility and she has Spark of Strength.
Yes.
And that's all going to go to X as well. So that is something that's going to be so dangerous. And I think Lakeland has scaled so much better into this game, but Snake trying to prove us wrong here, trying to find the goal barriers, not able to find one, as the kill going to go on to Mouse, trying to make use of this power play. Not going to find the one barrier. Really nice from Soren. Snake trying to find one, is able to find the first. Trying to find the second, though. ET Han able to punch it out. Amarat's trying to get possession back to his forwards.
Yeah, and we see now Mouse is back alive, and with 2 goal barriers down, they absolutely need the help, as they will look to clear out of this situation as Snake and Windowge are laying on the aggression, and Amy Turret comes out, but 2 core flips, one for ET Han, one from Soren, might mean that they could send a goal barrier the other way, but ET Han is staggered and loses his core flip, tried to hold on to it for just a little too long, and he will end up not getting anything from it. Now Soren left on an island with Mouse and no more help. A core flip just misses. A great effort, to be fair, but just wide, and UT Dallas strikes first in set number 5.
Able to barely slip it past their Mouse, going up a little too far, trying to just help with the stuffing power of UT Dallas, but that goal going through. Amarat's able to hold his first barrier there from ET Han's ult. Snake on the other side now, trying to find that first barrier. Not able to quite find it yet. Snake still not able to find it. The Asher ult saving it. Really nice from Soren. Still not able to find it. Mouse trying to help him get it out. Is going to find the first barrier finally. That Air Tornado kind of keeping it on the side. Amarat's able to get it out. Does have the core flip here. So the first barrier going to be falling. ET Han does have core flip here. So many core flips almost up. Mouse opting to use his. ET Han finally finding it. Is going to opt to use the ult. So much damage, though. Does have the core flip, so they need to keep it away from ET Han. Windowge doing a really nice job with the IME turret here. Snake opting to use the ult, trying to find this second goal barrier. Is going to find it. Soren core flipping here.
Oh, and a weird interaction there. No, he misses the middle drum. Again, a slight miscue from Lakeland, but it does not matter as ET Han says, okay, I missed the goal. I will just kill you. Now acknowledging the drum that screwed him over there as he missed his core flip and almost set it into his goal, but Lakeland just coordinated enough to save the play and send it the other direction.
Yeah, it's such a close game here, just a matter of inches. As you see, ET Han missed the drum by a matter of inches. That goal could have gone the other way. So this series don't count anyone out quite yet. Nice from Amaratz to keep ET Han as far away from the goal, but does lose a goal barrier there. Mouse trying to work with ET Han to get it to him. Is able to find the second barrier there. Nicely done from ET Han and Mouse. As Windowge and Snake looking to apply the same sort of pressure on the other side. Snake does have the core flip, not quite using it yet. ET Han does have it on the side of him.
Oh, wow, and a good interrupt again from Soren. He will lose his goal barrier eventually, but ET Han also used his core flip on the other side of the map. So potentially a little less scoring threat now that this Atlas needs to be prepared for. But a core flip from the other forward means not quite anything just yet, actually, as the drums will pass the core all the way around, round and about, up into Mouse's hands for a clean goal into the corner.
Yeah, and just about every core flip being used there. The only one with energy being Amarat's coming up on a core flip here. Snake trying to build a core flip of his own. Not able to quite yet. ET Han finding a barrier with that ult. Mouse in a great position, trying to close out this game. Amarat's able to core flip it away.
Yeah, and this is scary, right? I mean, 2 sets, 2 goals. Lakeland only needs 1 more to complete this reverse sweep and take this whole series, but UT Dallas's winners bracket status on the line right now as they look to get a single goal barrier just to start, but Lakeland in such control right now, and they look to punch it in, and they do. Lakeland completes the reverse sweep, takes game 2, takes the series, and will move on to play the winner of SLU and George Mason.
Yeah, and it looked a little dicey to start the game there. UT Dallas finding 2 sets to 0, but Lakeland able to claw back that game. That spark of leadership, especially in set 5, just doing so much for the side of Lakeland. As we see the stats here, so much damage from both ET Han and
Good
Snake.
Lord. Yeah, I mean, and that was the name of the game, right? Both teams really playing through their scorer, right? The upfront presence, and we saw a lot of success from Snake early on, kind of making Soren look out of place, look uncomfortable in those first couple games, or first couple sets, excuse me. But I mean, down a hole, 2-0. You said it. Lakeland is still Lakeland, and you cannot get ahead of yourself. So, as we look towards the bracket here, we will show you, excuse me, that Lakeland has advanced to the semifinals. On the winner's side, they will play the winner. They will await the winner of George Mason and SLU. And as we look to the other side at the fate of UT Dallas, they now find themselves with their hands full in NJIT.
Yeah, and Lakeland going to be facing the winner of George Mason and SLU, which, as we said during that game, we did get the update that George Mason was up 1 game. So not sure what the status of that game.
Yes, we've been told that set 1 of game 2 has also just gone to GMU. So be sure to catch that stream. I believe that is live on the other
on Striker
stream.
Central.
So Striker Central. I certainly don't want to tell all of our viewers to go leave, but that is a heck of a series going on right now. So be sure to stay up to date with all the Omega Strikers action going on. I believe we are going to take a break here. So thank you very much for watching this series between Lakeland and UTD. Lakeland taking it in the end. We will be back with more Omega Strikers action later, so we will see you there.
Is going to have to core flip. He's going to get it away from ET Han there, though. Snake getting low.
Yeah, This is dangerous territory as he just inches just yet, as now looking to maintain possession as Snake just pokes one through and is able to get one goal barrier for himself on the other side. Now Itihan with a core flip, looking to punch it in, and he's sure.
Back to Itihan, not quite though, the strike shot being employed. Nice defense from Amarats, does have the core flip, has to use it, and Soren coming up in possession after Soren. Itihan coming up.
Yeah, worth noting too that Itihan procs the recovery drone, but it doesn't even matter as he's able to squeak one in zone, and it's right in your face.
Yeah, and so much damage coming out. Windows does not have that recovery drone, trying to look for the KO, but not able to find it at min and out.
Right, haven't lost it quite yet. No scoring threat just yet for UTD, but now we're in the dangerous territory as, yep, one more uncomfortable face-to-face. To make a great point, it's worth mentioning that these recovery drones, proccing them now will only benefit you later. So unfortunately Lakeland did not score.
One barrier on the side of each. Oh, and really nice. Able to find the second barrier. Snake trying to find the goal here to tie it up 2-2, and is able to sneak it in.
Lakeland right at once now. Everybody missing their strikes, and that will go away and kill some time on this power play. A great strike there from Snake, but up aggression is the name of the game. Once more, he will go down. Now, the core gets away and time will be lost on this power play as now Mouse looking to feed Itihan, and it's that simple. Once again, but again, this is dangerous territory. A core flip comes out from the goalie and a slight miss shot both sides. Now Itihan still has his recovery drone. You see where the attention's going for Lakeland, and it's on this now and Dubu. Now both with their recovery drones down at the same thing. That if the core ends up in a corner, that Asher's going to get it through you and going the other direction. Now that time, we don't see that as Snake is in a different game so far. I mean, Lakeland is just a little rattled. I mean, as Itihan is forced to step back and look to grab help, but Soren goes up and scores himself.
Not able to find it. Is small from the arrow, passing back and forth. Beautiful passes, but not able to find it quite yet. Primary not going to be able to find it. The Imi turret able to punch it in. Soren not
to make sure that he never even gets an opportunity to shoot at the goal. But Soren stepping back as the core goes to the other side of the field. Mouse misses an unfortunate strike, and now a great
thing now getting bounced around, not able to find the KO from the side of Lakeland. Snake trying to help Amarats, is able to find it. Mouse not fast enough.
Two of his own, and we have an equal situation, right? Both nets are open. Itihan looking for an opportunity to put it in on his own terms, and sure enough, he will try to catch Lakeland off guard. It doesn't quite work, and Soren looking for a corporate with his own off the drum. That one is also saved before much of a threat, and Soren strikes just a
nice defense from Amarats.
A weird angle will mean the last goal barrier will drop for Lakeland as well, but and a great play there. But still possession in favor of UTD now as Snake looking to put one more past Soren and potentially take the lead in this third.
Isn't able to find it until he does. Amarats having to use a core flip, but not able to protect his barrier as Mouse finds a nice angle.
Turns this game from making Lakeland look so uncomfortable in these first two sets to now being able to get out of these situations, right? He hasn't lost a goal barrier yet, and Mouse. We'll see if Lakeland's able to score here and get out of a pretty bad situation, as now the goalie will go down. These
and Snake trying to keep it away from this X. Is able to find the barrier on the other side, trying to get it out, but Mouse. And Window getting a little low, able to heal off of the Atlas ult. Not going to go in quite yet, though. Snake on the offensive. And the bounce off to the corner. Not going to quite find it. That would have gone in, I believe, if it would have been in the right angle. The bull rush is going to kill the Atlas, but not going to get the goal quite yet. Core flipping here.
And a weird interaction there. No, he misses the middle drum. Again, a slight miscue from Lakeland. Now that this Atlas needs to be prepared for. But a core flip from the other forward means not quite anything just yet, actually, as the drums will pass now as they look to get a single goal barrier just to start, but Lakeland in such control right now, and they look to punch it in, and they do.
Welcome back to CCL. We're off the back of an insane upset. SLU now sitting in losers, having to play UCLA. This is something I would have drawn up to be something like more of a grand finals matchup, but we're seeing it a lot earlier, all the way in losers round 5. What are you thinking about this, AJ?
Yeah, I'm thinking much the same. I would never have expected to see these players in the losers bracket at this point, but honestly I kind of like it because that just means that this tournament is so much stronger than I was expecting. Because in any collegiate scene there's always that risk of you get like one good team and a bunch of mediocre teams, but in this one, with teams this good being down in the bottom, it means that every team here is so good. So really feels good to see that, and looking forward to some great games.
Yeah, all of the, I mean, there's pretty much an NASL player on almost every team still in the tournament except for GMU, or kind of SLU, but SLU is a bit more debatable. But GMU getting an upset over SLU, big deal. But moving on to our next game, SLU versus UCLA. We see the map picks here. Team 1 UCLA pick Atlas Lab. We've seen this team play it a lot. They're probably gonna. They brought out the Luna Drakkar forward duo before. They played that in NASL. Vermella and 3Z Breezy, no stranger to the Lab. But IME's app is actually something that the soon debut strikers used to permaban. So SLU picking that up for map 2 should be a pretty good pick for them.
Yeah, and if you like seeing blood, then IME's app is the map for it. It is just kills 24/7 there, probably the most kill map, depending on how it's played, so really looking forward to seeing that come out.
Yeah, I'm expecting this to go to game 3, but we'll have to see. I really believe in the UCLA boys. I'm really close friends with 3Z and Vermella, so I'm going to be a little bit biased and rooting for them. But I do know, like yesterday was a bit of a weird day for them. They had to deal with a few things. Water Fury is not in LA right now. It's actually on the East Coast at for a wedding and had to be subbed out for a few games, but has got his situation situated and should be on a pretty good setup for this tournament and has been practicing on it as well.
Cool. So we're going to have Water Fury here in this game confirmed?
Yep, is confirmed. Will not be Balix, but shout out to Balix.
Yeah.
Was able to pull it off yesterday. Like, I'm sure a lot of people saw that insane set 5.5 yesterday.
Yeah, no, that was such a fun game to cast. Balix was really putting in the work. So such a good defensive duo with Gramella. They're just really clicking in, and you don't really see that from subs as often because usually the sub doesn't have the opportunity to play with the main team as much, and doesn't have the opportunity to really build that teamwork, but seeing that out of both of them was really cool. But now we're going to see Water Fury on that, the starter, so it can only be up from there, so we're going to see how that goes.
Yeah, I can tell you for a fact, Water Fury has been scrimming with this team a lot. They are always working together. Water Fury is honestly super motivated, is always asking for scrims, always trying to get scrims running, and let's see if it pays off on Atlas's Lab.
Really getting into this. Potential Kai goalie there on Zoro. Pretty nice just have a range on Atlas's Lab. Hold it down goalies are pretty nice and all, but if you can't reach across the field, then it can be a little more difficult to get some of those things. They're going to ban out probably looking like 3Z Breezy's Luna, who absolutely crushed it yesterday. So sadly not going to get to see that, but probably better for their team there.
Yeah, we see the Rasmus band come out targeting Coin, kind of the signature pick. Coin kind of filling in, played with Zoro in NASA, the Tier 2 league for Omega Strikers, and was able to get some pretty good, was able to get some cool wins and had a really good, impressive performances on that Rasmus. So just kind of getting rid of that and giving Coin less sort of carry potential and taking the team out of their comfort zone is a really good idea here. Zoro picking this Kai that's been Zoro. Some people have claimed Zoro to be a bit of a Kai one trick, but that's just not really true. Has the Dubu in the back pocket, but doesn't really have many eject goalies, something Water Fury can bring out later. But for now, we're going to see the Mako. Mako now X, pretty good combo. X, this patch, really not seem to be as strong, but when you're playing in Collegiate and the opponents aren't playing damage, you're kind of able to pick X more often, especially when something like a BD start where you can justify it with that size.
And also, especially if you have that now in the midfield to give you the health and to help augment your combos with the secondary. Also really nice there, piercing shot from Trademark to get that barrier. So 1 barrier to 1 barrier here. So Nash is trying to beat up the goalie now, and they're waiting on the orb. A little handshake there.
So I think the most interesting part of this game is looking at like where are the gaps going to be between the players. Because in Collegiate, you tend to see that a lot. And one big one, Sad Boys, is going to be Grimella versus Trademark, and the other one could be Water Fury versus Zoro, as we see there. But if Trademark is able to get goals like that to kind of equivalate that imbalance of playing against an NASL midfielder when you haven't even participated in NASA really yet, where Water Fury has, on the other hand, like a top 8 S tier finish at the Phoenix LAN in person, and while Zoro
Coin
being a tier 2 monster himself. But yeah, Coin off the table is going to mean an instant power play. Breezy Breezy has the core in front of the goal, but Zoro is going to use that flip to get it out and stall a little bit longer. But Grimella having this flip is going to make it almost inevitable that second offensive play will come up soon. Grimella passes to 3Z, but Zoro covers the shot from 3Z with the barrage. Grimella now moving back, Water Fury getting it forward, using the piercing shot from Trademark, try to keep it up, but if it gets past, it gets so much more scarier. Unless Zoro has barrage up, it's just not really much that can be done. But Breezy Breezy is going to get the shot off, once again blocked by the barrage, but with the barrage down, they're looking for their time to shine. With no barrage up, this should go in, and it does. Grimella with a nice shot to get it in.
Yeah, Zoro's really been on point with these barrages. There's even one time on an earlier shot, Breezy Breezy hit it a little bit too low to go in the goal. I had to trying to dribble it around to wait out the barrier, to bait the barrage and then wait it out. But Zoro even predicted that and had the barrage go a little bit further out there. So really good play there. But the dull barricade from 3Z. Caster cursing the goalie. My bad, Zoro. Talking about how good the defense is, and then unfortunately giving 3Z the power spike there. Core flip available for, I was gonna say core flip available for him, but instantly killed. I just need to stop talking about individual players here, because that was just really good by UCLA. Even with the goalie going down, 3Z is able to handle it all.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. Water Fury gets KO'd by the dash punch, and it just doesn't matter. 3Z has the Slick Kicks X. It's going to have a little bit more speed when controlling that core, where Coin has the pummelers to get those KOs. So we can see 3Z having more ways to contain the core, though, once we get it forward. So once UCLA has that core up, it's just a lot more scary, more slew. But there's both barriers taken out by this NASL forward duo once again. Now Grimella has the flip, is going to use it immediately to dime up 3Z, but no cooldowns ready in order to stun Zoro to get that one through. And once again, Zoro's going to clear it out, and Coin's going to finish off the KO. Now it's a power play instead for Slew, but Trademark taking that damage is really, really scary. Grimella can find some sort of combo, or when 3Z comes back up, they can just charge Trademark and they can get their own power play going, and that'll be really good for them. But we'll have to see if Grimella doesn't score before that happens.
We see that Coin and Trademark are both very low here. Coin even trying to get the kill on the 3Z there, walking too close to the edge, but 3Z knows his distance a little bit better there. That is Sharon very low there, almost dead. Black Hole did not pop in time. So going to be staying alive for now on that stagger. Red Core out of Water Fury. We are in overtime there, and Mako passage is pretty good. The 3Z ult not getting too much value there, just kind of buying a little bit of time. Core flip out of Zoro, though, going to buy even more time. Grimella getting hit. Coin has the core flip there, doesn't go near another, keeping it away from Coin, away from that core flip. Grimella's keeping it along the bottom. 3Z Breezy hits it up to the top, and it goes in. Ricochet off the top. Great pass from Grimella, and great keeping it away from Coin there. Because if it gets too close, he core flips, and that's not quite the game, but that's going to be a lot more difficult to deal with. So Grimella on that MVP has many options here. Fight or flight, team player, stagger, swagger. Sad to see the 3 sparks, because that means you'll only get 3 sparks total, even if you get every other spark in the draft. Gonna get the fight or flight, though, really good pickup. Stagger, swagger, on Kai. If you're playing against any damage comp, it's just so good, and as well, the speed is amazing. This is, again, pre-nerf stagger, swagger, so it's really good. Demo, size on X, really good. Team player Mako is probably one of her best awakenings. Passive team players, red core, even out of overtime. When you're just in a normal game, so it's really good there. And a spark of agility, going the way of Coin, looking to get that spark of strength later, just getting the speed to navigate around the map. So good pickups from everyone all around, I think. The spark is a little bit weaker than normal, but it's still pretty strong, so looking forward to see how that builds up.
Yeah, getting that spark is going to be the big imbalancer in this draft, but we see the size increase from 3Z actually almost working a little bit negatively as too much damage falls upon him and he's immediately KO'd at the start of the round. But Grimella having this fighter flight gives so much carry potential, and if later in the game Grimella's able to pick up quick strikes, that's just going to be so hard to stop. We see Grimella even in the power play just able to control the core all by himself, and now is just going to be able to do it again. A Coin taking a lot of damage from 3Z coming up. Trademark though getting that last barrier to equalize, but it's still just really scary. On the open net, although Mako is worse, Grimella is just going to have so much presence with his fighter flight and ability to just walk through the entire team. Again, like you really want to worry about this midfield imbalance because Grimella being an NASL player versus Trademark, who doesn't have nearly as many tournament results that are non-collegiate, it's going to be something that's scary. And 3Z getting the ball there, Grimella able to TP up to help pass to 3Z, and 3Z's going to hit it in.
Yeah. Was almost a little awkward there from 3Z, not expecting the overtime red core with the pass from Mako, so tried to dribble it up into the corner, but the strike was not backed up in time. But you have Grimella, who's, a half-decent midfielder, they're not... no, they're really good, and so they are 100% guaranteed to get you that core. So, well played there. Coin and 3Z kind of duking it out in the goalie box there, and both staggered, kind of beating each other up on the edge of a cliff there, just trying to see who falls first. But so far, neither of them is the answer to that question.
Yeah, 3Z is able to hang on, but doesn't really need that stagger. It's just able to break it through. Grimella hitting it to the corner and 3Z collapsing with just a tried and true method of finding these goals. And it's been replicated so far by UCLA over and over. It's becoming really rough for Slew. Maybe they're having an off day today, but that's the immediate double barrier from Grimella, and now it's looking like we might be heading to the next set already.
Yeah, it's looking really strong for UCLA here. I mean, you have that size on X, and 3Z Breeze is already really good at those strike wars, but a barricade going down means it's 2 open goals. Corporate forward, Zoro is able to catch it, teleports down to sort of get his own pass there. Piercing shot means that 3Z Breeze is low, but you don't need to have health to score a goal. And that size on the X means that even if you try to get it through him, you're not getting it through him all the way most of the time. So really good there. And Grimella, MVP again, just has so much core control. Seed Machine is nice on now.
Quick
Among
strikes.
Titans as well for the speed, and Quick Strikes, of course, is very good too. Even a heavy impact to deny the Juliet wouldn't be the worst, but so many good options here for that now. Gonna go with Quick Strikes, of course. Very good in those strike wars in mid. Recovery Drone, deny onto the X, and also just nice to have that extra life. Zoro taking the Among Titans, making his forwards a little bit more buff. I usually don't like it as much on goalie, but he of course knows a lot more than me, and of course speed is pretty good on Kai, so I can kind of see it. Don't need as much size with the barrage.
Zoro already has BD, so you're not even really losing that much size, if any. You're kind of just going back to your default. So being really fast, especially if it's a eject button that Zoro has that he hasn't really been able to utilize offensively very much this game. It's just been kind of forced to play defense, but maybe with this KO, they'll be able to find a way up further and use that eject button in order to find something like a power play. It's kind of one of the problems with eject button is that, here we see it now, even if you go up, if you just have mom boots, you can do a lot of the same plays and still move back and just maintain your speed. But having that little bit of CDR on your secondary can be a little bit helpful, but this time it's going to be a power play for UCLA. If they can get the barriers back in return, that'd be huge. But Zoro using that eject button in order to move up and prevent any attempt on the barriers is huge. But now Grimella starting the offense once again and immediately is able to get both barriers despite the power play ending, and 3Z's going to put it in. Just this quick strike spider flight picked up by Grimella, especially if the timeless crater start, just to have the larger secondary, just means insane speed from Grimella that can't be contested by anyone except Zoro right now. But even Zoro is just so much more riskier to have to fight against Grimella in the midfield as the goalie than just having your midfielder do that work for you.
And it seems that they've kind of switched a little bit there. Zoro overstayed the eject button, I believe, on purpose, and then Trademark falls back. Great midfield communication there to allow Zoro. Oh, but Zoro dies there. Great kill flip out of 3Z Breezy. And a barrier, though, even in the power play, the 2v3 without the goalie, Coin just going to take a barrier there. Coin just hitting it to neutral territory there, just keeping it. It hits it towards the side of the field, but does keep it in the open. Zoro playing up again so far. Coin almost dash punching it through the Grimella, but not quite able to secure that. Grimella has the corp in front of the goal, is going to use it and is not going to get it through. Great defense there by Zoro and Trademark. Coin still just brawling with the now, waiting for the core to get over there. Ooh, the piercing shot backwards into the goal, not helping. Was an attempt to stun on the X, I believe, just to try and keep him from striking, because 3Z Breezy is probably going to win the strike war anyways, but definitely not what you want to see either, the piercing shot getting the core too.
Yeah, I was saying, I was worried this game would just be a midfield gap, and Gramella's level 8 while Trademark's level 5. Again, I'm just going to keep talking about Fighter Flight Quick Strikes, because this patch, it is just insane. It just gives you so much more presence, and when you're playing in like solo queue especially, it feels like the game, you can just like 1v9 the entire game, but 3Z has been playing so well as well, able to get both barriers, and is about to hit it in, but Trademark with the defense, able to keep the core alive and the game going, but has the flip. Trademark and Coin both on death's door. Is not the spot you want to be in when you're on map point. But 3Z Breezy looking for the pass, looking for a way to use his flip in order to get it in, but the flip is not going to end up in any sort of offensive pressure. And now it's Zoro with the energy advantage, but Grimella with the quick strikes getting a little bit more energy per strike, is going to get that flip up now. He's going to look for the pass to 3Z, but Zoro's going to be able to flip to intercept. Water Fury trying to hold just to keep up this offense, use this power play they have now in order to get this last score. The back pass to Water Fury, the team player proc, the restrike reset from 3Z will not hit it in. Coin using Dash Punch just to keep the core alive. Trademark back online. It's possible that a goal could be scored, but Water Fury has a great hold. Now 3Z looking for the goal, but it's going to be Grimella who mixes up Zoro and takes the first map in the dominant 3-0.
Yeah, great play there from UCLA. I mean, you're saying midfield gap, yeah, Grimella gap. It just felt so. I mean, the three-peat MVP there. 3Z was great. Don't get me wrong. Forward pressure is very important. Won so many strike wars in front of the enemy net, but he's not going to win any strike wars in the net if the core isn't there, and that's what Grimella was ensuring. 140 redirects, more than anyone else in the game, by a pretty fair margin there. The next highest is their goalie, and that's still 20 below. And almost as much as the two people on his team combined, 70 and 70 roughly. So just really good play from Grimella there, keeping it on the side of the field that is not their own, on SLU's side, just making sure that, I mean, Water Fury barely touched the core that game, it seems. You know, even when Coin kills Water Fury in this clip, it doesn't even feel like he's there because Grimella is just so good at playing that super forward goalie, just not even having to worry about it at all.
Yeah, just almost twice the redirects of Trademark from Grimella. It's kind of something you expect there to be like slightly more redirects when you're playing now into Estelle, and Estelle to be able to help out on scoring more. But when you're playing Estelle Julie, this is kind of a good reason why they also banned Erasmus. Means that Coin can't come back to help out in the midfield as much, and kind of has to commit to be this brawler with the pummelers, and can't just play second midfield. So Trademark's kind of left alone. Zoro has to help out and be that duo, but just the defensive pressure holds just weren't there against Grimella and 3Z. Their offensive plays were just too well coordinated. Water Fury able to buff them up, as you see sometimes too, just to keep that speed. And when you have Grimella have a now secondary, and plus that Mako speed, plus quick strikes, fighter flight, slick kicks, you just kind of become an unstoppable force. And that's exactly what happened. In 9-1 game, Water Fury is no longer on packet loss.
Yeah, and it's another thing as well where generally X comps are scaling comps, because X is usually not as strong at first and then gets stronger as the game goes on. So, you know, it's one of those ones where you might take the first set or two and then you get to third set and suddenly X is just brawling you in your goal and you can't do anything about him. But in this time, I mean, I don't know if it was the now Mako combo just helping the X to be strong in that early game, or it's just 3Z himself just being 3Z, but that X looked dominant through and through without any weakness in the early game at all. So
yeah,
good play there.
Yeah, no damage once again. Like usually X was kind of like never picked in NASL and stuff like that, because it felt like you couldn't pick it. It felt like if you picked X, your opponents would just pick Zentaro, or wow, the Luna ban again. That's really interesting. But Rasmus banned it once again from Coin. We got a repeat pretty much of what we got last time. But I don't know if I've seen 3Z play Luna on this map before, so maybe there's some weird scrim stuff going on, or maybe they have been picking it more. But now we see Coin on the Drakkar, which is kind of a miniature Rasmus in a way. But now let's Kazan, another really good combo. Kazan and Zentaro being the brawlers of this patch, kind of having absolute dominance over all the other ones. But on this map, you can kind of see Julie and Drakkar be a little bit more effective because you can get KOs a lot more consistently with that middle hole. But we'll have to see. It's a primetime start. Everyone taking it except Zoro, who took extra special. And Zoro on this Dubu is going to be really, really good at holding it down. I've played against it before, and it is really annoying to play against.
Let's hope so we get a nice long game here. It is so nice to see long games. Even the last game, though it was a little short, we saw a lot of great plays from both sides, so I'm looking to see more of that here. Trademark running it back on the Estelle, just the comfort pick there, and decent on Imizep as well. Not really for the kills as well, although you can do a bit of brawling, but just really good to be able to teleport around and just mix them up. But this Water Fury with this Atlas, just putting actually so much forward pressure, which you don't usually expect, but a lot of these primaries are really good for you to just keep the core.
There's the res from Water Fury, getting 3C back up. It's kind of weird because 3C will be this looming threat for the rest of the game of will 3C get enough damage to just be able to KO Zoro at any time. Because once that happens, then they have a clear win con. But right now, it's just going to be pretty hard for 3C to get anything. You don't really have many good scoring tools, but sometimes you don't need a brawler. Sometimes the midfielder just gets it done. Grimella just cooks Zoro and then flips it in right after solo. Does it just Grimella lore? I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I mean, that was just so clean there. Now to a T. I mean, just using the secondary to bounce it around, and then has the core in front of the goal for 50-50 against the goalie. There's not a whole lot you can do with Zoro but cry there. So really well played.
Yeah, this gets the play. Oh, went for a little KO. You saw that. That's kind of interesting. Is that although Drakkar should be better at that, of finding these KOs through the middle, as soon as Grimella has flip, it's really, really scary. It can just be a KO at any point, so watch out for that.
And another really interesting thing is that Grimella and 3Z actually both took slick kicks, whereas Coin took the pummelers. That's another reason Drakkar should be getting these kills, and the fact that he's not getting the kills is actually really hurting them, because if you take pummelers, you need the kills to get that speed and to just even up the game. And if you're not getting the value off of pummelers, then you should have just taken slick kicks or something else to help get those kills. And it's something you can really only see in hindsight, so I don't blame him for it, but you really have to be getting these kills on that Drakkar. It's going to be a sad game.
But on that same note, I think it's a little questionable to take this primetime. Another goal from Grimella, by the way. Just great collapse from 3Z and Grimella. Everything's covered. It will hit that one in. But it's just weird to take the primetime on Drakkar here when extra special is up, and that's how you get your KOs. If you ult primary someone into a wall, and then you use that, your pummelers is going to help that. But instead, you have primetime, which actually makes yourself weaker. And wow, just shakes him off. Just Grimella just absolutely gets hit with 2 abilities, and then they just KO Coin. That was really funny. Kind of looks like holding up the toddler. I don't know.
Yeah, now early game is really strong. Just has so much damage. 3Z though killing Zoro there, finally finding that Kazan value, and hooks it into the barricade as well. 3Z's back. Okay, he took a game off, a couple points off to give Grimella another chance to shine. But is now back in full force using his power play. Not quite able to get it. Zoro's back. It's across the top. Strike shot from Water Fury misses and hit around the barricade there. The Dubu actually working against SLU here, but so far the defense is strong enough to live. Trademark passing it up to Coin. Strike shot again. Water Fury misses the secondary and the primary there. All of his abilities on cooldown, but Grimella has that primary and 3Z's at the top as well, so there's nothing getting past his midfield, even still. And it's just so difficult for SLU to clear. And there's an Estelle going down as well. Really opportune arrow there from now, and a pass from Water Fury to Grimella. Grimella with the hat trick there. All 3 goals this set, just really well played.
Yeah, I did not. I'm gonna.
And Manu as well.
I don't want to flame too hard, but this was a weird ban to let Grimella get this now. That's just perma banned from him, and even Nassel because of how good he is on the pick. But instead, it's just kind of given free reign of it. It's going to get Monumentalist in the first draft, and it's going to be rough.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, I can kind of understand it, where against a player as good as Grimella, you ban the now, and yeah, Grimella doesn't play now, but Grimella is still Grimella no matter what character he plays, so you're still going to have a hard time. But I can just imagine the faces of SLU going into that first draft, seeing now first pick, and seeing that it's Monumentalist, and you're just like, well, I guess I'm dead.
Yeah, that sucks. And I would agree with you. I definitely agree with you generally on that point, on Grimella just being able to play another character really well, but they banned Luna. Like, why are they worried about 3Z picking Luna on IME's app? They must just have some like weird sort of mental block versus Luna or something like that, causing them to do something like that. But on the bright side, Zoro having quick strikes means saves like that can happen. Just it's going to be even harder to break through. But 3Z getting the bonus size means a little bit more scoring, means those extra primaries that he has are going to be even larger in range. And like so more KOs are likely to happen, but it doesn't matter if you get the damage off if Strike Shotgun exists, as Coin's able to finally find that goal.
Potentially the momentum swing back to SLU here. They gave up a game, they gave up a set, but now they take a point. Now they might be able to do something here. And Grimella's not going to make it easy, and has that level 5 advantage, highest in the game, by a fair margin. But Zoro is going to handle it. Just going to hang out for a second. Stuns it up. Has that core flip available as well. Use the hot dog there to slide it across the top. And 3Z is just continuously able to find these closed form strikes to nowhere. Ooh, great shot from Zoro, though, hitting it all the way around the barricade, the map, and then behind the barricade. And 3Z does the same there. Not quite the long shot angle, but still it gets it behind the barricade, and you can't really clear that too very easily. So really good shots there. Doom Particle Accelerator, bouncing against the wall there for a little bit. And, ooh, Trademarks misses the Crystal Thorns there, a little unfortunate. Water Fury gonna have to core flip there, sends it across the map, trying to buy time here. Now it's actually UCLA on the back foot. They're struggling to clear, and that's 3Z Breezy getting killed. Never mind. Gonna be a power play there. They get to shove on forward. And Grimella just misses the primary, but honestly, it feels like a feint to get Zoro to play up a little bit, so you can use the secondary there with the Monumentalist, which is just so brutal.
Like I am looking forward to the 9 goals from Grimella this game. I want to see it so bad. I want to see it. Ping 3Z say Brawler's getting it done. Like average Brawler getting it done. A phrase that he likes to say quite a lot. But I mean 3Z's doing his job for sure. He's getting the barriers very often, as we see right there. He's also getting the KOs. All super important for this team's success. But Grimella's just been able to find these finishing plays just that much more often, and just kind of been a problem in general this game. We just see the raw flip to get the KO there, and then 3Z is going to hook it for the first goal of the match, but great setup from Grimella into a great shot by 3Z Breezy.
And importantly, 3Z Breezy doesn't even have to use the core flip there. So Grimella sees that 3Z has the core flip, so they have the advantage there. They have that extra power, so can just use it for the kill flip, not even worrying about that. Just a really good advantage. Grimella, though, looking very low. I believe already used the secondary, so doesn't have that available. But there is... Nope, there's the secondary now. There's an orb. The barricade does go down there because they were on that back foot there. Zoro has the core flip to potentially counter 3Z's. Crystal Thorn's going to miss again. Trademark just not quite hitting these, but it doesn't matter. Coin is able to get it with the strike. I don't even know if the shotgun hit there or if it was just the strike alone, but does manage to get past Water Fury finally. And it's one of those things where, you know, once you get up to these higher levels, a lot of the goalie defense starts in the midfield, which is why it's so difficult for SLU to score, because you have to get it past Grimella in order to score. So once you get it past Grimella, it almost feels like it's too easy. And speaking getting it past Grimella there, Zoro just hitting these crazy angles into those corners, knows this map so well to get those consistently. It's so difficult because you're like a degree off on that angle and it goes completely wide. But just so good there. And Coin just getting bullied by everyone on the team, even the goalie. And Grimella getting a barrier there. 3Z's looking very low though, but never mind. He has 2 healers on his team and orbs, so Grimella using the flip there. 3Z Breezy getting a kill on the bottom though, and it's on UCLA's side for just a second, and now it's back on SLU's, and Grimella is just kind of dribbling across the top. 3Z Breezy hits it backwards with the ultimate there. Zoro is very low, getting bullied in his own goal, potentially gonna die, not quite manages to bottom. Trademark steals the orb from Zoro! It just had to move there, and you can't not pick up the orb if you move over it, but that just means the goalie's going to keep on getting involved. Hot Dog is really good there. Shotgun comes out, misses, and then Zoro trying to defend, but the now primary into the hook from Kazan there just means you cannot clear. If you clear it to the right, you're clearing into Grimella. If you clear it up top, you're going into 3Z, who has hook no matter where you put it anywhere near him. And that is now potentially getting Hot Shot, Siege Machine, Stagger Swagger, Built Different, Spark of Focus, Explosive Entrance, even not the worst, Deadeye as well. Just, it's a now paradise. I'm thinking of Stagger Swagger, yep.
It's definitely Stagger Swagger. We saw in the one round where we saw Slew have a lot of success, or have a pretty dominant round at least, was the round where they were able to chunk Grimella really hard at the beginning. And Grimella, forcing Grimella to play back, and they were able to get the barrier off of that. So now that Grimella has Stagger Swagger, it's going to be even harder to do that than it was before. At least Coin, though, is scaling up the Sparks a little bit. That will be a bit useful, kind of negating the loss of power you got from taking Prime Time on your primary. But it just might not matter. Good hold from Zoro, but it's getting really, really scary with this Kazan scaling and size. And just the huge primaries and strike hitboxes are going to be really, really hard to defend against.
Yeah, but bigger hitbox does mean also that you can take hits more easily. So 3Z Breezer's at half health there, but again, he's got 2 healers. He's going to use the close form to strike it through Zoro's arm there. Coin, great kill though onto Grimella. Grimella caught slacking, and Trademark instantly capitalizes. Just goes right through Water Fury there. It's one of those things where, and it's not even just a Water Fury isn't as good as Grimella angle. It's just when you're a goalie and you're against the enemy forward and they can do whatever they want because you don't have that midfield presence, it's almost impossible to defend. So as soon as Grimella's out of the equation, these forwards are good enough to know how to play against a single goalie sitting in his goal.
Yeah. I like to joke with Water Fury a lot and just say he's nervous all the time. So he's, I'm definitely looked a little nervous on that one. Striking a little bit too early, missing the primary without his homie Grimella gone. But there's the KO. Doesn't have an Atlas, doesn't have a Now. You have no way of dealing with this damage that just comes mainly from Kazan and the Monumentalist now as well now. But this barrier will be taken despite the quick strikes. And now the flip is off, and it's going to go right through Coin. And Grimella with another goal. And also just getting the barrier pretty much solo. I mean, 3Z like not doing nothing, like covering the cross the whole time so that they're forced to ping pong into Grimella, which is why that play was able to happen. But Grimella just like knowing that your midfielder is good enough to hold that is really good. But there we go, another KO from Coin on the Grimella is super important because that's how this team is going to win this game if they can. It's through these KOs from the Drakkar. As the Drakkar is scaled, 144 power now, we see these KOs start to come out.
Yeah, and absolutely, if SLU can win this set, there's a fair chance they take the game with the Spark scaling on Coin. So just going to be really important to look out for that, but they have to win this, and that's both goals open. Now Grimella's back on the field, level 9. Again, has a full level on the enemy goalie, who's the next highest in the game. So that's just brutal there. The primary is really good for him now. 3Z Breezy has the Corp from the top side of the map, going to hook on a Corp in front. Corporal Parry fails off the Dubu and just goes down to the bottom past Trademark, who's just a little out of position there. Not even really out of position, but just not perfectly psychically sensing where the core was going to go, because it's just so difficult to predict where it's going to go there. The core flip parry is also tragic, because not only do you not have, you lose the point, but you also don't have your core flip anymore, so it was a good try by Zoro, but unfortunately not going to pan out there. And now Grimella has core flip, so oof.
Yeah. It's a little rough, but 3Z with the hook is going to win the whole game, by the way. Like, we're just over. That's 2-0. Not a single set lost. Great last 2 points by 3Z. The second to last point, just able to contain that core, able to find that shot. Just playing super patiently against Zoro, because there's no way you're going to break it directly through. So 3Z just playing really, really patiently on that, like the point before, gets the insane flip angle off, and then this point just finds Zoro in the spot, predicts the strike, and then uses the hook strike to just hit that in out of nowhere. And that's a really dominant performance from UCLA against the first seed and one of the favorites in this tournament. Has like Slew just out so early in the tournament. It's just it's like I can't even call it an upset, because I just know how good UCLA is and how I really truly believe that they should be able to show performances like this against any of the other collegiate teams when they're playing their best, which I really feel like they were in that match. But losers round 5, Slew going out is still just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, SLU is such a good team. They like, even against UCLA, it didn't seem close a lot of the time, but a lot of the time we were seeing that they were good at the game. They played a lot of things really well. It's just UCLA was better at the end. Just able to play that kill comp better, able to stay alive more, able to capitalize on that midfield pressure more. So really just SLU falling here, like you're saying. It's shocking that SLU's out of the tournament already. But UCLA is going for the sad boys run. You know, they lost, they fell into the losers bracket, and then in the game I cast yesterday, they lost game 1, took the next 2. So it seems like they're just kind of warming up. So at this rate, they're just going to be going on, playing flawless games through the grand finals, and coming up to win the tournament potentially.
Yeah, they will. They still have a mountain to climb, though. That just being the first step, which is like, it's a big first step, though. SLU was supposed to be at the end of the climb, but it's going to be at the start. So next up, they will have to either play against the winner of NJIT or UTD. Right now, it's looking like it's going to be UTD. Right now, it's twitch.tv/Striker Central. You should definitely check out that match right now, since that's where we'll be heading you guys to next. But NJIT currently down 1-0 against UTD, and UTD winning right now 1-0, and just got another point. So we'll see. I'm expecting UTD. I think everyone was expecting either UTD or even if UTD won, for Lakeland to kind of be in this spot. So UTD being here is going to probably be the opponent for UCLA. But if NJIT can pull up an upset, that would be pretty crazy. They're a very solid team, but they just don't have like the powerhouse players that all of the top other teams have.
Yeah, and really once you get up to this level, it's not just about being a solid team, it's about being able to capitalize on the few mistakes that your opponent makes, because, you know, when your opponent only makes a few mistakes in a point, you have to be able to capitalize on them or you're not going to get it past them. So you have to be able to find those opportunities, and I think that is a lot of the difference between even in the one we just saw, UCLA versus SLU, where, you know, if SLU made a mistake, UCLA was instantly punishing it. And so that really just becomes the way to win, not just being good, but being able to capitalize when they are bad.
Yeah, definitely agree. But we will be going to a break soon. That is then UCLA will be on a break as well. I'm sure they'll be watching this game as well on Striker Central. It's a good one either way. It's going to be interesting because it looks like it's going to be two teams with very dominant performances playing against each other up next. But we'll see. Just keep your eyes peeled. And I believe, yeah, that'll be all from us. Thanks for watching. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Collegiate, you tend to see that a lot. And one big one, Sad Boys, is going to be Grimella versus Trademark, and the other one could be Water Kirby. He's going to get the shot off, once again blocked by the barrage. But with the barrage down, they're looking for their time to shine. There's no barrage up, this should go in, and it does. Grimella,
unfortunately, giving Breezy the power spike there. Core flip available for, I was gonna say core flip available for him, but instantly killed. I didn't even stop talking about individual play. More time Grimella getting hit. Coin has the core flip there. Doesn't go near another. Keeping it away from the coin, away from that core flip. Grimella keeping along the bottom. Breezy hits it up to the top.
Who doesn't have nearly as many tournament results that are non-collegiate. It's going to be something that's scary. And Breezy getting the ball there. Grimella able to TP up to help pass.
So far, neither of them is needed to get pushed.
Yeah. Breezy is able to hang on. He doesn't really need that stagger. Just able to break it through.
Strike moves. But a barricade going down means it's 2 open goals. Flip forward. Zoro is able to catch it, teleports down to sort of get his own pass there. Piercing shot means that Breezy is low, but you don't need to have health.
Huge. And now Grimella starting the offense once again and immediately is able to get both barriers despite the power play ending. And Threezy's going to put it in. This is quick strike spider flight picked up by Grimella.
In front of the goal is going to use it and is not going to get it through. Great defense there by Zoro and Trademark. Coin still just brawling with the now, waiting for the core to get over there. Ooh, the piercing shot backwards.
That punch just to keep the core alive. Trademark back online. It's possible that a goal could be scored, but Water Fury has a great hold. Now Threezy looking for the goal, but it's going to be Grimella who makes it right now. It's just going to be pretty hard for Threezy to get anything. You don't really have many good scoring tools, but sometimes you don't need a brawl
for it, but you really have to be getting these kills on that call for it's going to be a second.
So on that same note, I think it's a little questionable to take this prime time. Another goal from Grimella.
Well, so nothing getting past the midfield. Even still, it's just so difficult. There's an Estelle going down as well. Really opportune arrow there.
That he has are going to be even larger in range. And so more KOs are likely to happen, but it doesn't matter if you get the damage off.
Sends it across now, trying to buy time here. Now it's actually UCLA on the back, but they're struggling to clear. And that's Breezy getting killed. Never mind. Going to be a power play there. They get to shove on forward.
Plays just that much more often, and just kind of been a problem in general this game. We just see the raw flip to get the KO there, and then Threezy's going.
Now there's an orb. The barricade does go down there because they were on that back foot there. Zoro has the perfect potential counter. Threezy's Crystal Thorn's going to miss again. Trademark just not quite hitting these, but it doesn't matter. Coin is able to get a strike on getting involved. Hot Dog is really good there. Shotgun comes out, misses, and then Zoro trying to defend, but the now primary. So Threezy doesn't have health there, but again, he's got 2 healers. He's going to use the close form to strike it through Zoro's on there. Coin, great kill though onto Grimella. Grimella caught slacking.
Is on, and the Monumental is down as well now. But this barrier will be taken despite the quick strikes. And now the flip is off, and it's going to go right through Coin.
Game. So that's just brutal there. The primary is really good for him now. Breezy has the core from the top side of the map. Going to hook on a core flip in front. Core flip parry fails off the Dubu and just goes. And now Grimella has core flip, so oof.
Yeah, it's a little rough, but Threezy with the hook is going to.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Corestrike League Playoff stream. We are in day 2 on Championship Sunday, and let's take a look at the bracket, because Yoshi, I imagine, just like yourself, a lot of other folks have probably woken up, tuned into the Odyssey Interactive stream, been like, yeah, what's going on? Well, it turns out that SLU got beat by GMU, snapping the streak in the undefeated season, and Lakeland went on to advance over UT Dallas. So we're going to watch GMU versus Lakeland up next here, Yoshi. What do you think about that?
I think that's really exciting. These are two, hey, unsurprisingly, cream of the crop teams, two of the best, definitely worthy of top 3, and I think I'm really excited. I like both these teams a lot. They're both incredibly good. Hey, Lakeland won last time, but GMU has been on the rise all season. We're, putting up numbers last playoffs, 300 strong, no is no. So no. I'm really excited to see what they can pull off this time. And hey, maybe we can't call it an upset, but we might be seeing a big GMU win. I wouldn't show a bias to this cast.
No, not you being biased on a broadcast at all. Not Omega Strikers caster being broadcast. When has that ever happened in the history of
Never.
Omega Strikers? I don't know what you're talking about. But no, look, end of the day here, right? Both these teams are teams that show up when it comes to playoffs. They both showed up last year during playoffs. This year, they're likely going to do the exact same thing. GMU able to take that upset, of course, over SLU. And E.T. Hahn of Lakeland especially was dominating in yesterday's rounds of playoffs. We'll see whether or not he can put on a similar performance. But remember, folks, it was GMU that sent Lakeland down to the losers bracket in day 1 last semester. We'll see whether or not they can pull off that repeat performance, but this time it's a ticket to the grand finals on the line. This one certainly is going to be interesting. And hey, look, if the game day test didn't tell you anything else, it was that because we picked basically everybody in the book, all of these matches could very easily be toss-ups. It's all about who's performing on the day here today.
Right. If ever a time to show up, it's now in winners finals. And yeah, like you said, we could be seeing a repeat performance, rebroadcast of last season, or Lakeland can get their foot in the door and take their spot in grand finals, which I think they might be pretty comfortable with. They might like that. Maybe have been there before, so
yeah.
Hey, I'm excited to see this match get going.
Certainly going to be exciting. And speaking of the match, let's take a look at the map pick ban process that already took place earlier today. Lakeland ends up taking the first team and selects Night Market for game 1. We got Tycho Temple from GMU in game 2, and the deciding will be played on Atlas's Lab in game 3. What say you, Yoshi, to these map picks?
I think Night Market game 1 is a really good pick. I think Lakeland is really comfortable on that map. I know Soren always looks really good on it. I imagine E.T. Hahn also looks pretty good on it. Good. Just a good, nice map. It's narrow. The barriers are nice, etc. Really good. I think Tycho game 2 is super interesting. Say what you will about the map, but that is that one can go either way. And I've seen GMU on that map. They look good. I guess it's kind of cliche to say, hey guys, the team that picked the map looks good on the map. Whoa, but
whoa,
it's true. And a good Atlas Lab finisher is always nice. Love to see it.
Yeah, worth noting, of course, Tycho Temple has been GMU's pick. They were able, that was one of the 2 games they played versus SLU earlier today. But in addition, this Lakeland roster hasn't hated Tycho by any means, right? They've played on it. They played on it in a couple games yesterday. They felt more than confident and comfortable on that one. And so it's all going to be a matter of who's going to lock in. I don't think the map selection really went to the favor of either side. It's all a matter of who's going to lock in, whether Soren's going to come in with that aggressive goalie sort of thing, along with E.T. Hahn in that brawler position, being able to get it done, or whether or not Spartan will be able to hold 300 strong and wiggly wobbly, be able to feed it up to Vega. We're in striker spot in game 1 here. Again, Night Market is where we're starting, and we're going to remake for some reason, because we've decided that apparently we don't have nice things. So, false start. We'll get into it in just a moment.
Hey, GG, it happens.
Yeah, yeah.
I liked when you said, and we're starting, and then cancel match showed up. That was pretty neat.
You know,
Hey, happens.
what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Every once in a while, you get a false start.
Yep. Hey, now we're getting into it. Starting for real this time, I promise.
All right, here we go. We'll see what ends up coming through here. Of course, worth noting, of course, night market in general, a lot of flexibility on this map in a lot of places. Looks like the lobby might be favoring the now. We can hover. But first, they're going to elect to ban away the Ivy from Thorn to Juno being banned against the wobbly.
Yeah, hey, both good bans. I think I'm going into Lakeland. I'm definitely banning Soren's goalie pick. Do not want to see that. He looks really good on it. And the Juno, man, it's always nice. I mean, hey, I sweat bullets playing against that character. Like, it's not fun. You go against the Juno and it's tough. And wow, like, going up running Era X, which is interesting because, you know, X is talking down on the current patch, but we're on last patch, and last patch, guy's not so good. Has a little bit of trouble. We're seeing a Julie now on the other side coming out from GMU. I think is a much stronger comp, and you know, say what you will about Juliet the character. Also kind of a still an iffy pick, but I think much easier to execute than Era X. And we're looking at a extra special 1-2 punch start. Vega being the only one taking that 1-2 punch. Everyone else happy start, out of their mind, ready to go.
And of
Okay,
course,
Bob, what do you think?
Makes sense. Well, you know, the X is super surprising from someone like E.T. Han, right? That really wants to go over to this X. If that's left up, you could almost be assured that will get selected. And okay, maybe not 300 strong that time. Don't trust the donuts, as it is for Spartan. But yeah, I mean, not surprising, of course, what we've seen so far. The extra special certainly going to play at least somewhat of a role, having that X Maximus online. But at the end of the day, right, GMU really wants to get ahead. Typically what happens in X-era compositions, right, is that this team is going to be all looking towards scaling, and they're going to have more and more insurance in the later stages of the game. Sure, there's some things that you can do with the now later, like if you're able to pick up a couple creation awakenings, but at the end of the day, right, you really want to try to get ahead early here if you're GM.
Yeah, absolutely. Do not want to let the Era X get anything to scale up, and hey, Etion making the X look good. I think one big issue here is that Era X, and specifically X, is really weak because he can just die. Oh my god, hey, you know what's not weak? Goalie's walking up. Soren might not be on the Amy, might be pulling out the Asher melee goalie, but not stopping him from running all the way up to the enemy goal box and putting it in. Oh my god.
Yeah, and, you know, at the end of the day, right, anytime these melee goalies can get involved, anytime they're comfortable in doing so, maybe they've got a barrier in the back for insurance, being able to move up there and be another part of that team with this tighter passing triangle is so incredibly valuable. Looks like it'll slip past there, and Vega will take at least one barrier down, or Soren's able to fully regroup. Wiggly Wobbly now looking to set up something on the drone here. Almost gets it over to Vega with the Fiery Flurry, but not there in time. Han wins the strike war. Now will be looking towards this barrier on the side. Core flip from Spartan. Tries to get it away, but even still, possession over to Lakeland, and another KO comes through for E.T. Han. There's the barrier with the core flip, and Soren once again has joined the party. E.T. Han's there to put it back. Lakeland takes set one. Pretty convincing.
Yeah, incredible. I think a big thing is they banned Soren's Amy. I'm going to keep talking about it, but he's still just putting a ton of damage onto Vega here, and that's the weakness of both X and Juliet, is that they both just get vaporized by damage. And so Soren's just pumping abilities into this guy, not letting him play, and then Etion shows up, finishes the KO, and they're playing 2v3. And you're looking at draft. Wiggly Wobbly picking up prime time is going to be really nice. Having those two now drones on the 6-second cooldown is going to be super useful. Heavy Impact comes out to deny Wiggly Wobbly, which is a really good deny. Not the greatest on X, but hey, it can still be pretty useful. The CDR is going to be really nice. Soren picking up Glass Cannon, which is terrifying because this guy's already walking up.
Yeah.
And so with more speed and more power, damage Vega, well, hey.
Gotta be a little careful there where you're walking. Of course, Juliet will take you out no matter what staggering you are, and Vega will do just that. Now Min-Mouse can't quite hold the barrier. Passing play, Vega will score. Finds that goal there, right as Soren comes back online. Beautiful capitalization off power play. But yeah, one of the things I wanted to point out was Soren's Glass Cannon before he got KO. You noticed him walking forward super fast there. Now imagine what's going to happen as that speed starts racking up over time. If Vega's not sitting on top of Soren, Soren might be able to get away with quite a bit here. Trying to just walk forward in that goal box again. Keep this very tight passing triangle between teammates. Exactly what Lakeland wants to do. Get this core up to E.T. Han and let the X get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. Wiggly Wobbly coming out to heal Vega, and hey, we're seeing Spartan hold on strong. A lot of damage coming out on E.T. Han, which is how you have to beat this X. Otherwise, he's just gonna get in your face. And Vega shooting out a dash punch just a moment ago, not getting a KO. Soren with core flip gonna be really useful, but holding both these barriers, even without even getting the Glass Cannon taken down, still has a lot of speed and covering both these barriers. Now both barriers down for GMU, and Soren dimes up E.T. Han so nicely with that insta flip.
Well done by Soren. Going right in, capitalizing that, 100%, gets it up to that brawler, and E.T. Han, once again, right place, right time. That's exactly where you want to be as the X, especially when you're in the X Maximus. Pop that right away, and you've got the extra special, giving even more opportunities for that special to come in.
Yeah, a ton of damage coming out from the X. It's super nice, super hard to deal with. Vega realizing that and trying to take him out, forces out the flip. Really nice, but E.T. Han and Eminent Mouse getting together, getting one barrier. Mouse now having to flip to get the other one. But it's blocked off by Wiggly Wobbly, and Vega's looking a little low. Gonna be a little hard to get this barrier with the X on top of you.
There it is. KO comes through. Vega taken off the pitch. Spartan holds with a Summer Assault, at least for now. Still does have that entry burst. E.T. Han looking in pursuit, but Min-Mouse just going to keep striking down there patiently, and finally it'll hit the barrier. Spartan now has to defend against E.T. Han here. But possession still maintained so beautifully by Lakeland. As I say that, Vega's going to be able to intercept the pass, find the barrier. Now it's over to Wiggly Wobbly. Soren punches it forward there. Looking forward to E.T. Han. There's a nice core flip from Spartan, gets it out of there. Sentry drone comes out once again. Wiggly Wobbly looking to try to get this one up to Vega. But the pass splitter is there. Now there goes the Flying Phoenix already. Won't have that to try to score this thing. And E.T. Han will find it with the core flip and the bull rush.
Yeah, a little X bread and butter, 1-2. Really hard to play against. Like, hey, what do? The X train's coming through.
Choo-choo.
And, yep, we're seeing Lakeland get their footing after losing the first point this set. Now, still looking incredibly strong, dominant. I don't know, things are looking really rough for GMU right now.
Decided I need a train whistle for content purposes. Anytime that X comes through, it's the X train. There it is again.
Oh my god, it's
punches
through again.
X Maximus in full force. There's the core flip to seal the deal. Now it looks like it'll be a formality. Wiggly Wobbly tries to hold this one down. There's both drones already used. Very low on cooldowns, but Vega's actually able to find the clear. Nice penalty kill here for the GMU squad. Here's the Tofu Fortress. Spartan comes back online, but of course the top side, Min-Mouse, room to work. E.T. Han rushing forward, and now Spartan can't intercept the pass. E.T. Han free shot on the net, and Lakeland is up 2-0 here in winners finals.
Yeah, E.T. Han avoiding the Dubu roll coming out, trying to intercept that pass, and now rewarded with quite a lot. There's Fighter Flight, which is exceptional. Nice edge, also good. Great deny from the Juliet as well, who takes Demolitionist instead. Not bad. Monumentalist being denied from the now. One of Wiggly Wobbly's, big awakening picks. that he's going to want. Taking Rapid Fire instead, also really good. Fighter Flight falling to Soren, which not as great on goalies as anyone else, but Soren's been doing a lot of dribbling. Going to be getting a lot of speed off of that. And, you know, a player that is able to play around it really nicely. And Spartan,
Soren right now, you'll take the speed almost regardless, right?
yeah, absolutely. Spartan picks up that hot shot. It's going to be really nice. Get more cooldowns. And it has Missile Prop from last draft, which I wanted to talk about because that's one of Dubu's best awakenings on this map here. Able to push Tofu Fortress up on these lanes. But unfortunately been kind of on defense a lot. Or fighting E.T. Han, but a double barrier comes out.
Vega, a little bit lucky there. Able to find the double barrier. Wiggly Wobbly maintains possession. Soren looks to try to poke it through. Spartan holds the barrier with the Summer Assault here. Wiggly Wobbly still looking for Vega once more, who did pick up a little bit of extra size in that last draft. Spartan, nice clear angle. Able to find Wiggly Wobbly, and now Vega's turn to pick up the KO. This is the opportunity for the goal. Soren, though, has that energy burst already online. Vega up to Wiggly Wobbly. Beautiful passing play and quick thinking for the GMU squad. Gets them a first goal in a little bit of a drought.
Yeah, really. Great little 1-2, a little bit of team play. Got that coordination on lock. And yeah, like you said, a bit of a goal drought. Trying to get something going. Getting a lot of damage on E.T. Han here, and another dash punch KO. This could be GMU set to win.
Vega, another punish. E.T. Han, though, looked like already used a lot of those cooldowns. Not going to have those for a little while. Waiting for that happy star to kick in. And the X Maximus, here comes that monumentalist Maelstrom for Minmouse. Not able to actually connect there. Vega looking for the barrier, can't find it, get past Minmouse. Again, extra size here going to help the Juliet, but Soren doing a great job of ensuring, Soren and Minmouse for that matter, doing a great job making sure that the passing lane between Wiggly Wobbly and Vega is cut off. There it is again, Minmouse drops back in the Flutterfly speed boost and intercepts the pass before things can really get cooking for the GMU squad. And it has continually been Lakeland intercepting those plays on the defensive side that have prevented GMU from really getting something going, and they're just trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink at the barriers. Fire Flurry was used already. Wiggly Wobbly once again was trying to get it to Vega. Didn't have the opportunity to do so there. Soren to win the strike war to protect this last barrier. Here's a core flip. Not able to come up with it on the Summer Assault here, and now it's right back over the GMU side. E.T. Han still in possession in the enemy goal box, and we are in overtime. Core moving pretty slowly. Vega going to be able to poke it through to the corner, and now almost finds it off the post. Looking for the other side. Soren, of course, did have the energy burst. Looking for this shot once again. Pressure still alive here from the GMU Patriots. There's Tofu Fortress, even still, but it goes past Wiggly Wobbly again. And it just continues to be an onslaught here. Soren is defending everything. Finally, Vega will find an angle down to the bottom corner.
Yeah. Hey, and turns out GMU on offense looking pretty nice. And Soren is able to defend all of it, you know, on Asher. Great defensive character, but they are looking really good right now, especially with these passing plays that are getting them the goals. Wiggly Wobbly has core flip. It used it here too. Didn't get anything off of it, but still, when they're able to keep this offensive pressure, you know, up the whole time, I think that's how they win. You know, the moment the core gets to their side, Spartan's able to keep it back, but too much pressure, and eventually the Dubu will collapse. And there we see barriers down, but now they're back on offense, ready to make something happen. You know, I really think that's their win condition here.
Looking for it. It's going to be an uphill battle here, certainly, though. Tofu Fortress doesn't exactly do what Spartan wanted it to do, but Vega will find it clear. Buying a little bit of extra time here. Spartan does have that energy burst. Soren will use his X Maximus out. E.T. Han can't find the strike, and the core flip will come out from Spartan here. Tries to buy some space for rollout log. Here's the core flip, and there's the bull rush once again. E.T. Han will finally bring another goal home here for Lakeland. GMU still searching for their first set.
Yeah, 1 point away. It took a core flip to get the goal on Spartan. So, you know, not having that resource again. That being said, Vega loses a ton of health, and hey, maybe it is just next Maximus. Really hard situation. for GMU there, and now both barriers down. They're going to have to find a way to take these barriers quickly, or else Lakeland's going to get another point and be 1 point away from winning the game.
And these donuts are doing Spartan no favors. I think he just got trapped by his own tofu fortress with an ability to get back to the goal. Nice strike reset there by ET Hana, popping the X Maximus to find that extra strike at the redirect towards the goal, ensuring the strike war victory. And all of a sudden, it is game point here now for Lakeland. They have cruised through this one so far, and GMU will need to find a little bit of a mental reset, not only in this game, but potentially in the next one should it come out. Tofu Fortress already committed here now by Spartan. And Vega once again commits the Flying Phoenix and the punch. Everything towards ET Han, trying to get this X KO'd, but he's still standing tall in the enemy goal box.
Yeah, really. We saw Spartan walk up a little bit there. Now just hunting down ET Han. And that's what I like to see. Both those things are great ways to deal with the X. Just get rid of him, get around him. What's he going to do if he's behind you, etc. And now that he's gone, GMU has power play opportunity, looking to get the ball. Put up a straight tornado. Takes out Vega, and now Lakeland has the power play that GMU fought so hard to get. That being said, Wiggly Wobbly able to get a barrier, and now it's him and Spartan fighting against ET Han here, trying to save this barrier. Spartan a little low. GMU is holding on strong.
Holding on strong for now. They've got to hold on to this last goal here, though, and ET Han's right back in possession in front of the net. There's the Maelstrom sweeping through. Will collect the core, and the last barrier is going to go. Now ET Han combo Spartan away. And Wiggly Wobbly once again is to try to save. Gets that one with the primary. All right. And now has the secondary. There's the core flip, though, from Soren, who snuck forward because no one was paying attention to him. And his glass cannon momentum boots speed on the Asher. I mean, Lakeland takes the first game 3 sets to 0.
Yeah. Wow. Hey, I will agree. Like you said, glass cannon, momentum boots, making the difference there. So many times the Soren just showed up. He was just there in their face, in their walls, making things happen. And I think GMU just had a really hard time dealing with that triple forward offense. But let it be known, especially that last set, really put up a great fight, almost getting there. And hey, that was Lakeland's map pick. I think Taiko Temple will be a different story, especially if GMU is playing like how they did in that last set, where they were really getting things done, especially Wiggly Wobbly. Watching some of these replays back and some of the plays they made in that last set, I think Wiggly Wobbly is always a player that's here to impress. Pulls off some crazy things that are just always a treat to see. So I'm excited for game 2. I wouldn't count out GMU just yet. It was a good, convincing Lakeland win, but I don't know. We've seen GMU win these before. Anything is possible.
Totally Wobbly, as is occasionally referred to by the Omega Strikers community. And, did put on a bit of a performance there, but also didn't fully have everything at his disposal in order to come on back through with what was going on there. And so we'll see what continues to come through from this GMU squad, because as Yoshi said, now they're going to their counter pick here, right? They're going over to Taiko Temple, map that generally favors a lot of these creation characters, and even where now you see them come through here with in the last game they already were playing that Dubu, and then now see what other options might be at their disposal. But of course, Minmouse probably going to feel still comfortable on that era. We'll see what other adjustments end up getting made, though. Spartan Dubu didn't quite work out maybe as well as they would like. We'll see what ends up happening here in the near future. So hopefully we'll be getting into this one in just a bit, of course. Lakeland hoping to punch their ticket. They are the defending champions here in the CCL after winning last semester.
I fell in.
And Yoshi, are we back?
But I think I'm back.
We're back. I think we're back. Maybe we're back.
No.
Presumably you're back. Unless,
K-Bot, I can't hear you, K-Bot. I'm so sorry.
No. Well, this is unfortunate.
Oh,
well,
K-Bot, I can hear you. I'm
you
saved.
can hear me. We're saved. We're saved. All right. Yeah, Taiko Temple up next. Does GMU have it in them? Every time, you know what? Here's what I'll say. Every time you count out this GMU roster, they come back, right? That's just what happens. Every time you go, there's no shot at them making it. They come right back. They prove their worth. They show you why they should be here. And maybe they'll try to go for it again. Of course, other things can get wild here on Taiko Temple in general. That maybe more traditional play style of what Lakeland was doing probably won't be able to work. You can't really keep as tight a grasp on the core as you might have liked. Juno will once again be banned away, but this time the root will also be taken off of the pitch. And we've seen the Mako come out here for the goalies on this map in particular as well. And Spartan will go right on back over to it.
Yep, loading up. Bats in hand, ready to go. And we see Vega on the Dubu forward, which is really exciting. Love to see it. I'm a big Dubu forward fan. Problem is, does fall suspect to being KO. Dubu forwards on both sides actually coming out on this timeless knife's edge start. Soren once again taking the Mom Boots. Really interesting, just playing for the speed. Mom Boots knife's edge is going to be really threatening here. And knife's edge definitely also going to mean more power, which means more damage on the Dubu. Could be really impactful. Though. And then, like you said,
about timeless creators, right?
Yeah. Here comes the big tofu. Very nice.
Able to get the job done there. Wiggly Wobbly able to send it back, and will put it through all the same. Again, this might be a little bit more comfortable for GMU. I imagine they've probably been practicing this one in particular quite a bit, especially if it's something they're willing to opt into picking. And you see the Itihan pulling out this Dubu Ford. The Dubu Ford just known for being able to pop up these creations, and it is impossible to get this thing around on occasion, especially with there's tireless creator start. That Tofu Fortress is going to be sitting out there for so incredibly long, and digging it out of a corner is going to be near impossible.
Yeah, definitely. I also think the midfielder picks between the two now is a lot better at using Timeless Creator. Just coming out, placing these mines, these drones, these everything, and being able to control spaces, especially these narrow lanes next to the drums. So, Era definitely not bad at using Timeless Creator. You know, Big Maelstrom is great, but it's hey, right up there with Manu on now, which is one of her best awakenings. That being said, Itihan, 1 HP in a dream, trying to get through, gets knocked out, but Min Mouse able to put it in right after watching his friend get beat to death in the goal box.
Tell you what, even despite all that, Itihan was cooking there a little bit, had the log intercept the pass up to himself, then bounce it off the barrier, and then was looking for the summer assault to be the thing to put away the core after a strike. But eventually, core goes to the back of the net regardless, and just kind of the weird way you've got to think as a Dubu forward on this map in particular. Soren, though, Pat Splayer, beautiful placement, still defended here by Vega and Spartan mostly, able to get that core away, protecting this barrier for now, but the core flip is used. Itihan now once again in position, but once again also lower on stagger and no real healing opportunities, and now gets bounced off the drum and sent off of the map. Vega in position here with a Tofu Fortress. We'll find at least one barrier. Wiggly Wobbly slips it through mid-mouse there as well with that proximity drone, and so see whether or not they're able to keep this one up. Spartan can't really join the party nearly as much as Soren's doing right now, and is trying to keep that core forward, but the pressure ultimately starts to dissipate. And as I say that, another power play opportunity comes through here. Tofu Fortress used. Soren will clear that one, finds his own angle, and now core flips it, looking for the goal there. Proximity drone almost follows it up. Even still, Soren able to send it away. Calm, cool, and collected here in winners finals. Still looking for the core here is Vega. There's Tofu Fortress, bounced around a little bit. Doesn't actually bounce the way he wants it to. Trying to get it back up is Wiggly Wobbly. And now it finally goes off the bounce, but Minmouse dropped back and was able to be there for the clear. Now E.T. Han dives in, and that sentry drone with the lifeline not able to find the core. E.T. Han comes up clutch. Never know where that core is going to start bouncing around here on Taiko Temple.
Yeah, really. Core's moving a million miles per hour, bouncing off these drums, especially with two Dubu forwards shooting out walls that might be bouncing them in funny ways. We saw the core in the particle accelerator in the corner that last point, but now, hey, I don't know. Itihan is activated. He's fully unleashed, going 1v9 on the barriers here. Going crazy, but now it's GMU's turn. Try and get there, and a missed dash from Soren means both barriers are down for both sides. Here comes the wall. Here comes the sentry drone. Everything. Wiggly Wobbly warping back on the defense with Vega is in there. Almost gets it in, but Soren just keeps making these on-the-line clears.
Somehow was able to find that one with the maximum of the strike range. Now passes back and forth. Wiggly Wobbly and Vega finally gets interrupted here by the path splitter. Now it's right back up to E.T. Han, and you see phase drop come through. Looking for a little more. Getting that speed up and hoping to send the core away. Soren, though, once again has the core flip, doesn't let it get too far behind him. Now Vega trying to go for a creative play off the center base drum. Not able to find anything there either. Still sent away, and now E.T. Han will thread the needle right before, once again, anyone can react from GMU. Because E.T. Han, right place, right time, continues to stay in the goal box. Looking like might as well be playing X. If you took out, said that was X positioning, I'd believe you even still. That's just what E.T. Han's known for and what he's going to keep doing.
Yeah, really, and it's working. Hey, you put the Dubu in front of the barriers, he drops a wall, a log, you know, whatever else he has up. Gonna be picking him up. Anyway, that's an extra special for Soren. The path splitter, one of Asher's best defensive tools. Having more of those is going to be really useful. Wiggly Wobbly picks up Twin Drive, which is, hey, so useful. What if we took one of your best moves and gave you two of them? Spartan going, opting for a little bit of spark scaling. Vega getting a little bit of size, which is really nice. Actually, both Dubus picking up size. Recovery drone might be a little bit more useful here. You know, Etion getting knocked out a lot last set. And I think that was a pretty successful draft for both teams. I think Wiggly Wobbly picking up the Twin Drive is the big pick there, but otherwise pretty tame, just good. Not a bad draft.
Enough for both teams to be relatively content, though. GMU feeling themselves in this point in particular after that massive Tofu Fortress coming out from Vega. Looking for the shot again, passes forward to Wiggly Wobbly, who then sends it into the net. Well done to win that strike war once more. This
yeah, that was an insane looking strike war.
GMU come online.
Yeah, Wiggly Wobbly was just on top of Minmouse there. I don't know. Oh, welcome to Creation Corner. Good luck.
Creation Corner. That should be like patented or something.
That's the next map.
Yeah. Actually, no, that's just this map. That's this map in another
that is this
reality.
Map. Because again, well, Creation Corner is back. Both teams, every character has one on my screen right now. They're just throwing out 500 at once, and that's just how you win on this map. You get in the corner, you press all your buttons. Oh, you watch that guy die and come back. And then
the core also goes flying past you by necessity at some point, bouncing off the drums off the side. Wiggly Wobbly, lifeline forward. There's Sentry Drone looking to try to get this one past Soren, but Soren is still there, defending it away. Vega trying to switch corners now. Can't quite find the angle. Soren is still finally. Wiggly Wobbly will get it right behind, wedged back behind the barrier as much as possible. Tofu Fortress is out here, makes it very difficult to read where this core is going, and speeds it up quite nicely for the side of GMU, at least that time. Wiggly Wobbly now dribbling off the bottom side. Vega tries to dive in, but that's going to open up the window of opportunity here for Minmouse to get this forward to E.T. Han. There's the Maelstrom as well. Butterfly speed comes out as well. Beautiful sentry drone from Wiggly Wobbly as the last line of defense. before that one gets taken away by the Tofu Fortress. And the beach ball party, Vega now once more down to Wiggly Wobbly. They're looking for these goals again, and the passing plays have been tight, but there's been enough interruptions in most cases. Finally, one will slip past Soren as a beautiful drone was sent out there once more by Wiggly Wobbly.
Yeah, one of the now bread and butters, strike and primary. But Wiggly Wobbly mixed up the timing, so the primary came out way later than I think Soren expected. You know, having it, getting the strike out, and then just primarying it in. Super nice. And now E.T. Han looking a little worse for wear. I've seen healthier Dubus before. And things are looking really GMU favored right now, I think. I'll say it.
Vega in position, couldn't quite get it done, and now beautiful Tofu Fortress just blocks the clear. Spartan not able to hold that one with such a tight window here on Taiko Temple. Here's Wiggly Wobbly, though, once again trying to throw at every drone to get something going. E.T. Han looking to pass to himself off that center base drum. Not able to find it that time. Once more. It seems like it's a 2v2 constantly on the Lakeland side of the map and a 1v1 constantly on the GMU side of the map. I've seen this happen far too often, and that's just a testament to the number of resources the Asher especially has at her disposal in order to just send this core away and keep it out, win strike wars consistently, and cover all of her bases. Just got to find the opportunity for the mix-up here, and Minmouse doing a great job of cutting off this passing lane at times as well. There's another one cut off forward to E.T. Han here. Now that corner is where this is going off to. Lifeline for Wiggly Wobbly, bounces him right back forward, but Minmouse wins the strike war even still. Not getting it past Minmouse right now is Vega. Not able to find the goal. Here comes the core flip. E.T. Han backwards, looking for himself again. Can't find it off the corner of the bass drum. Spartan will hold for now. There's the speed coming out for just a moment. Now we'll trap E.T. Han down, but Minmouse almost denies that core flip. Spartan was ready for it, though. Gets sent away. This time, though, he gets caught off by the Maelstrom, and Lakeland will take the point.
Yeah, Spartan caught between a rock and a hard place, a wall and a Maelstrom there. Not really many options, places to go, and yeah, Lakeland getting another point back up. Something I've noticed is on this map with the core going so fast, a character like Dubu, who has a reliable way to stop the core, makes it really, really nice. Oh! No, it's not nice, as Vega was just annihilated in the corner. Shot dead in Creation Corner. Someone save him.
Welcome to Creation Corner. You start playing with your life if you're over there. Of course, be back online, but both barriers will drop in the interim. It'll be difficult for Lakeland to come on back for this one. E.T. Han rolls forward, looking for this again, trying to find the rollout log, but the core's not in the right spot. Now, off the corner to himself, Spartan dumps it out to Vega, who's dropped back. Very tight defensive scramble, but GM2 still able to find it here. Now there's the core flip, saves it, get out of jail free card used by Spartan. Looking now, weird bounce off of the Tofu Fortress. Soren was ready for it. There's the Tofu Fortress again, sends it to the corner, but not on the right side. And Spartan closes the window of opportunity there for E.T. Han to sneak that one past. Demon Eagle, Wiggly Wobbly. Soren's ready for it once more. Now looking for the pass again, but Wiggly Wobbly shrunk by the bewitching beam of Minmouse. Couldn't really have an effect on the core that time. E.T. Han now once more in position. Spartan wins the strike war, and Wiggly Wobbly is trying his best to get this one over to Vega, but Minmouse continues to be in position, and finally Vega will slip it through as the primary comes out just late. GMU will finally take a set in this match.
Yeah, wow, really threaded the needle. Slipped it right between Soren and that corner there. And might be rewarded with fight or flight. Would be really big. Dubu getting that speed. You know, slick kicks, fight or flight, just flying around is going to be huge. At 3 sparks on the board, really interesting. I don't know. Someone's going to have to pick one of them up. But I don't know if they're going to be prioritized at all because of how many are on board right now. Spark of Leadership going to Soren. A good pick. Spark of Strength going to Spartan, who had Spark of Agility. So hey, that's 2 sparks on the board. Not getting the leadership, being denied by Soren. No, makes sense. Good pick. And Chrono Boost on Wiggly Wobbly, I think, can make a big difference. Having a little bit of or getting that extra haste on the Now Mines,
Yeah.
I think will be crazy.
You know, that's something we don't talk about a lot on Now in particular is not only, of course, when that sentry drone comes off, you get the feeling, you also get that haste from it, right? The ability to always have that little bit of extra speed, now doubled with a little bit of extra that Spartan's giving you from the Spark of Agility and Spark of Leadership combination. Suddenly we're feeling pretty speedy right now for GMU, and it's just enough to almost bait Soren into that one, but able to find the save there. Someone was able to scrape it away from the goal line right before it goes in. Vega trying his best to keep this one ahead on the Lakeland side of the pitch. Wiggly Wobbly now looking for the shot. The core flip's going to get used. Spartan has a strike shot to send it away. Zichihan wasn't able to do it that time, and now Vega will slip it past Soren. Feels like the speed is starting to catch up here. Soren's been saving so much so far, but at this point, there's a little bit more unpredictability now with some of that extra speed that GMU just picked up.
Yeah, really. The the scaling is in. The Dubu is fast, and he's flying around at Mach 10. Oh, really nice. And yeah, I don't know, the Now speed also. It's you get 50% haste for 1 second off picking up a Now Mine, which is just, that's a lot. It doesn't last long, but 50% is a lot, and with Chrono Boost, it is a lot more. Going a little fast.
Tor going a little fast, slips right behind the Tofu Fortress of Vega, who was hoping to keep it in Creation Corner for a little while longer. And now Wiggly Wobbly trying to get this one past Soren, but even still, the Asher still has plenty of cooldowns on line to send this one away. Finally, Core Flip will get committed. The pass comes through. Vega wasn't fully expecting that one. Now the Tofu Fortress goes slightly in front of the goal. Zichihan. Vega dribble, top side, not there. Rollout log, Zichihan can't pass for himself. Wiggly Wobbly jumping back to the lifeline, trying to do his best to support on both sides of the pitch. Now Spartan scrapes it up on the goal line there, dodges the Summer Assault stun from Tihan. That was almost coming through. Well done. Small little micro positionings come through here once more. Core Flip interrupted by Vega's Tofu Fortress once more, trying to split the wickets, but Soren's got enough speed. There it is, forward, stops the core. Wiggly Wobbly almost collects it once more. But not that time, and now Spartan powerfully sends it away up to the top corner. Still moving quite quickly, and Soren's got that knife's edge as well that we talked about at the beginning. That's one of the only reasons why this is working as well. It is just the second it goes to the opposite corner, it's as good as in. GMU up 2-0, starting to make a little bit of a comeback, but don't call it a comeback yet.
Yeah, really. I don't know. GMU has these passing plays. No forward. One thing at a time. But these passing plays are so perfect. It feels like Wiggly Wobbly is always there to support Vega on offense, and put in a ton of work. Meanwhile, Itihan is 1v1ing Spartan, and Minmouse is just kind of permanently on defense. Here, things are really rough. Itihan taking a lot of damage, and GMU, it feels like, just has the speed to keep up with the core and keep it on offense constantly. Spartan's able to just get it out almost every time, and with a little bit of help from Vega, Itihan has been assassinated.
Finally able to get taken off the pitch here. Maelstrom comes through, sweeps and pauses the play for just a moment. Vega looking to dribble. Wiggly Wobbly now down to the bottom corner as well. Vega trying to be a little bit more careful here, given by the fact that he knows he doesn't have a lot of energy for evades. Now strike off the center base drum. Overtime now. Core's going to continue speeding up. Lifeline comes through. Wiggly Wobbly bounces back, tries to help out. Isn't even needed down there, though, and is able to score it up in the front lines. Gets it. Sneaks another drone right past Soren, and suddenly it's GMU now looking to take one more set to send us to a game 3.
Yeah, running away with this game. And big set win, big reward. Wiggly Wobbly has picked up Monumentalist. Now's Best Awakening, locked in there. And that's Timeless Monu as well. These creations are going to be massive, and I think that's going to be game-changing in a game that they were already winning. That was a 3-0 set.
How about Vega, too? Now double size with the built different and demo. Picked up Fight or Flight earlier, got a little bit of extra speed from not only the haste of Wiggly Wobbly, but also from the extra sparks from Spartan. So this Dubu is probably feeling himself. One large boy out there on the field.
Absolutely. Big guy, fast guy, which is deadly
don't
combo.
tell me going back to the big guy stuff. No.
He's huge. Would you prefer large guy? Monumentally sized guy.
I'll just bite my tongue. I will just bite my tongue. Any event. Speaking of biting tongues, this one's balancing on the knife's edge even still. Gonna hit the drums
really,
a couple
wow.
times. Actually, barrier saved by the monumentalist, or the timeless creator Maelstrom, I should say, coming in from mid-mouse. Here's the core flip from Soren to get it away from the barriers once more. Tofu Fortress comes in just a little bit too early again. Core flip from E.T. Han doesn't come up with the core and is now low on stagger, almost ready to get his drone, recovery drone, taken away. Nice lifeline coming in from Wiggly Wobbly, sends the core away. Vega now finds the KO with Tofu Fortress. It's still in creation corner here, still looking to try to poke it back, but Soren finds a way to hold it there. Must have been like 4 or 5 things you had to do, and those are much easier said than done because you got to layer everything to make sure that your strike cooldown is going to be back up when the next time you need to use it is. And well done by Soren. Holding that one, and now tries to get it away with pass splitter. Even still, rollout log down Wiggly Wobbly. Wasn't ready for the pass that time. Mouse is going to be able to get it up to E.T. Han, with Spartan able to punch it right back through to the forwards on the other side of the pitch. So GMU, there's the... Whoa, okay, that was a bounce of all time coming right off of the ensnare drums. And it'll go over to E.T. Han, who will be able to find the goal.
Yeah. Well, hey, raise your hand if you were not expecting that bounce. Is okay.
Everyone
It's a
should be
judgment-free
raising their
zone.
hand
I was
right
not
now.
expecting that bounce. My hands up. That was dirty. But hey, you take what you can get, and sometimes a goofy little bounce is all you need to get things going. And Lakeland taking the first point this set might be able to bring us to a set 5. You know, we're seeing this offense that they have going, and they're winning the 2v3 here, you know, getting it through. So it seems Lakeland has kind of pulled themselves up. And with a huge KO on Spartan, they're looking really good this set.
Nice Tofu Fortress here out now, but it's going to bounce actually on the other side of the bass drum in the center. Penalty killed by your own Tofu Fortress. Spartan's back online, has a strike shot here, looking to try to find the save, but didn't have the speed in time. E.T. Han, beautiful shot placement there, and now it's 2-0 once more for Lakeland. About to send us to a set 5.
Yeah. Soren sitting on the core flip. If I'm GMU right now, I'm a little upset because those last 2 sets were such big wins. You know, you got to be feeling it a little bit, and now you got to come back down and get through. I was gonna say I'm sitting here wondering how we're gonna get through Soren's flip. Don't have to. He walked up and used it, and Spartan able to defend. But oh my God, Etion going for another dirty bounce. Coming out with Vega trying to get it through this Asher here. A little tough, but GMU gets both barriers. This is their chance to come back this set.
Need to find a way to score. Tofu Fortress out a little bit early again. Doesn't find the KO against Spartan, and now was able to use that core flip. Gets it right back up here to Vega. Tofu Fortress gut checks Soren once more. Summer Assault stopped the core for just a moment, but Spartan's still able to win the engagement. Overtime now. Wiggly Wobbly tries to pick up the core. No dice that time. Slips right past the Bewitching Beam over to Soren, who is ready once more. By the way, he's got core flip again, folks. They're in the back lines, but the rollout log will be what scores the goal before the core gets back over to the Lakeland side of the pitch. It is set 5 now, and E.T. Han is going to get his pick of the litter here up first. Not a lot, really feels like, online at this point, especially for a Dubu here. But we'll see what happens at this point. It's just who's got the better nerves and who's going to be able to make it to Grand Finals.
Yeah, and that's a Stagger Swagger pickup for E.T. Han, which is scary because that's a lot of speed. The guy's going to be moving fast. It's just at base, not even conditionally, like how fight or flight works. That'd be really hard to handle. So, the 2 dash awakenings on mid mouse, gonna be giving a ton of speed to Etion and Soren too, and Soren who just already has infinite speed. And that's a KO on Wiggly Wobbly, frame 1. Wow.
Immediately take it off the pitch. Other thing I want to talk about here, though, Spartan picks up a 3rd spark here, now has focus, agility, and leadership. A little more speed coming into Vega and Wiggly Wobbly both. But of course, Soren's got plenty of his own speed here. Now, my goodness, KO'd once more. Vega this time has taken off the pitch. Power play continues for Lakeland. The path splitter comes in to creation corner. Looking for something more here. Beautiful flip. Just a little bit too late, though, by Spartan to hold that barrier. Sentry drone out here. Wiggly Wobbly looking to try to get something done on the forward side. Now there's the Tofu Fortress. Creation corner once more. That one's not going to be defended, no matter how many abilities you got at your disposal, Soren. Path splitter will finally come out, saving the second one. Etihan looking for the KO against Spartan. Couldn't find it there. Still stands tall. Somersault from Vega backwards here. Looking to try to find this KO versus Etihan. That Tofu Fortress made things mighty difficult. Now, recovery drone will be getting procced. We'll send Etihan back to the other side of the pitch, though. Soren being careful. Moving up here on the bottom side. A little bit of that knife's edge speed. Still 0-0 here in set 5. Remember, Lakeland wins. They're on to grand finals. GMU just sends us to Atlas's lab on game 3. Still looking for a goal here as the core continues bouncing around and going around the world of Taiko Temple. And snare drums, once again, bailed out Spartan, looking for something on the bottom side. Weird bounce, okay, off the post, but able to find a way to get it out. Vega now somersault forward, not able to find it. Here's the core flip, still denied. Spartan almost holds, but Han's able to get the best of that engagement, and the Tofu Fortress was on the way.
Yeah, Etihan just had all of his abilities up, able to defend against everything Spartan had. Catch it with all of his big Dubu moves that just block off all of Spartan's attempts to try and get through. And Lakeland's taking the first point. Like you said, it's Lakeland wins this, that's it. They're in grands. GMU still has another game to go. And so daunting trying to come back in a set here, but they're holding on to this barrier right now. Tofu Fortress coming out from Vega to help defend. They're not done yet.
Spartan was close to getting KO'd there, almost dropped on stagger, but Lifeline came in, picked up an Oregon out. The creation quarter comes out yet again, bites the Tofu Fortress. Here comes the core flip from Sword, still denied. Somehow GMU is able to send it away. Spartan still holds, finds a way to keep this one alive, but Soren has walked all the way forward. And if you can't win the strike war versus Asher in her own net, you're not going to win the strike war versus Asher on your own side either. Goes into the goal, and now it is match point for Lakeland.
Incredibly scary situation for GMU right now. They have to make something happen, but Spartan has a flip. Really good if they can just get a little bit of offensive momentum. And Vega's been doing this thing where he drops the Tofu Fortress and then evades through it to get deeper into the corner and start getting things done, and I really like it. It's really been helping. Eminent Mouse looking a little low. And this is what GMU needs. This point is looking in their favor right now.
For the moment, but they got to be careful. Maelstrom almost collects the core and sends it into the first barrier. Not there yet. Vega won't be able to strike the core away. And even still, the collapse is starting to come through. Soren starting to join the party as well. Sentry going quickly wobbly down the other side. Here's the creation corner once more. Rolled out log, able to find that barrier. Maelstrom almost takes Vega off the pitch, but no, not that time. Pass comes through, mixes up Soren. GMU is still alive for now.
Yeah, wow. What a great shot from Vega, and they're still here. They're still treading water, making it happen. The set's not over yet. Oh, that is unfortunate. Tofu Fortress locked away Spartan though.
They can lock away Spartan and the core. That matter.
Yeah, the 2-for-1 special.
Never come out. Oh no. Misfire there on the sentry drone. Wiggly Wobbly sends it back to one of the barriers of GMU, but one's taken away. ET Han now bounced around low on Stagger. Lifeline comes back through. Wiggly Wobbly tries to get involved, but no. Spartan didn't actually have a clearing angle there at all, and now, my goodness, Tofu Fortress almost accelerates it backwards. But the core flip was there from Spartan. Now ET Han, slight little redirect up to the top corner, and it will be Lakeland defending their title here in the grand finals coming up in just a bit.
Yeah, wow. What an ending to such an exciting set 5 that game. But Lakeland will be moving on. And, you know, unsurprising. Makes sense. I saw it coming. But I don't know. I'm always happy to watch GMU. They're always putting up a performance. And hey, going to losers finals, not bad. You know, still like top 3 guaranteed, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see GMU show up for the run back in grands, you know?
Certainly could have been the case. And, you know, of course, worth noting that Lakeland, anytime you try downing this team, they're there. I'm telling you, folks, it's that simple, right? They're now in grand finals, waiting to see who their opponent's going to be. Let's take a look now at the bracket. The grand finals, of course, will be Lakeland versus whoever's coming up next. And speaking of whoever's coming up next, let's take a look at the losers bracket. On the Strikers Central stream, it was UCLA taking down the UT Dallas Crew. And now that 7th seed out of the UCLA Bruins is going to go up against these GMU Patriots. Now have been battle tested. Probably going to need a little bit of a break after that nail biter in the last one. But Yoshi, what do you think we're going to be able to expect in the next matchup?
I might be slightly more biased on this one.
No.
Just a little bit. But I think UCLA has been playing out of their minds. I said we could see GMU in Grams on the run back. We could also see UCLA, take it. I think they have what it takes. 7th seed or not, been playing out of their minds. Played yesterday with the sub in the goal box. Now have the main roster and are looking to take it all. I'd put my money on UCLA, but hey, GMU after that performance, if they can pick themselves back up and say, we're still in this, we still got it, could put up a big fight.
It's all about that mental composure, as we've learned so far today. And of course, the last couple matches here are going to be so close, folks. So go grab a bathroom break yourself. We're going to be right back. And on the other side of this break, you'll see losers finals between the GMU Patriots and the UCLA Bruins. This UCLA team trying to come back for revenge, and the Patriots trying to solidify themselves at the top of Collegiate Omega Strikers. Of course, Lakeland awaits the victor. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. The X isn't super surprising from someone like ET Han, right? Typically wants to go over to this X. If that's left up, you could almost be assured that will get selected. And
big issue here is that Era X, and specifically X, is really weak because he can just die. Oh my god, hey, you know what's not weak? Goalie's walking out.
Still possession over to Lakeland, and another KO comes through for E.T. Han. There's the barrier with the core flip, and Soren once again has joined the party. E.T. Han's there to put it back. Of course, Juliet will take you out no matter what stagger. Vega will do just that. Now Minbound can't quite hold the barrier. Passing play. Vega will score. Finds that.
Even getting the glass cannon taken down, still has a lot of speed and covering both these barriers. Now both barriers down for GMU. And
And Wiggly lost it. Looking to try to get this one up to Vega. The pass splitter is there. Now there goes the Flying Phoenix already. Won't have that to try to score this thing. And E.T. Han, GMU squad. Here's the Tofu Force. Spartan comes back online. But of course, the top side, Min-Mouse, room to work. E.T. Han rushing forward. And now Spartan can't intercept that. And now Vega's trying to pick up the KO. This is the opportunity for the goal. Soren, though, has that energy burst already online. Vega up to Wiggly Wobbly. Beautiful passing play and quick thinking. Tofu Fortress even still, but it goes past Wiggly Wobbly again. It just continues to be an onslaught here. Soren is defending everything.
5 points and be 1 point away from winning the game.
And these donuts are doing Spartan no favors. I think he just got trapped by his own Tofu Fortress. On combo Spartan away. And Wiggly Wobbly once again has to try to save. Gets that one with the primary. All right. And now has the secondary. There's the core flip though. Right.
Yeah. Here comes the big tofu. Very nice. Hey, right up there with Manu on now, which is one of her best awakenings. That being said, E.T. Han, 1 HP and a dream, trying to get through. Gets knocked out, but Min-Mouse.
Wobbly, and now it finally goes off the bounce, but Min-Mouse dropped back and was able to be there for the clear. Now E.T. Han dives in, and that's sent to get too far behind him. Now Vega trying to go for a creative play off the center base drum, not able to find anything there either. Still sent away, and now relatively content though. GMU feel themselves in this point in particular after that massive Tofu Fortress coming out from Vega. Looking for the shot again before that one gets taken away by the Tofu Fortress. The beach ball party, Vega now once more down to Wiggly Wobbly. They're looking for these goals again, and the passing plays have been tight just a moment. Now we'll trap E.T. Han down, but Min-Mouse almost denies that core flip. Spartan was ready for it though. Gets sent away. This time though, he gets for that time. E.T. Han now once more in position. Spartan wins the strike war, and Wiggly Wobbly is trying his best to get this one over to Vega, but Min-Mouse continues to be in position, and Spartan Agility and Spartan Leadership combination. Suddenly we're feeling pretty speedy right now for GMU, and it's just enough to almost bait Soren into that one. But like inside of the pitch, Wiggly Wobbly now looking for the shot. The core flip's going to get used. Spartan has a strike shot to send it away. E.T. Han wasn't able to do it that time. The top corner. Still moving quite quickly, and Soren's got that nice edge as well that we talked about at the beginning. That's one of the only reasons why this is working as well. A lot of energy for evades. Now it's right off the center base drum. Overtime now. Core's going to continue speeding up. Lifeline comes through. Wiggly Wobbly bounces back, tries to help out. He could pass that time. Now he's going to be able to get it up to E.T. Han, the Spartan. Able to punch it right back through to the forwards on the other side of the pitch. GMU. There's the now, but it's going to bounce actually on the other side of the base drum in the center. Penalty killed by your own Tofu Fortress. Spartan's back online, has a strike shot here, looking to try to find Wobbly. Tries to pick up the core, no dice that time. Slips right past the bewitching beam over to Soren, who is ready once more. By the way, he's got core flip again, folks. There in the back of the offside. Weird bounce. Okay, off the post, but able to find a way to get it out. Vega now somersault forward, not able to find it. Here's the core flip, still denied. Spartan almost holds. Lifeline came in, picked up an Oregon out, reached the quarter, comes out yet again, fights Tofu Fortress. Here comes the core flip from Sword, still denied. Somehow GMU is able to send it away. Spartan still holds. Finds a way to keep this one alive, but Soren has walked on the near side. Here's the creation corner, once more, rolled out log, able to find that barrier. Maelstrom almost takes Vega off the pitch, but no, not that time. Pass comes through, mixes up Soren. Actually have a clearing angle there at all, and now, my goodness, Tofu Fortress almost accelerates it backwards. But the core flip was there from Spartan. Now
We've been playing new patch a lot, preparing for other tournaments, so it's been a little hard to find time to practice old patch, but I don't think it's gonna hold us back from accomplishing big things as long as we just go in with a clear head.
I'm just the best collegiate brawler. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, who's better than me, right? Like,
No,
I mean,
it's
I beat Snake.
Yeah, he killed you 40 times, but yeah,
Hey,
yeah, you
yeah.
just beat him.
Yeah, but I won though. It's
That's GMU lore. We die, and we'll still find a way to win. We just clutch it out somehow. 2v3, 1v3, whatever. We find a way.
Vega lore is to die 10 plus times and still win.
The upset would be SLU, yeah, for sure.
It's the one we've been aiming for months now. We're shooting for the stars here. We want the undefeated team to go defeated. Because, I mean, who cares about regular season, right? It's all about playoffs. That's where it matters the most. And you know what? I think GMU's ready to absolutely slaughter playoffs. Not gonna lie.
What's really cool about GMU as a college is I think we've just been very lucky where we just have really good players. And unironically, I think Omega Strikers, just numbers wise, is probably technically like one of our best esports.
Hello, I am Gramella. I'm the midfielder for UCLA and I study microbiology.
Hi, I'm Water Fury, or Seth, and I'm third year at UCLA. I'm the goalie, and I study linguistics.
Last season was a really rough time for me. This season is less so. I feel like I'm much more polished than I was last season. But
All
at the same
pro.
time, I think my expectations are a little higher for myself. I mean, I just love this game, so I'm excited to play.
I mean, yeah, I'm the same old me. You know, I'm just playing the game I love, Omega Strikers, and helping out other players. Longhorn Gaming, those are my guys, so excited to see what they can do. But yeah,
I don't know. I feel like I'm more confident than I was last season. Last season, I would make a lot of I still make a lot of mistakes. Let's be clear. But this season, I think I make a lot less, and I'm able to do things that I just wasn't able to do last year or last season. So I'm feeling pretty good about myself going into playoffs. Besides the fact that I'm not going to be playing on my normal setup.
let's see. Shout out to Slop. That guy's the GOAT. He's gone, but not forgotten. Everybody who runs CCL. Shout out to you, Mr. Surf, you're the GOAT.
So shout out 3Z's mom.
Real.
That's true.
Welcome back to the CCL. We're in the losers finals. There are only 3 teams left. We went from over 45 teams in the regular season down to just 3. And AJ has been along for the entire ride this whole season. AJ, how are you doing this evening?
I mean, honestly, I'm doing fantastically. Seeing these matches that we've had today, seeing some of the matches that I've gotten to be able to cast to see, I mean, it's good Omega Strikers, and Omega Strikers is already good, so it's like twice as good. So
it's twice the fun in reality, right? It's amazing. But what is amazing is the fact that UCLA and GMU are the losers finals participants here. UCLA made up of 3Z Breezy Grimella and their goalie Water Fury. GMU, Vega, Wiggly Wobbly, and Spartan. These guys mean business, and they have defeated their demons here, beating SLU in the first round, losing to Lakeland in the last series that you saw right here on Odyssey Interactive, facing off against the surging UCLA squad that barely beat Longhorn Gaming yesterday. They are just, let's see, like 9 goals away? Not 9, 18 goals away. They are 18 goals away. Math is not my strong suit, AJ. 18 goals away from making it into the grand finals in a showdown with Lakeland. What a story that is.
Indeed, and it'll be really cool to see them. I mean, they are posed to do the Sad Boys run. You go into the losers bracket early, and then you are just playing on a knife's edge throughout the entire bracket. And I mean, it's like this match, 2 really good teams going to be fighting up against each other, and then the next match as well. So I am looking forward to the next roughly 3 hours of Omega Strikers, because this is going to be some of the best that we've gotten in a long time, for a long time. So you'll love to see it.
Keep your eyes locked here. You don't want to go anywhere else. The CCL finals are upon us, and something else that's upon us. These map picks and bans. Let's talk a little bit about that. As of right now, UCLA banned Tycho, Temple, and Gates of Obscura. Those are pretty much the only ones that you see banned. You don't see Goo a whole lot either. GMU took out Imes and Demon Dice, leaving map 1 to be Oni Village, UCLA's pick. Map 2, Atlas Labs, will be GMU's pick, and map 3 will be Night Market. AJ, what is the thought process that you think that these maps were picked?
Yeah, so Oni Village is a nice core control map. You don't get too much brawling on that one. So it's really going to be about the control in that map. And so usually teams that take that are wanting to control the core, which makes it really surprising that it's Team UCLA with 3Z Breezy, one of the goated brawlers, is picking it up. But I guess he's just looking for that Grimella carry, just saying, you know what, I've done a lot of brawling today. I'm just going to sit back on the Slick Kicks X. I'm just going to run around, hit the court a couple times, and Grimella's got it. So I think that I think is going to be the rationale there on that one.
Potentially.
And then going into the Atlas Labs, that's another one that's kind of a fusion of the core control and brawl. So you get a lot more brawl than on Oni Village, and especially if you can use the black hole like these very skilled players can. We might see a bit more of a brawl comp out there, and from what I've seen, is UCLA's strong suit. So if they manage to win the map 1 on that more core control heavy, I think they can really take game 2 here. But I really want to see that game 3 on Night Market as well, because that would be a bloody map too.
We haven't seen a map 3 all day today. It's been 2-0s from the start of the stream all the way until now. Let's hope we see something really, really fun here, because look, we need some entertainment, and I know that the Losers Finals has the entertainment. You've got great personalities on both sides, from 3Z Breeze and Grimella of Sundubu Strikers fame, alongside Water Fury of the Bozo Bunch. And you got Vega, Wiggly Wobbly, Spartan. These guys have been playing at GMU the past 1.5, 2 years, I want to say. These guys have stuck through it, put their nose to the grindstone, learned the fundamentals, and they've gotten right into it. So this is just going to be a very fun game, and it's kind of just up to however things go from here. We're starting on Oni Village. I think that is UCLA's best map, but we'll see what happens out of there. Maybe GMU has some plans up their sleeves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to have a plan going up against UCLA, because they are a good team. And I mean, Grimella, really good on the midfield, which allows 3Z Breezy to just go full kill. He can just go X-Brain if he wants to. He's really good at controlling the core. You wouldn't think it, but he is. But a lot of the times, he can just freely leave that to Grimella, can just stand in the goalie box hitting you. And so you really need to be able to have a plan to counteract him brawling and Grimella just enabling him to do that. Not even to mention Water Fury, who the forwards are so good on UCLA that it almost seems like most of the time Water Fury can't even get to touch the core. He just has the opportunity to play the game. But when he does, he's usually really solid on that. So even if you manage to get it past the forwards, you still also have to get it past a pretty good goalie. So
yes, and both these goalies are insane, I do have to say as well. Spartan and Water Fury both have leveled up from last season, and especially the Water Fury arc, the grinding arc is insane. Got to shout out UCLA for that, got to shout out Water Fury for that, but Spartan, oh my goodness, he was making saves today in that SLU GMU match that I've never seen in my entire life. I would also like to formally apologize to SLU for jinxing them this morning, as I, in a fit of rage, put on an SLU jersey and screamed that they've got this, and then they lost. My bad, everybody. So I'm not going to say who's going to win either of these matchups, and we're just going to go from there. We're going to go from there, AJ.
Mm-hmm. Just got to check one thing real quick. Apologize.
You're all good. I think we are waiting for the match to start. That's what I want to say here. It looks like there was a bit of an error in the game. That's why it's taking a little bit longer to get here into this one. So we are looking at this at the moment. So things are going off, but there we go. I think I'm chatting with Grimella and Water Fury right now, and they're asking, are they in this version? So I think we should be fine. We're ready to go.
Yep. That was the slight error on my part. I did not join the match on the tournament realm, so I was holding it up. That is 100% my bad. I do apologize for that. I will let y'all go to y'all's.
We're all good. We're all good. We're in the queue. We're going into Oni Village. Sorry for the delayed chat. But this is it. This is it. Whoever wins here is going to the grand finals, and then grand finals is it. But you understand what I mean. Everybody gets it. Everybody understands.
This is it for one of the teams.
This is it for one of the teams. One of the teams will be going home sad. The other team has a shot at those sweet Core i9 processors. So we'll see how it happens and how things unfold in this matchup. AJ, how are you feeling about this matchup? Do you think we're going to see something surprising, or do you think UCLA is just going to ruin their way into this?
I mean, I'm kind of hoping for the UCLA Sad Boys run, because that'll be really, really cool to see. But GMU Patriots, they can definitely put some work out there. So I don't know. It feels like I want to root for both teams. Yeah. I know they're both really good teams, so I know we're going to get some good Omega Strikers content. I'm just hoping for the game 3. I don't care who wins that game 3. I just want to see the game 3. So let's hope that works out.
We got loading bugged there as well, so we're retrying it again.
All right, there we go. Might actually be back in the game, unless it just launched.
Exactly right. All right, and we changed up the title as well. We're on Oni Village. Look at those beautiful logos right there. Shout out to Maya, aka Red Snow, for making all that work. And Prize Fighter Twin Drive are starting awakenings here on the Village of Oni. Let's see what the bands look like here. Looks like Mako might be a Mako. We got the Estelle band coming out here. It makes sense because Wiggly Wobbly and Vega both have very, very good Estelles.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what the ban is coming from UCLA. It looks like it is Kazan. Actually, sorry, for UCLA, it is Kazan. Gotta keep Grimella and 3Z off of the Umbrella Man there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely terrifying when 3Z gets his hand on a really good hero, or striker, sorry. Looking to potentially pick up the Rasmus here. Actually a really good pick on the Oni Village. Just a nice forward brawler that can really sink it through a goalie to get those corners, which can be really tough on Oni Village sometimes. And then just also has the hook, so he can always play a midfield for himself a little bit at the same time. So Grimella can carry cover a lot wider of an area with the hook to get the other part of it. So, and we see a Mirror Rasmus actually, so it's gonna be cool to see that coming out.
Mirror Rasmus on that nice magician skin too. Everybody taking Twin Drive. Nobody wanted anything to do with Prize Fighter. So we'll have double the secondaries that in this matchup as of right now. We're on to kickoff now, and Water Fury looking to start things interesting lead, but look at that. A 1-2 punch here from GMU. The goal is now open for the Patriots. Can they score it is the question.
I mean, honestly, on Oni Village, most of the problem is getting that second barricade. So getting the double barricade right off the start is just so insane for GMU. Just an absolute, just amazing start to start the first point of this series like that. Looking strong for them, and looking even stronger as it bounced along the bottom there. Great by Wiggly Wobbly there on the Juno, just bouncing along the bottom there. Don't have to have a super fast core if it's not what the goalie is, and really well played there.
Wiggly Wobbly's Juno is something to admire. It is amazing how this guy just goes off on this Juno as well. So if you are UCLA, you're looking to shut down that Juno any possible way you can. UCLA has the open goal now, but the back pass goes through and makes it so that the goal barrier is gone, but 3Z Breezy says, I don't care about that. Throw out that UCF Knights logo. I think chat, can you spam that real quick? I think it's UKF, I want to say. I don't know. I'm not a knower. That's just me.
Yeah, just 3Z absolutely putting on. He's putting on just the Rasmus forward clinic there. Just really well played. He used all of the abilities in the perfect way to dribble the core along the bottom there and sink it through the goalie. But a corporate from Spartan is going to stop it a second time, but it's still 2 barricades to none. Vega, though, with a good Rasmus primary there as well. Sort of the quintessential Rasmus stuff there. 3Z Breezy hitting it backwards through Vega to get it to his goalie to keep control, but unfortunately Water Fury a little late on the strike there. Means that both goals are going to be open. Vega's shattered, dodges away from the Mako ult that would have killed him. And 3Z Breezy has the corp on the bottom. There's probably going to look to use it when it's a little closer to the goal, but the core goes by him. Slime's hitting him all over the place. There it is. He's going to core strike to the top side. And that is going to be a goal. 2-1 up for UCLA.
Bruins are cooking here, and especially for seeing Vega right now. He's been getting staggered a lot as we speak. So UCLA is definitely looking for those. Look at that beautiful pass there as well from 3Z from Water Fury as well. So 3Z's looking to dribble it down. Spartan does a beautiful roll, but the midfield and forward pressure here is a little too much. Vega, good job with that hook, keeping 3Z Breezy out of the wave, at least for one more second. One goal barrier going down here. Water Fury scoops up that last little bit. Spartan back, but into the core flip of Gramella. 3-1 UCLA. And as 3Z said in chat before, pray for GMU.
Yeah, and that was actually a really great core flip as well because it also denied the Juno slime that Wiggly Wobbly threw down there. And that's going to be Rasmus getting something he likes. Recovery drone is what's going to be hovered. Size on Rasmus is one of his best abilities. He has 2 different melees, his secondary and primary. Recovery drone as well for the save is a little nice as well. But we have Dubu potentially picking up a siege machine. Rapid fire also really good on him. Even a cast to last, but rapid fire is going to be the pickup. Quick strikes over to Mako is really nice. Stacking up that passive sooner, just having more defense. Heavy impact going to Rasmus again, primary and secondary for both of those. You can hit multiple targets, you can get the resets, and just more damage as well. Aerials on Kai, really good for speed, really good for range, so he can hit you with things you don't expect. And then a CTL going the way of Juno, just making sure those Blobos last as long as possible.
Blobos need to last here, and especially if like a striker says walk through it or anything like that happens, or it just despawns, you need that extra time with those Blobos to make an impact. So great pick by Wiggly Wobbly. One goal barrier down a piece here. Spartan with the roll, but great snipe by Gramella on the Kai. Those flames helping out a ton. Water Fury does the pass away from the bottom goal barrier, but Gramella looks like he has an angle here. Spartan keeps it away. Gramella looking a little scary at the moment. Vega doing some dribbling, getting that energy up. Gramella intercepts, but Wiggly Wobbly trying to get it back as well. 3Z throws it up, lets it bounce, goes in 1-0.
Yeah, a little bit of a up and down bouncer at the end. You're always sweating as a goalie on that. So Spartan was trying to rush to get to the core, and 3Z took the absolute best timing on there. Knows that Spartan's going to strike soon. He goes, that is a kill going the way of George Mason, though. Rip Gramella died there, unfortunately, for UCLA, but really good for George Mason, who's looking to capitalize on it to get that second barricade. But the defense from Water Fury with those quick strikes on Mako is just way too good. Spartan's caught in the middle, might lose the second barricade, has to core flip to get it away from there, keep the tempo. 3Z Breezy send it along the bottom. The Mako primary also misses, a little bit too short range on that, but so far the barricades are standing. Vega has control of the core, but 3Z ult is going to knock him away to let Gramella intercept it. And there you go. Finally, it's the Mako primary of all things to get it. And Breezy actually uses up that recovery drone. Has a penchant for using it up just to get a little bit more pressure on the opponents and really pick it up. And Grimella with the barrage to get it right into the goal there. Just really well done. Kai classic right there. Hit core at goal and then primary behind it.
Great stuff from Grimella, especially with that chemistry that 3Z and Grimella have had over 2 years in Omega Strikers. That chemistry works very well between these two forwards. Water Fury, I mean, have to give him another shout out here. I already did it beforehand, but Grimella and 3Z picked up Water Fury alongside Balex. Water Fury has grinded the game in the offseason. Last season, UCLA got 5th, 6th in the playoffs. Now, this season, at least will grab a 3rd place shout here. Goal barrier down. 3Z Breezy has flipped. Grimella almost shoots it towards 3Z, but Wiggly gets right in between there. Goal barrier down here for GMU. There hasn't been a whole lot of noise from the Patriots side so far. This might be their chance to do it. 3Z Breezy is super low, and they grab the kill. Vega takes out the core flip with it. GMU has the power play for the next 7 seconds. Grimella is just going to be a nuisance in this midfield. Keep it away from everybody you know, especially with Water Fury. With that core flip, they have the defense in mind there. 3Z Breezy comes back. Core flip from Spartan to stop 3Z. Core flip from Water Fury to bring it back up to 3Z. 3Z and Vega, a bit of a Rasmus duel here at the bottom of your screen. Vega brings it down. 3Z almost shoots it up at Spartan with the interception. Amazing core strike values there. But 3Z, I mean, look, 3Z, you are in that bottom core pocket there. You can only do so much if you're Spartan. You can't defend forever.
Mm-hmm. It is only a matter of time before Grimella sends it in there. You're trying to keep it away from 3Z. You're so focused on that Rasmus who has the hook, who has the primary, has the secondary, has his whole kit available, it seems, every time he's up there. And then you hit it up and there's a Kai waiting for you there anyways. So a little bit of an awkward situation for Spartan. Did the best he could, but that's going to be Kai Grimella with the first pick here. Going into this. Has prime time potentially for the barrage. Is going to pick that right up. On the Rasmus built difference is going to be picked up for that size.
Maybe Timeless Creator. Maybe Timeless Creator for 3Z here. Probably Demolitionist if I had to be honest. There's goes the Demolition. The 1-2 punch comes from 3Z. Needs that extra kick there. Water Fury with the skates, and then you've got Timeless Creator going off to Wiggly Wobbly for those extra Juno splashes.
Also, 3Z with that 1-2 punch pickup, great deny onto the Juno. Hotshot is usually the one that really gets the attention for the Juno, but 1-2 punch is also really amazing. It's so easy to proc it on Juno. One primary is enough to do it if they hit it back into the slime, so you always have to watch out for that one. And Vega, though, really good there. Use the secondary to proc the barricade, and that's 2 barricades. And there we go. It's like the map flip. Are you sure you didn't switch the teams around? Because that looked a lot like UCLA getting both the barricades and just scoring a goal like it was nothing. But on this time, it was George Mason, so well done to them.
George Mason picking up a little bit more momentum here. Even though UCLA is 3 goals away from taking the first map, GMU is not going down without a fight. And we say this a lot. We say this, if it's a 2-0, it's a close 2-0. It's, it was closer than it seems. This is actually feeling a lot closer than it seems so far in today's journeys here. Especially with how things are going right now. What a great stop by Spartan, though. And another one! Another one from Spartan. You can't stop that. Breezy has core flip, looks to use it. Passes it backwards, I believe, towards Grimella. I don't know what the thought process was there. I think they're just trying to do something, I guess. I don't know. Vega's gone. Breezy gets the KO there. Grimella has flipped too, so both these forwards will use that, but it gets immediately stuffed by Wiggly Wobbly. Breezy back towards Grimella, probably trying to get Grimella to do a score or 2 here. A little bit of unusual behavior, if I had to say so.
I think the biggest thing is they're just trying to play it around and pass it around so they don't expect what angle it's coming, because against a goalie as good as Spartan, against a team as good as GMU, you can't just hit it straight at them. They will predict it, they will play against it, and Spartan fails the core flip parry! I cast or cursed him, I'm so sorry GMU, I was just talking about how good he is.
Unfortunate.
But that does happen. You just hit it at the goalie sometimes, and it does go through with Rasmus primary with other things as well. So a little unfortunate there, tying up 1-1 in this potentially final set of Game 1, but GMU can still come back.
GMU has the potential. All right, they're not dead in the water just yet. Good hook from 3Z Breezy to keep Spartan away from that goal barrier. It looks like they're going to do this exact same thing that AJ, you were saying before. Keep it going back and around. It looks like Vega is caught on to that strategy, goes back and just punches out another goal barrier. So we might see a little bit more stringent OS, more textbook OS being played from the UCLA guys. If it results in a goal here, Spartan gets back, grabs the core flip from back in downtown. Wiggly Wobbly and Vega both in this midfield looking to get a goal here. Grimella and 3Z are potentially suffocating both Wiggly and Spartan at the moment. We'll see what happens. Good wall, good tofu at the moment too. 1-2 punches all over the place, overtime. And look at that, Wiggly Wobbly into Vega with the goal there for GMU.
Was really good play there. Vega actually earlier was about 1 pixel off from scoring the goal much earlier, but sadly hit the corner instead of the goal, but in the end is able to find that one. Water Fury struck downwards with the primary, thinking that they were going to shoot it down, but they shot it from the top, so unfortunate prediction there from Water Fury, but a really good play from GMU.
Very good play from GMU. Goal barriers down at the moment. Grimella has the core flip. If you're GMU, here's what you got to be thinking. We got to be on defense and offensive mode because you got to defend from the suffocation that is 3Z Breezy and Grimella. But we also have to get on offense to get these goal barriers, get these goals, claw our way back into this match. And the best way to do that, in my opinion, is to just start damaging UCLA members. And that's exactly what Vega's trying to do here. Level discrepancy is a little bit off for both 3Z and Vega. We'll see how this plays out. 3Z almost grabs another angle, but Spartan is right there. Core flip comes out, takes it back around, but Water Fury with a good parry onto that core. Core flops down past Water Fury here. Drums coming out for some healing. And biffs the core flip there, potentially just using it for damage, but still biffs it. But what an angle! 3Z Breezy match point for UCLA.
Just a great angle, as you said. That primary up into the top, making it a red core in that overtime. Just so fast, you can hardly do anything against it. Even if you predict it, there's only so much you can do. You move so fast on that Dubu. But really good play to even get it to that point from both sides. We have Wiggly Wobbly jumping across the top to get that top barricade. And of course, the first one doesn't matter as much. Spartan's a little bit in the middle here, which I don't like to see as much. He sometimes gets caught out with that double barricade, but he's doing so well so far here. But Grimella managing to shove it down through Vega to 3Z, and 3Z taking the final shove through Spartan. And I was saying it in the other game the other day with UCLA versus the Longhorn Gaming. Grimella and 3Z are just experts at shoving it through somebody. They have seemingly practiced it like every second of every day for so long. But a core flip out of Wiggly Wobbly is not going to be able to save her because a counter flip from 3Z comes out, but Slime is able to push it forward. Even the Water Fury strike shot misses, unfortunately, but Grimella is always there, it seems, to pick up the slack.
Some good plays there as well by 3Z Breezy, just sitting on the core, waiting for Wiggly Wobbly to pounce. And there goes Wiggly Wobbly here. See you later. Adios. UCLA up 1-0, map away.
If I'm not mistaken, though, George Mason did lose. Oh, never mind. I apologize. That was a different game.
Different game. It's okay. It's fine. UCLA up 1-0. Let's take a look at these stats here. Look at this. The damage from Vega, 18k. Same with 3Z Breezy. Only the difference around 300 damage points, but the goal differential here is what is crazy. 3Z Breezy absolutely gapped Spartan. 57 saves, to be fair, but not enough for GMU to get any semblance of a victory here. Take a look at these replays as we speak, and you'll see why UCLA is just on fire today.
Yeah, they just have such a good control over the core. They know when to pass, they know when to shoot. So it almost seems like half the time George Mason can't even touch the core. It's like they're banished, and they just can't get to it in time. Because, I mean, UCLA, they just pass so much. They just play around the enemy players, but then when it's crucial, when it's important, they just go right through them. So just really well played there.
UCLA is just on fire. They're somewhere else. I believe, I want to say Water Fury, it probably has been brought up in the match day since game day we did this morning. I believe they found a PC cafe for Water Fury to play at. And again, the land discrepancy here is crazy. They have to play on Dallas because 3Z and Grimella are all the way in Los Angeles. Water Fury is on the East Coast. And then Spartan, Wiggly Wobbly, Vega are also on the East Coast. So we got to keep it fair. We have to play on Dallas. It means both these teams probably have upwards of 80 ping, which is better than just getting kidnapped to West or East regardless. But still, UCLA is here. They came to win. And they're paying homage to the former Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, the ping situation can be a little rough sometimes, but I mean, honestly, half the time, like, maybe you could see once or twice where the ping came into play, but honestly, it just seems like these players are just so good that they manage to predict the ping, play around the ping somehow, so you barely even see it. Definitely affecting them, but the game is still really good even still, so.
This game is interesting, to say the least. This is crazy, all right? 1-0 UCLA. If I'm not mistaken, I might be mistaken. I'm a bit of a yapper, okay, chat? Please, I see a lot of folks in the chat that can help me out here, but this might be the best placement in a big tournament for 3Z and Grimella. This might be. I'm not sure. I know they placed third at the Phoenix LAN at From the Ashes, which we were both at, by the way. It's great meeting you.
Yep.
They placed, I think they placed in Nassau before around 4th to 5th. But to be fair, they know what they're talking about. I'm not saying that CCL is an easy league, to be fair. This is a crazy league where any team, any day of the week can play and beat another team. But UCLA, I would say that 3Z and Grimella have trained Water Fury a lot more and have gotten that team cohesion much, much faster than GMU has so far.
Yeah, team coordination is really one of the biggest things in the CCL, especially last semester when you had a lot of teams that were just starting up their college, a lot of freshmen playing in, and so you really have to get a team together and play. So now you've had one semester of team play for a lot of these teams, but you were talking about it earlier, it was something like 2 years on the side of UCLA. So just that team advantage, knowing to play around each other, and you can really see it in the way that they were passing. So that they don't go too far and they know the strengths of their team so that they can just let things be. Because otherwise you get people grouping too much, you're trying to cover for somebody who doesn't need it, but you rarely ever see that on UCLA, so really good play by them there.
Really great play. As we get into Atlas's lab, chat, I'm feeling like this might be a UCLA sweep. I'm just going to warn y'all, all right? This might be interesting, all right? Kai, Luna, Vice here on the side for UCLA. Got 3Z, Breezy, Water Fury, Grimella. X and Juno. So Juno, Wiggly Wobbly's Juno, 3Z's X being banned out for now. We've got a hard lock of Drakkar onto Grimella. I think 3Z and Water Fury are just thinking out what's going to happen next.
3Z's been on that Luna grind lately. He played in the Longhorn Gaming series. Didn't actually play it in the 1 versus SLU because SLU permanently banned Luna every single game. And so he has been denied the Luna in the last game, but he's coming back with it. And you're probably going to see why it's about to be permanently banned if UCLA makes it through to the finals here. But there is still an opportunity here for GMU to do the reverse sweep. And I, of course, big fan of reverse sweeps. So we're going to see what happens. Spartan throwing out the Bongoni there. Love that emote to the death. So I am now rooting for GMU just because of that. I mean, they're also good players, but the emote is the most important thing in the game, of course.
Something that we forgot to mention as well, quick strikes 1-2 punch are the starting awakenings. Everybody on GMU taking those quick strikes to potentially strike a little faster, whereas the Luna and Vice on the side of UCLA take those 3Z Breezy and Water Fury taking the 1-2 punch. 1 goal barrier down a piece at the moment, and Vega super hurt as we speak. Oh no, there he goes. UCLA has the power play, will almost grab that goal barrier. Great roll though by Spartan on the Dubu. Spartan's one of the best Dubus in the league. I think second to, in my opinion, Maple from Longhorn Gaming. Just a great Dubu on the field here, and that's exactly what GMU needs. They need this goalie to keep it going here. Oh, jeez, Vega. Vega, I'm so sorry. Oh no, he's been knocked out twice, and it's just been one set so far. As Water Fury deflects it back. 3Z Breezy from middle court, looking like Caitlin Clark.
Such a good play there, and just the kill comp from UCLA already in the first point coming through is brutal. Usually a kill comp needs a couple of rounds to get those awakenings to really start coming out. They might win in the control a little bit, but they usually don't win as hard in the KOs immediately into the game. But, 3Z just knocking out the Dubu. Made of tofu, a little bit squishy, and so just gets sent flying off the map there. And a rocket from 3Z hits the core, hits the Vega, doesn't matter. One of them is going to get hit and probably dead. So Vega now already so low. It's so difficult to play against. And you might think, oh yeah, he has the quick strike, so he gets the extra energy gain. Doesn't matter if you can't strike the core at all. And so the strike economy is just so good for UCLA, even without that extra energy, because they're not having to spend it on these dashes, these dodges, and the death as well.
Whenever Dubu gets killed in this game, I always now think of the Dubu chair in the back. Yep. Dubu, Spartan, I'm sorry, you have just been turned into a chair, and you will now permanently reside behind Lunch Boy in his office. That is just what's gonna happen. Both goals are open though. UCLA has the power here. Up from 3Z Breezy, Wiggly Wobbly intercepts, but it doesn't matter. Luna is going nuclear, 2-0 so far for the Bruins.
The quick strikes just aren't able to have as much of an effect. It's so sad to see, but they're not able to engage with the core enough to use it. But we're going to see potentially after this set, depending on the awakenings, we can see something that can stumble coming up. That is a double barricade immediately for UCLA. Vega's already on a quarter of his HP. Now a tiny little sliver, but now healing. It saved Vega, but the goal was not able to be saved just because there's so much pressure coming out. Grimella is basically able to 1v2 in the midfield there just by doing damage with the goal lead. Now Water Fury there. We see Luna potentially picking up something or even denying the Stagger Swagger. We're going to see that as well.
Yeah, they're going to deny this Stagger Swagger here.
Yeah. Luna doesn't necessarily want the Stagger Swagger, but you don't want your opponents to get it because then they can actually live. We're going to see a Twin Drive picked up by now is really nice to just get a little bit of a few extra orbs going out when you really need them. Demo going to Rasmus Size is amazing. The Fighter Flight on the Drakkar is a really good pickup for him as well. Grimella's so fast off of that. Glass Cannon Vice just going to be doing more damage. And of course, the Spark of Agility going to Dubu instead of the Timeless Crater, kind of a bit of surprise. But at the same time, it's one Spark available on that first draft, so Sparks are going to be probably very good this game. And that's another kill going down onto Vega. So potentially Spartan can hope to get something like a Spark of Resilience, Spark of Leadership going, but lose another barricade there. Wiggly Wobbly hits the black hole, which actually does a lot of damage to Grimella, looking very low there, but manages to heal off the orb there. Potentially the option.
Water Fury. Water Fury!
Yep.
Wow.
One of your forwards is getting brawled down. Just throw your goalie in. Third forward, doesn't matter.
Third forward, it's fine. It works. We'll do it live.
Just really good on Water Fury to have that cover there, to know that Grimella needs to hang back to regenerate a little bit of health. And then just scores a goal on top of it. And Grimella picks a barricade. One barricade to one barricade, though, because GMU did take the start off the gate there. Wiggly Wobbly now sort of struggling to find a way past the wall of these very mobile characters in the team of UCLA who can just go back and forth so much. Just Water Fury ulting in the enemy goalie box, doing a bunch of damage to people. Doesn't matter if they die just yet, because they probably will here in a little bit. Either that or they get out of the way and you can score a goal. Great now arrow, though, managed to take control of the core. Core flip out of Grimella, sends it almost into the barricade, but Spartan still is on top of that defense. He may not be dead right now, and therefore it's enough to survive. But if they can get another kill onto him, there's nobody defending the goal. Breezy has the core, not going to use it just yet. Molten Bolt, it's Vega very low, and ult out of now is able to save it. The now arrow is really good, able to secure the barricade there, and that is an open goal for UCLA, but it's also one for GMU. The Luna also kills the Dubu, and Water Fury's there at the bottom to defend the Water Fury. Ooh, the Water Fury ults and everything else there. It's just, I mean, they just have so much to throw at GMU there to just kill the goalie. And then the goal is open, it doesn't matter. And Wiggly Wobbly was able to defend for a microsecond with the arrow, but it wasn't quite enough. Vega's already low, it's 10 seconds of the game, he's almost dead already. Manages to get healed, but
it's age over, AJ. It's age over, is what I'm hearing. I mean, I'm not saying that it's over, but look at that. Vega automatically just gets killed. Make that 2. 3Z Breezy is looking for blood, and there's only so much you can do if you're Wiggly Wobbly from this point of view. Keep forward, snaps it in. UCLA 3 goals away.
Wiggly Wobbly putting on as much of a good defense as you can there, but when you're in that 1v3, they just pass it back and forth a little, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's Aluna getting Missile Prop, Spark of Strength, Heavy Impact, or Built Different, even really good stuff. Vice is looking to hover the Heavy Impact. We're going to see what the Luna picks. Maybe even the Spark of Strength just denied from the Dubu, but not going to go there. The Missile Prop is really good on Luna, 20% extra damage on the Rocket and the ult, and you don't need the extra damage, which is really good. Spark of Strength on Dubu looking to brawl a little bit, and if this goes to more sets, that's going to be so powerful. Spark of Agility, Spark of Strength gets another spark that's going to be stacking up to 3, but you're going to have to get through a Heavy Impact now and a Built Different Rasmus. Or sorry, that's on the other, that's GMU's side. You're going to have to get through the enemy team.
They do need that, to be fair.
But granted, Gormella did pick up Monumentals to deny the Now. Now with Monumentalist is really big, it would have been a great pickup for GMU to get back into the game, so Gormella has to deny it, but that does mean you have a Drakkar who has no creations picking that up, so really, really good for GMU to see that, but not great to see Vega dying again. They just cannot stay alive. They're putting so much pressure on him, and there's not much you can do.
Too much pressure, and exactly, AJ, there's nothing you can really do here. The angles are going crazy!
Ooh.
Spartan! You Jubilee man, I love you so much. What a save from Spartan there. And look at that, GMU grabs a goal barrier off of that save, so maybe the mental is coming back a bit by bit, piece by piece. Vega, yet again, gets killed there by Breezy Breezy. Ramella on the Drakkar, looking to just push it through, and they do. 2 goals away.
It is looking bleak for the George Mason University reverse sweep. They have the potential still. They're not completely out of this game, but UCLA is trying to make sure that they are, and they're doing a really good job of this kill comp. The level difference is massive and cannot be understated here. The basically combined something like 5-6 levels up across UCLA versus GMU is so much. Vega managed to get the double barricade though. 3Z has that Corporal holding onto it, but Wiggly Wobbly is very low, hovering around the black hole, just trying to bait 3Z into it as well. Vega staying alive, but has to dodge Water Fury's ultimate. Spartan using the roller to save the barricade, but the lightning from Vice is able to secure it. 3Z Breezy managed to do that without the Corporal, has the Corporal potential, but that is actually a dead Gormella. Great George Mason firing back, but 3Z Breezy fires into the goal, and that's the important thing at the end of the day. Great core flip out of him.
3Z Breezy, they have families! My goodness, what a takedown here. UCLA, they are riding high here. They have not dropped the set. Ooh. There goes Vega yet again as 3Z Breezy gets 8 KOs. He is pondering his orb. 1 goal barrier goes down. Spartan tries to defend this last one, but it will also go down. 3Z Breezy, some extra dribbles, a victory lap, if you will. But Vega does not want this game to end now. 1 goal barrier down. Middle, black hole comes back, and Vega and Wiggly Wobbly are trying their hardest to keep this from going to a 3-0 yet again for UCLA. Another KO for 3Z Breezy. He smells the blood a lot like a shark. Core flip comes out from Spartan. The dribble is there, but it's no good. Gramella has punched the ticket. Westies, stand up. UCLA is headed to the national championship.
Absolutely well done. A magnificent kill comp there out of UCLA. Don't worry about the core, just kill them. And they absolutely did that to a T, coming up with 12 KOs to 1 there. And the scores, GMU not able to score a single time. They had the goal open several times. They were so close, but when you're playing in that 2v3, it's so difficult to get through Water Fury, who again, doesn't really get a chance to shine most of the time because the core's never on their half of the field, but he's a pretty good goalie. You're not gonna just hit it through him easily. So it really requires that extra bit of finesse that you can't have in that 2v3 when you're panicking, when you're just trying to stay alive. And 3Z Breezy was, you were mentioning, 3Z, they have families. 3Z just like, they're next.
Does not care. They are next. They are next indeed. Well, we've got a spicy grand finals in shape now. The current and reigning national champions, number 2, the Lakeland Muskies out of Wisconsin, will face off against West's last stand, UCLA, the 7 seed here. Not like any other 7 seed ever. They are going to be in the grand finals next here. And if UCLA wins game 1, we will go into a grand finals reset, which means that we're just going to have a lot more Omega Strikers to come. So, look, UCLA, once a dark horse in tournaments, once a dark horse in collegiate, is now a full prime stallion running on his way to win the Kentucky Derby. What a time to be a UCLA fan. What a day for CCL. AJ, what are your thoughts?
I'm looking forward to this upcoming match. UCLA probably playing a brawl comp at some point. You just kill Lakeland is going to be amazing. Lakeland is probably going to try to ban out those maps to try and keep them away from things like Night Market, Imy's app, where you can really just farm them for experience at that point. So really looking forward to see how these teams play against each other's strategies, and really looking forward also to see the potential Sad Boys run out of UCLA, starting in the losers bracket, 7th seed, all the way to 2nd place and the finals, potentially 1st place, but locked in for at least 2nd. Breaking, as you were talking about earlier, 3Z's curse. He's not able to push back that tiny last little barrier to get into the finals, but he's done it. He has finally broken the 3Z curse, and he is looking to potentially cement that into a 1st place off that momentum.
The 3Z burst, the 3Z curse has been lifted here. He got 3rd place from the Ashes. He's now at least locked in for 2nd place in the CCL finals. Can he get 1st? I think chat would love to see that, but they got to get past a Lakeland team that has looked tremendous this entire weekend. I don't know who's going to win it from here, but what an insane grand finals. We will have this here for you ASAP. We're going to get the casters in as well. But AJ, thank you so much for casting with me. It's been great casting the losers finals with you. And we will see you here in moments. The grand finals, the national championship of the CCL. Who's going to take it? The Muskies or the Bruins? Don't go anywhere. More CCL action coming up next.
Just an absolute, just amazing start to start the first point of this series like that. Looking strong for them, looking even stronger as it bounces.
Possible way you can. UCLA has the open goal now, but back pass goes through and makes it so that the goal barrier is gone. But 3Z Breezy does that.
That one killed him. And 3Z Breezy has the hook from the bottom. There's probably going to look to use it when it's a little closer to the goal, but the cord goes by him, slimes hitting him all over the place. There it is, and he's going to push up to the top.
Out of the wave, at least for one more second. The one goal barrier going down here. Water Fury scoops up that last little bit. Spartan back, but into the corpus of Grimella. Some dribbling, getting that energy up. Grimella intercepts, but Wiggly Wobbly trying to get it back as well. 3Z throws it up. lets it bounce.
Breezy actually uses up that recovery drone, has a penchant for using it up just to get a little bit more pressure on the opponent. And Gormello with
In that bottom core pocket there, you can only do so much if you're Spartan. You can't defend forever.
It is only a matter of time before that use line, so always have to watch out for that one. Vega, though, really good there. Use the secondary to punch barricade, and that's 2 barricades. And there we go. It's like the map flipper. So you don't expect the angle it's coming, because against a goalie as good as Spartan, against a team as good as GMU, you can't just hit it straight at them. They will predict it. They will play against it.
Spartan at the moment. We'll see what happens. Good wall, good tofu at the moment, too. 1-2 punches all over the place, overtime. And look at that Fury here. Drums coming out for some healing. And Bips! The core flip there, potentially just using it for damage, but still. Bips it, but what an angle! Some good plays there as well by 3Z Breezy, just sitting on the core, waiting for Wiggly Wobbly to pounce. And there goes Wiggly Wobbly here. See you later. I'm so sorry. Oh no, he's been knocked out twice, and it's just been 1 set so far. As Water Fury deflects it back. 3Z Breezy! Both goals are open though. UCLA has the power here. Up from 3Z Breezy, Wiggly Wobbly intercepts, but it doesn't matter. Luna.
On the Awakenings, we can see some of that Constable coming up. That is a double barricade immediately for UCLA. Vega's already on a quarter of his HP. Now a tiny little sliver. Now healing. Wiggly Wobbly hits the black hole, which actually does a lot of damage to Vermella. Looking very low there, but manages to heal off the orb there. Potentially the option. Save it. The now arrow is really good, able to secure the barricade there, and that is an open goal for UCLA, but it's also one for GMU. And Water Fury's there at the bottom to defend.
Is what I'm hearing. I mean, I'm not saying that it's over, but look at that. Vega automatically gets killed, makes it looking for blood, and there's only so much you can do if you're Wiggly Wobbly from this point of view. You forward, snaps it in. UCLA, 3 too much pressure. And exactly, AJ. There's nothing you can really do here. The Eagles going crazy. Piece by piece. Vega yet again gets killed there by 3Z Breezy. Vermella on the Drakkar, looking to just push it through, and they do.
Vice is able to secure it. 3Z Breezy managed to, without the hook, has that is actually a dead Gormella. Great Jordan Mason firing back, but 3Z Breezy fires into
for 3Z Breezy. He smells the blood a lot like a shark. Core flip comes out from Spartan. The dribble is there, but it's no good.
Hello, I am Gramella. I'm the midfielder for UCLA and I study microbiology.
Hi, I'm Water Fury, or Seth, and I'm 3rd year at UCLA. I'm the goalie and I study linguistics.
Last season was a really rough time for me. This season is less so. I feel like I'm much more polished than I was last season. But at the same time, I think my expectations are a little higher for myself. I mean, I just love this game, so I'm excited to play.
I mean, yeah, I'm the same old B. You know, I'm just playing the game I love, Omega Strikers, and helping out other players. Longhorn Gaming, those are my guys, so excited to see what they can do. But yeah.
I don't know, I feel like I'm more confident than I was last season. Last season I would make a lot of, I still make a lot of mistakes, let's be clear, but this season I think I make a lot less, and I'm able to do things that I just wasn't able to do last year, or last season. So I'm feeling pretty good about myself going into playoffs, besides the fact that I'm not going to be playing on my normal setup.
Let's see, shout out to Slop, that guy's the GOAT. He's gone, but not forgotten. Everybody who runs CCL, shout out to you, Mr. Surf, you're the GOAT.
So shout out 3Z's mom.
Real.
That's true.
Hello, I am Gramella. I'm the midfielder for UCLA.
My name is NNN Mouse in game. I'm the midfield, and my major is psychology.
Hello, I am E.T. Han. I am the forward scorer for Lakeland University, and my major is hospitality management.
Hi, I'm Soren, the goalie scorer for Lakeland, and my major is graphic design and computer science. We've been kind of taking it slow, having some fun, getting into some controversies, but I mean, we're here to play, we're here to win, and we're here to.
I guess we do need to practice, especially now with the new patch coming out. We have to go on the old patch and do stuff, so we've definitely been practicing when we need to. But in CCL matches, we'll be playing some characters we're not too comfortable with and still doing pretty good, I think. So I feel like once we're on our main roles and it's really go time, we'll show up.
Yeah, I think Swiss is overrated, and if you're undefeated in Swiss, it's probably just a nerf for when you play in playoffs. So
we're kind of better than everyone. We do everything cooler, better. I don't really have anyone I would call my rival here anymore. I've kind of surpassed all of them. I'm kind of like Mount Everest. Well, they're all kind of down there, if you know what I mean. So we'll see you.
The man Gucci down to the socks, but needs $4. Breezy. He's pretty good. He's pretty good.
I think a lot of times it turns into late nights, us hanging out. But I think at the end of the day, this isn't a game to us. I mean, we come to win, we come to play.
Welcome back, everyone, to CCL Championship Day. 20 teams started with us yesterday, but only 2 remain. 1, our defending champions, and 2, the hungry West Coasters looking for a win in UCLA versus SLU. I'm Vaughn, and joined by me today is Borg, also known as Jordan. Borg, my good friend, I'm looking forward to a great match between these 2 teams. What can you tell me about them?
Oh, I am incredibly hyped, especially with kind of how today has really played out, right, Vaughn? So a team that me and you both know has what it takes to win this entire thing in UCLA, but really just underperforming all season. And, I mean, kind of annoying both you and me as friends of both the players, right? So, I mean, seeing them kind of, you know, boss up today, rule number 1, and just show everyone actually what's up with UCLA really just warms my heart, and I'm excited to see them in the finals. But Lakeland, you know, obviously on the pre-show and everything, I'm a bit of a Lakeland hater, but I will give them credit where credit is due. They made grands yet again, and they did win last season. They are looking incredibly strong today, obviously, against all these teams, pretty much being pretty decisive throughout the whole time. They had a little hiccup, obviously, in the GMU. I think it was that Dubu mirror they almost lost, but managed to get it done and made it here all the way to grands. So, I mean, pretty excited to see kind of how this shapes up.
That they did. We actually saw this matchup play out on the first day, which Lakeland actually took 2-0. We now have the full squad of UCLA on deck, and it's interesting to note that after that series, Lakeland took a bit of a coast to the finals while UCLA re-evaluated their strategy. So talking about the pick bans of this, we're not going to see Tycho anymore, which UCLA picked away almost immediately. They dropped that game 2-0 after Itihan had a very dominant forward performance, showing UCLA ends up picking Atlas Lab, looking fantastic. They have their signature combo between Romella and Breezy, Luna Drakkar, a bit of an unorthodox pick combination, but one they are honestly quite good at. Lakeland banned Oni Village, also a fantastic ban by them because all three of those players on the side of UCLA, known for their dominance on that map, ended up Lakeland going Amy's App, a map that I know a lot of people dislike, Borg, but I'm partial to it. I enjoy the volatility of the map. And then finally, Lakeland took out the remaining maps and the final map, Night Market. A map that's sort of, I want to say, a bit safer for most teams. Most of the big three picked here with the, without Oni Village being in there for Amy's App. But a lot of volatility on these maps. All of these maps known for their KO potential. So we're probably going to see some bloody games and some fast-paced games, Borg.
Yeah, I mean, starting off with Atlas Lab as well, I think we're both pretty accustomed to just the craziness that this one can unfold. And also, like you said, Amy's App, I'm a bit of a fan of it too. It obviously, is a little bit of a weird map. You have to play a lot differently around it than pretty much every other map in the game. But similar, it's the same type of thing with Atlas Lab. Just be careful around the center or use it to your advantage. And depending on which team can do that better, I think these first two games will be very, very, I guess, a showing of that, right? And then we see a Luna ban. They do not want to see the 3Z Breezy Luna coming in already. And then I actually completely just missed. Was that a Vice ban? No, that was not a Vice ban.
Asher. I'm expecting...
Asher ban. It was an Asher ban.
Yeah, they want to make sure they have that scoring pressure on Soren, and Soren elects into that Vice. Very powerful pick, and also demonstrated his dominance on the pick in NASL. So we see that Era has been locked in as an answer. Rapid Fire, a powerful pick on her. Probably going to utilize it very well. And then the Honorable X Mirror. E.T. Han been proving himself quite well on the X. And Breezy, of course, the originator of X-Lore. So, without further ado, CCL Championship, the second season Grand Finals. Lakeland versus UCLA. This is going to be one match that's going to go down in the record books. A hardwood classic is on our hands, Borg. And I'm interested to see how these two teams play out with this winner's bracket rematch.
Yeah, we're getting started now, and pretty interesting that UCLA actually opts into the Mako Era X on Atlas Lab. Usually that's kind of, one of their night markets or one of the more safer map options, but it's definitely viable on Atlas Lab. But the biggest worry here is, can this Vice and Estelle, I guess, put on the pressure and KO them? But as I say that, E.T. Han's actually the one who's getting kind of pressured right now, and 3Z takes him out, but at the cost of their own barrier. So Water Fury going to have to play a little bit further back on defense, but Grimella and 3Z have been here before, and they're looking to take this barrier on this power play. But E.T. Han spawning back in the 2 seconds here, finally gets back up, full health, 3Z Breezy grabbing that orb. Actually, offensive motion here from Soren, tries to put it in, but great save from Water Fury and Grimella. And looking to stabilize everything here, Soren still has that one barrier left, though.
Yeah, it's true. Honestly, the Water Fury damage coming out of Mako shouldn't be discounted because X has to stay in melee range of that character, and she can just kind of wail on him. By contrast, when X is in Vice's face, as we're seeing, it's really difficult for her to deal with that offensive pressure.
Yeah, pretty difficult to deal with. And as we see here, I mean, Eminem Mouse actually going down to the pressure from Grimella and 3Z Breezy. And it stinks, too, if you're E.T. Han, because the X here can't really focus the Era either, because the Era can just shrink and walk away. So if you can't focus the Era, you can't focus the Mako. You either brawl it out with the X, or you just kind of stand around and hope you get the core. And as we're seeing right now, it's really, really hard to get the core versus Grimella, who's dribbling it up to 3Z Breezy. But a great kill from Soren off the power cord on the Vice actually secures that one. 3Z Breezy now getting the core from Water Fury, almost puts it in, but a great save again from Eminem Mouse and Soren together, playing great defense, keeping it alive for now. But now Grimella is back up, and E.T. Han is about to go down on the backside. Water Fury misses out on that Mako ultimate, but is still holding. And 3Z Breezy wants to take care of the business here, taking out the other X. Another power play. This first point is going crazy right now. The Vice ultimate not going to be able to do too much there, but it still saves. It goes to 3Z Breezy and Grimella. Just cannot put the core in. And Eminem Mouse now have a chance on his own, but he gets stopped by Water Fury with the evade strike.
Oh, Borg, we're in for a treat. Both these goalies are putting on defensive clinics. Soren obviously holding it down quite well, but Water Fury is not cracking under the pressure. E.T. Han and MNN Mouse are arguably the first or second best forward duo in the entire league. So the fact that he's showing such a strong first point bodes very well for UCLA, as Grimella and 3Z now on the offensive side looking to start a power play of their own, potentially get a sneaky KO, as Water Fury is more dealing with E.T. Han on his lonesome. MNN Mouse and Soren are able to kind of fight back with their long-range projectiles. In the 1v1 against Water Fury, E.T. Han is not going to be able to find it. Nice use of the ultimate ability coming out of UCLA's goalie. Now it's a 3v1 in the net, but Grimella and Water Fury once again perfectly navigate it. 3Z Breezy attempting not to get staggered, but E.T. Han so efficiently, just waits for the ball to be delivered to him. Really, Slew's game plan, or excuse me, Lakeland's game plan is just put the ball in his hands and he'll get to work in the goal box.
Yeah, a lot of this game is really going to rely on can Waterfury hold this 1v1, right? I mean, most of the time, Gramel and Breezy Breezy are probably going to have core control, but Soren doing a great job so far stopping all that. And Etion, I mean, finally kind of getting a little bit of a stride, getting that first barrier, almost getting the second. Great save from UCLA, but both barriers now going down for the side of Gramel and Breezy Breezy, and then Gramella with the solo play just puts it in.
There is something to be said about Era on Atlas Lab. I've been a victim to it as well. My good friend Corey was known for it. When she gets to that top barrier, shrinks the ball and the goalie, it's so difficult to stop that double barrier from happening. Gramella, an expert pilot on the character as well, instantly transitions his offense, resulting in a quick goal for UCLA. I'm curious to see if Breezy Breezy is going to be able to get more involved in the offense, as this Estelle Weiss is kind of stonewalled the character harder than I'd expect. We'll have to see as the rounds develop here, Borg, if he's able to convert more successfully.
I mean, hey, with just rapid fire, I think the Estelle and the Vice actually, I would say, you know, both Vera X and Estelle Vice both very strong with the training, but I feel like the Estelle Vice, at least early on in a vacuum, pretty good at denying a lot of options and opportunities, you know, just with how many projectiles those two characters can put out, right? Just so much. But with Etihan going down now with the power play, UCLA have the chance put this one in and go up 2-1 in the first set of the game. And if Era X can get first set of the game, you know what might happen. They're looking incredibly low here. Soren trying to hold it for long, uses the core flip. Now Breezy Breezy trying to take him out, but misses the secondary. The bull rush not going to hit yet. The primary is hitting. Soren is very, very low. Gramella is looking to dribble with the core flip here. Almost puts Soren in the back of his net, but it doesn't even matter. Finds the slider, as I call it, off that bottom side into the center. Soren just under way too much pressure there.
Oh, once I saw Gramella dribbling that ball up, I knew what was coming. He's such a maestro with the ball in the midfield. It's a pleasure to watch. Soren had some really nice defensive sequences, but sometimes your HP and your evade meter is just too low to actually have an impact on a save. It's a war of attrition in this first set. Both X's wearing down the enemy goalies, but the difference is Water Fury's character is just more equipped to handle that offensive one-on-one threat. As the side of Vice, just stronger when it's on their side of the field, as we see Water Fury losing the barrier like we're talking about. Nice passes between Eminent Mouse and Soren. Once again, back and forth, but a KO! Breezy takes care of business in his own net, making sure Etihan can't convert. Now it's flipped on the other end of the pitch as Breezy Breezy's able to find that barrier, has the flip. Gramella's looking to get it to him, but Eminent Mouse smells the danger, denies the pass, making sure that he and Etihan are keeping the ball away from Breezy's hands, but they can't be denied for long. That's one dribble. Gramella takes up point as Breezy flips, looking for the bull rush. Can't get it to go. Soren, excellent saves. Heads up awareness there as Eminent Mouse also in the back trying to help, but a Breezy strike war will secure the first set. What a great start to this game. I'm loving this Atlas Lab gameplay board.
Yeah, well, that was a 3-1. I mean, still felt pretty close. At the end of the day, a little bit more of a slow chokeout from the side of UCLA there. Just so many more KOs, especially onto Etihan. Etihan, this game, really just needs to find a way to survive, right? That's kind of the game plan. If he can survive and keep putting pressure on Water Fury, it'll put UCLA in a lot more of a pickle, a little bit of a timer, right? So UCLA starting to get it done. The draft now looking pretty interesting. Quick strikes over to Soren, but the primetime rapid fire and the spec. There you go. I mean, go speak on it.
Yeah, I mean, this midfield role, I'm a bit of a knower about it myself. This primetime rapid fire era combination feels almost unbeatable. If I am Etihan right now, I'm gonna have my trigger finger on my evade button. There's just almost nothing he can do to be permanently shrunk, as well as permanently off the pitch. UCLA doing such an excellent job of making sure he's denied, while Soren fighting for his life against the specialized training X. We see the downside of this Vice pick. Breezy is able to just bully it out of the box. Water Fury Gramella doing an excellent job in the back. UCLA storming out to a first point off of some very powerful draft awakenings.
A couple things we actually didn't talk about. Actually, one thing we did talk about with the spec. Soren kind of put in a bit of a pickle there. Either takes away the quick strikes, which is what he did, or takes away the spec. And, you know, arguably which one is not really quite clear is correct, but Etihan actually taking out Breezy Breezy for the first time in this game, that's got to feel pretty good. But with Water Fury, which I was going to talk about, taking that spark of resilience, it's going to be incredibly hard to actually focus Water Fury, so I'm expecting Etihan to never pretty much do that for the rest of the game, and if he does, it's looking a little bit scary. Also looking scary, both barriers down for UCLA, and it almost goes in, but Water Fury is holding stalwart. Great save in the back of the net. Eminent Mouse almost able to put it in, but now another UCLA power play as they get the second barrier, and it's looking a little bit doomed here as Soren is getting very, very low, but with the spawning of the X for Lakeland, they're stabilizing a little bit, but Breezy is just always in the right place at the right time. Great pass from Grimella and puts it in that top corner.
E.T. Han had some key KOs that round, one at the very end on Grimella and then another on Breezy at the start, but the speed from the Mako era combination is really proving quite difficult, even though I wouldn't say Lakeland is playing poorly at all. Really nice heads-up plays from the forward pair, and Soren has great offensive pressure. But maybe sometimes it's a little too much to bear. The double barrier is going to go down. We're going to see Breezy and Grimella with Water Fury coming up as well. Gets a little piece of the action, isn't afraid to show what's up. It's a 2-0 start for UCLA. They just are rolling over the competition after that first draft.
I mean, they've been rolling all day, Vaughn. They have not let off the brakes, I think, one time this entire day two. And now, I mean, here's some more trainings for Era. His second spark for Water Fury if he wants it. That's probably a Monu here take for Era. Monu just so good. Yeah, you can shove it in the bottom corner so incredibly efficiently. The size for Etihan is going to be pretty helpful here, but that does leave Breezy open with that 1-2 punch, and he's going to get it with Spec 1-2 punch. Going to be a lot of damage coming through. I don't really know what the plan is here. Water Fury now has 2 sparks with Spark Strength and Resilience. Going to be incredibly unkillable now, and I think is going to win the 1v1 even harder. Estelle gets hot shot at the end of the day, which is going to be a little bit of a consolation prize, still very good, but I feel like, I mean, UCLA is just winning this match.
Yeah, there's an execution difference, and as well, they're being rewarded with the difference in power trainings. I mean, Water Fury with this 2 sparks pretty much ensures that he's never going to suffer the same fate as Soren is, or Breezy is now, dare I say, as Gravella's going to try to bring it up, but Eminent Mouse and E.T. Han have a play to make here. Let's see if they're able to convert. Dribbling, making sure he's able to set up E.T. Han, but his brawler is so dangerously low, and out he goes. But Eminent Mouse! Oh, Eminent Mouse! Get yours, King! Get yours! Fight back! Let's see if Soren and Eminent Mouse, they have great synergy together. Grimella, almost a fantastic save, back and forth. Soren takes it home himself, doesn't need the pass, finally splits enough of Grimella's decision-making to put it in himself. I love that midfield goalie play. They knew they could marshal the ball up, even with an Era speed. If it's played correctly, it should go in. Lakeland, good job on that point.
Yeah, I mean, great play and great, as you said, Soren and Eminent Mouse, just knowing they had full control of the core there, did not have to worry as they did have a goal barrier left just in case something went wrong. And now Soren making everything happen himself, puts it in, takes both barriers, and gets the pass to E.T. Han, who gets it in with that X Maximus. UCLA just did not seem like they were ready for that point.
They did not. Soren full rushing out, and I don't mean the X dash, I mean his attitude in that point. The power of Vice on full display. If he's not getting choked out in the goal box by this powerful X, he's able to make plays happen. But now, as soon as I say that, Breezy just opens up the offensive slaughter. He's storming the keep, if you will, with Grimella right behind him, bringing the ball up on the bottom side of the pitch. Breezy not able to get there with the speed, but is always looking. Water Fury supporting from the back with those projectiles now. Grimella looking for a pass, but Lakeland's decided that they need to focus down this threat in their goal box. As Soren charges the ult, Grimella setting up a Monu NATO in the top, not able to get it go while Lakeland finally finishes the job, and Grimella staggered as well. This could be 2 kills on the side of Lakeland. Be careful, UCLA, you don't want to get down this rabbit hole as Soren bringing the ball back to Eminent Mouse, trying to get it in E.T. Han's hands. He's been so successful all weekend at converting this UCLA squad as the first to stonewall him Water Fury out of nowhere with the extra speed from his spark of power gets the slow roll into the net for UCLA's point.
Yeah, I mean, Soren just was not ready for the interception from Water Fury. I mean, I don't even know if Water Fury was ready for that. It was a great interception. I don't think he was trying to score there, but hey, you take those, as we say in the business. Water Fury playing pretty phenomenally this game.
Yes.
And one thing that I definitely want to bring up that I think Lakeland, if they want to win, really need to do more of is these kickoffs. They need to get this quick pressure right away with the Vice and with the Estelle. That's the, I guess, plus side of this comp, whereas the Era X will just slowly choke you out, as we're seeing here. But Eminent Mouse and Soren do a really good job at actually stabilizing, not losing their barrier, and getting a KO on the second try. But Breezy actually a great primary there. Takes away the pass from Eminent Mouse to E.T. Han and gets the barrier. Water Fury unable to save that one, so it is an even game here, but Breezy looking very low. Has the core here, though. Soren forced the core flip, and now E.T. Han versus Water Fury 1v1 to the X to it, and the X takes the set. Great job in the 1v1 for E.T. Han versus Water Fury. That's the first time I've seen Water Fury lose one of those today.
Water Fury's been playing phenomenally, but Etihan made sure to take his time there, evaluate his options, always just a little bit out of the strike zone of Water Fury. And Soren with a heads-up play saw the X primary getting charged up and knew he could slot it through the middle just in time. And really a key factor of that last point was MNN Mouse. We're seeing him finish off a lot of the KOs. There's chip damage from Soren being added up continuously off of the Chain Lightning. So excellent job by MNN Mouse, and he's decided to deny Mako that third spark. And that's the brutality of having that early spark start, is that now Mako almost gets her pick of the litter because someone has to deny her spark. So she picks up a nice twin drive, and Era also getting a chrono boost. Soren's been playing a bit of a deny bot. He's got the quick strikes and fight or flight, which if it was in either of UCLA's hands is just a potent combo versus this Spike's pick.
Oh, but you know what else is a potent combo? That Monumentalist Tornado, just, I mean, sectioning off so much of the defensive side there for Lakeland, right? Soren just struggling to survive with Breezy putting so much pressure on. And like you said, now that they have to deny sparks, it's going to be harder for them to actually build, right, in these later sets. And that's the thing with Era X, right, especially if you get the sparks, is they're going to keep scaling. And they're going to have to keep having to play a lot better than UCLA to win this one. But right now, they're not doing that as Grimella finds the dribble, finds the shrink away from them, and just the core flip into the bottom side. I mean, they lost the last set, but it's pretty good.
Yep, and it's both teams come out swinging every single point. I'm never really sure how it's going to go. Already favoring Lakeland more, as we've talked about. When that kickoff goes their way, it's hard to regain their footing. But if Soren isn't able to get to Etihan, which he does, it's going to be a problem, and it's curtains for UCLA. As we've been saying, when this kickoff hits for Lakeland, it really hits. UCLA always scrambling on the defensive, as Soren and Eminent Mouse are just forcing that ball through for their brawler to finish it off. Excellent quick play from the side of Lakeland.
Yeah, I mean, Estelle Beam is longer than Era Beam. It can definitely get you off to a really good start. And if Etihan runs into the enemy goal and starts putting that pressure on, it's going to be really hard. Like you said earlier, this is really all going to depend on if Emin and Mouse can keep this offensive pressure going, but doesn't even need to right now, as Etihan is the one who finds a KO onto Grimella. And Breezy and Water Fury now are left alone to defend. However, there is the constellation of Etihan and Eminem Mouse both being incredibly low, so it's hard for them to actually push the advantage here. Grimella now respawning, shrinks Etihan, trying to find a KO. Backwards Tornado almost gets it, but a great actually evade there from Etihan. But Breezy at the same time on the other side actually gets the last barrier. Soren unable to hold it now as core flip, so should be okay for now, but it is a UCLA power play. Breezy needs to be careful though and not die here, and maybe comes back, does a little orbing, but no, full speed on the gas. Storm the keep, as one might say, but it might pay the price as Etihan just comes out and punches him off the map, and now it's going to be Lakeland on that power play. Water Fury doing his best to defend, but can't hold the barrier. Needs to clear it on that bottom side, but here comes Soren. Here comes the three-pronged attack from Lakeland, being defended for now. Grimella, great shrink, but it's not going to be enough. Water Fury not in position for it, and I believe the static on the Vice primary there actually got that one in.
My goat. Water Fury is playing like a beast unleashed. He had an insane snipe at the bottom of the map. I needed to shout it out. And on the other side, Soren, the Chain Lightning's coming out. His primary usage this game, masterclass. I'm really impressed with the goalie play. Soren making sure Threezy isn't going to totally open up the net here as he takes both barriers quickly. Eminent Mouse is going to fight back, but Gramella's on a breakaway. Soren has nothing. He's left alone with the Era. This is dangerous for a ranged goalie. Era, known for her speed, even though not necessarily a striking character, has so much pressure on the net. Threezy misses the old strike. Soren's holding, Eminent Mouse holding, but Gramella's pressure is too much to bear. The rapid fire prime time is being spammed in the box. We are on game point for UCLA.
Game point for UCLA, and if they can get this first set here going on to Amy Zap afterwards, they're going to be looking pretty nice. Great kickoff actually there from UCLA, and this is a great start to it. Grimella has that core flip as well. Water Fury needs to be careful though not to go too far forward. Just keep that last barrier alive. Grimella actually forced to flip to keep that one alive, which is actually good here. Keeps the barrier alive. Ooh, it's a little bit of sad boys there, not getting it, but it doesn't matter as Grimella has that rapid fire prime time. So many Era beams coming in clutch here. Etihan is so low and they can't come back to help. Breezy puts it in right in the middle past Soren, and that's UCLA taking game one.
A dominant showing. There was some life from Lakeland there, but seriously, the offensive output from the Era X, it's a tried and true combo. I've seen it a million times, and it's the bread and butter of this Grimella and Threezy team. But I honestly I really have to shout out Water Fury this game. He was a bit of a silent hero. Didn't have to work maybe as hard as Soren on the defensive end, but his ability to walk up and contest the midfield exchanges, his ability to brawl the X in his own net was huge for UCLA to win this. This was his best performance of the tournament so far. UCLA is on a bit of a roll. I haven't seen them drop a game all day today. They've made the gauntlet Slew, GMU, UTD, and now Lakeland, all of the top 5. There's only one remaining, the defending champs, Borg, and this first game was a statement game on their favorite map, no less, getting the Luna ban, respect from the 3Z Breezy. This was really a strong performance from both teams, but UCLA on top for this first game.
Yeah, and another thing to definitely mention here, I think the midfield presence from Grimella is a big reason why actually UCLA can just keep this performance and keep stomping a lot of these games. But this, I will say, to give credit to Lakeland, this is the first time I've seen it a little bit tested because of how much damage pressure Eminent Mouse and Soren were actually throwing out to Grimella, making it really hard for him to actually get those redirects. But still, even with that, 13 more redirects than the second highest, which was the goalie on the side of Lakeland, which was Soren, right? Which is not usually a good thing if your goalie has the most redirects by a factor of what is that, 47 or something? Like, it's a lot, right? Like, your midfield probably should have the highest, or at least close to the highest, and if it doesn't, then that means your goalie is getting pressured a lot, and that is not what Vice goalie wants here. So great try from Lakeland there. They had some pretty rough drafts early on, and after that first 2 sets, and the sparking actually from Water Fury as well just made the draft so much harder for Lakeland and just really kind of put them into a little bit of a checkpoint scenario there.
We're going to go to Amy's app on Game 2 board. One of my favorite competitive maps. Again, the ire of the community is on it for that dastardly hole, but I just think it's so fun how you always have to be on a knife's edge around the pun, actually not intended, but incredibly accurate. You always have to be on your toes. I think we're going to see the Vice run back. It didn't work out this time, but if I'm UCLA, I have no reason to ban away that Asher because this is a team where they have a bit of a unique streak where Water Fury is one of the only players that actually feels comfortable enough to mirror the Vice if he is someone that can do it, and I have a bone-chilling thing to share with you. As I've made the pun, I have summoned the OS gods. It is a knife's edge Amy's app start. This is going to be such a cluster of a game in this grand finals. We'll see the Asher band once again. The respect to 3Z Gone looked fantastic all day, and I'm going to expect that Vice run back just like we said. A classy Juliet as well. I'm curious if we'll see the Drakkar on the side of UCLA, something they've been enjoying playing. Ace best map as well. It's a guessing man's game at this point, what they'll pick, but I expect Rasmus on both sides. We'll have to wait and see, though, Borg.
Yeah, I mean, nice edge start. Doesn't even matter what the other one is. I've already forgotten. They should all be running it at this point, unless it's a really, really good one for maybe the goalies or something. But we see an Atlas actually here over for Water Fury. The Drakkar Rasmus, very deadly combo. There's so much KO threat now for the side of UCLA. And something that I did not expect to see here is Eminent Mouse playing Era, which, you know, not necessarily bad on its own on this map, but doesn't really provide a lot of the same KOing pressure or even scoring pressure, right, on the Amy's app as I'd say Drakkar, or I'd say maybe, you know, an Amy or something like that. So, I mean, we'll have to see if this pans out, but
it's interesting.
I don't know. I'm not liking the draft for now.
Yeah, I feel like this team forgot the memo that we don't have Snake Draft on. They were more than willing to pick up Erasmus, and I think as this game goes on, Borg, obviously this first point is going to play out however it does, but we're going to see a real difference in the volatility that the forward pair UCLA has in finding their KOs versus the forward pair of UCLA. It's going to be up to Soren to really bear that brunt of that offensive pressure now that they've elected into Era, a character that really doesn't use power that well. So we'll see if the stylistic differences that these two teams approached with, which one's going to reign supreme.
Yeah, definitely some stylistic differences here, but early on, before you hit level 2, it's not going to matter too much. Now everyone obviously level 2 in the game, except for ET Han on the little bit of the poor Julie player here. Stucks to play Julie into KO, as it always feels like. You're getting flipped into the enemy goal. Water Fury does not care about the energy here, as his forwards are putting on just so much pressure. Grimella and 3Z Breezy both almost have flipped, but it's not even going to matter. A crazy angle off the middle here from, I believe that was just Eminent Mouse with the attempted clear. Puts it right on that top side. And it's already looking up for UCLA.
It really is, and it's going to be difficult as well because the only person who can comfortably deny 3Z, nice hook, on any creation-based trainings is going to be that Era, who I'm expecting will be low. Wow. I mean, I just need to stop yapping.
Yeah.
That was, I think, the fastest goal we've seen all playoffs. A 7-second goal. Pummelers as well with that nice edge speed mix. So the goalies aren't in control. Whichever forward missteps first is going to result in almost an immediate goal on the side of the other squad. So this is just going to be par for the courses. Gramella and Breezy, I mean, wow. I think
that's the fastest set this tournament.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That was one of the fastest sets I've seen in competitive history. That was a slaughter.
Yeah, and I believe the only other faster point we saw was actually UCLA earlier today. It was 3Z Breezy scoring in 6 seconds, not 7 seconds. So there you go. Almost one-upping himself. Gramella not quite able to do it, but definitely the fastest set I think I've seen in a long time. Missile prop going to go over to the Rasmus, so incredibly strong, and also denying the Vice at the same time. Drakkar going to pick up that early spark of leadership. Not too much bow, but they don't really need too much extra power, as we already saw them just storm through that first set. Era going to be getting Chrono, which might help. Water Fury getting Glass Cannon also will help. But, I mean, not really too much here. I think the biggest thing is Rasmus getting that missile prop. Going to be making Chaos in the middle a lot easier.
I'm surprised as well that Lakeland opted into this map. My goodness. If they just don't feel comfortable taking the Rasmus Mirborg, I'm not really sure what the decision making is here. But I am sure that UCLA's got another offensive sweep coming on. Gramella and Water Fury playing this midfield. I'm at a loss for words. UCLA is firing on all cylinders. Get out of the way. This team cannot be stopped, man. Have mercy on their souls.
I mean, at this point, it's just go next, bracket reset. I don't know. I mean, there's still hope. They got the bear. They have a lot of forward pressure if they can get a good NATO. If they can maybe shrink Gramella and get it through. Julie does still, can do Juliet things. But with these ping-ponging into 3Z Breezy, there's not really many other clears Soren can do there. And 3Z's more than happy doing that, as they are the Rasmus, just in case anything goes south, has the hook, has that secondary to keep up with the core. And almost gets a KO there, but not quite. Slowing the game down actually a little bit here. Lakeland finally managing to have a little bit of a point here overall. And there you go. Soren actually finding a KO here onto Gramella, and now they're finally on their own power play. UCLA need to play defensively. 3Z Breezy covering the pass. Waterfury uses the core flip to actually keep it out for now. The expanse going out. Every ability going out. Waterfury has nothing left, but that's all that they're going to need as Etion loses the recovery drone. Now 3Z Breezy looks for that hook. Does not find the fish on the lake there. Ooh, Etion almost gets the KO as well. This is just a really volatile point. Even UCLA cannot stabilize this. Breezy now with the dribbles, trying to get something going, but Soren finally using that knives to his advantage and reading everything that Breezy can do to him. Has the core flip as well, just in case. Finally, I mean, UCLA is getting tested here a little bit.
It's true. This is a bit of a more back and forth point. The KOs have been stabilized for Lakeland, and I think a large part of that is Soren's excellent play at this point. He really is doing it all and puts it in. Got the KO, kept the pressure up, saved everything that came his way. He did not crumble. This is why he's regarded as his title has been stated, the king of collegiate. He's not going down without a fight here. I really like his play that point, and he's level 5. His forwards board, level 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those Soren against the world type games, at least until Etion and Mouse can find a KO or can find just, something of their own here. But until then, they're going to be extremely behind as 3Z still putting on the pressure. That point did not phase UCLA in the slightest as Gramella and 3Z already putting it in here. and Mouse looking incredibly low, getting shotgun into the back of their own net. Gramella just does not slow down on the gas here. But taking a second to recoup here. Water Fury actually running up. Not sure what this is all about. A little bit of a base, trying to get Water Fury involved here a little bit. Little Atlas go, young man. Not really going to be getting anything for it. But still have the offensive pressure. As I say that, the Juliet does get it. The Expanse goes sideways here. Not actually going to fully form. Nothing going to come of it so far. The Atlas Celestial expansion going to be healing a little bit there. I'm trying to get my ability names down. That's pretty good for me here. Soren clearing it away. Mouse. I mean, game's kind of stabilized, point stabilized, finally getting in overtime. First time I think we've seen that in a little while now, as Breezy has a little bit more speed to work with here. Soren doing incredibly good job right now, keeping it away from the forward duo of UCLA. Water Fury now has to contend with Ethan on the other side. Corflip going away. Corflip going now onto Soren. Breezy as well don't have it. This is an insane point as Gramella finally gets it cleared out. Breezy finally finds another KO, and that's exactly what they needed to get that goal on that top side there. I mean, a little bit of a stalled point there. Kind of got a little silly, but UCLA finally gets it done in the end.
Yeah, I'll say that I think that if UCLA isn't finding the hooks, Lakeland is kind of playing the offensive sequences better. Now, of course, it's Amy's app, so I can't really say that for sure. But seriously, I really appreciated how the side of MN and Mouse and Soren really held down defensively there. They're always being tested, though, as Grimella should get this, and with a core flip, it might be curtains here if they synchronize their plays a little bit better. But 3Z, I think, looking for a pass. Grimella wanted to take a bit of the glory himself, but now is giving it to his brawler with Water Fury supporting. It's a one-on-one. Make that 2-on-1 as Eminent Mouse comes back to help, but Strike Shotgun, always such a powerful tool, and so is Hitstun 3Z. I love that heads-up play. One of the few brawlers that will help his midfielder out in those situations with primaries. Even though he's not getting the goal, just the edge of the whiplash made sure that Soren wasn't able to strike that ball. It's one more set, and UCLA has already reset the bracket with a delicious Monumentalist up for the Rasmus to take around the Amy's app play.
Yeah, and also 2 sparks here for Grimella, who took that Spark of Leadership. There you go. Spark of Focus going to be getting the cooldown is going to be so incredibly important, as the Monumentalist missile prop Rasmus hook is going to be extremely scary now that it's on a lot lower of a cooldown. You hear Itihan trying to get a little bit more stagger for himself as he's just sitting on 1 HP the entire game here. And one thing actually that I think it might be the deal breaker is Water Fury getting team player. So not only will UCLA have a lot more pressure on the KOs here, but Water Fury going to be getting it to them a lot faster now, which is going to make Soren's life a lot harder.
It sure will. Soren is already on the defensive, as we keep talking about, but maybe there's a little bit of hope. If they can get it past 3Z, Grimella is playing way more cautiously now because they understand that Lakeland is a threat once they're in this 2-on-1 situation. But 3Z, always doing what he's done well this point, gets another hook and baits out the dash punch. Water Fury's on the top side, but he's too fast. The Pummeler's knife's edge speed, this man is gliding on the pitch. It is just unbeatable. Soren really doesn't have the tools on his character to deal with 3Z if he's gotten that hook kill. It's an eclectic choice on the side of Lakeland to not match this Rasmus, and UCLA is making the pay for it with spades, and another kill going down. UCLA cannot be stopped. E.T. Hahn's going down, breaks the recovery drone. Grimella on the back with the strike shotgun to bait out the flip and make sure the rebound is there. Vice ult being dropped, but the offense won't stop until E.T. Hahn puts his foot down on the offense and Grimella's face. It's a goal, except for Water Fury says no. It's not a goal. It's still alive. He's not done. He's still not done. He's still not done, Morg. He can't be broken. Iron Wall picking up the 300. No. But Sword is there to put the nail in the coffin. Oh my gosh. Water Fury is Water Furious. He can't be contained. Sword has to make sure. Whew, wow, what a point from Lakeland.
I mean, the little Atlas that could until they couldn't, right? Used everything in their kit, including the core flip, to secure that one for as long as physically possible. But Grimella just not getting up to help out soon enough. Breezy getting a quick KO there, actually, and a quick barrier. I mean, UCLA decided, hey, no more playing around. We are going to put this one away as 3Z Breezy and Grimella. I mean, you know, Lakeland can have all these crazy points they want, but if they don't win a set, it's not going to matter, as UCLA now are on bracket reset point.
There's nothing more satisfying than watching a team firing on all cylinders. Grimella, 3Z, and Water Fury are not getting stopped. They are barreling down this Amy's app game. 3Z's fishing for the hook, but can't find it, but Water Fury, so solid. Oh, E.T. Hahn. That was some excellent strike placement. I was ready to write off Lakeland for it, but he slotted that in quite nicely. Maybe Lakeland's got some life in them. They win this set. You never know what could happen in the next draft.
I mean, they definitely have some life in them. I think it's really just their comp that's holding them back here. It's just such a weird comp to play into. I believe the outdraft is definitely there, but Etion, and Mouse, they've still been in it all game. Etion just been clawing at UCLA from their own net here, trying to get something done, but Soren now loses the barrier, and a KO goes onto Eminent Mouse, and Water Fury running up himself, the little Atlas that keeps trying to put it in, and Grimella is going to be the one that denies the core flip from Soren, stuffs that right back in his face, and they're going to get the bracket reset on 2 extremely quick games.
The Bruins are living up to the ferocity of their mascot. These guys just had a statement. I think that's the best I've ever seen them play all season. I love UCLA, love the players. Up against the defending champs, Lakeland has not dropped, I think, a game until Grands. And UCLA just stormed out to a 2-0, and that was a systematic dismantling. Breezy with 9 KOs. The rest of the lobby, 4. The entirety of the lobby had 4. Less than half of Breezy's KOs. That was a really great Rasmus showing. Really think that they can't be taken back to Amy's app. They were just dismantled. If I'm Lakeland, I'm going back to the drawing board on the pick ban phase. I won. I mean, they got taken to Atlas Lab, which UCLA loves. Then they went to Amy's app, but didn't feel comfortable on the Rasmus mirror. But they also don't want to go to Oni Village, which is arguably UCLA's best map. I'm really concerned on how Lakeland's going to be on this reset. Now, there's no doubt that this team is powerful. They've won last season. They stormed their way through the bracket. It wasn't close in any of their games. I mean, I watched them. You could say it wasn't. But this UCLA squad compared to the squad yesterday that lost to Lakeland is night and day. So, Borg, if you're Lakeland here, how are you coming back from this? What are you looking at this drawing board?
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? I'm not sure if Lakeland has anything in their back pocket here. Definitely, I would not go back to Amy's app. And if they did, you gotta figure something out, right? You gotta mirror the Rasmus, or you gotta at least contend somewhat. But I would say you can't get down on yourself, right? You gotta realize, all right, they got us on Atlas Lab. That was our map pick. I think they still played very well in Atlas Lab. They just couldn't quite finish a lot of their options and all their opportunities they had. And also the draft itself kind of went in the way of UCLA there. So I'd say they can't just say, all right, no more Atlas Lab. They got to stick with their guns there. Maybe go back to Atlas Lab, try to get things a little different. Maybe change up the comp a little bit. That's how I would do. But the one thing for sure, keep banning Oni Village, keep banning Amy's app if you can. But like I said, you can't really do both, right? So you got to choose one. I would be lost here. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know what I'd do here if I was Lakeland. I think just stick with your guns and try to take them on the Atlas Lab yet again. Keep picking that map, or maybe go Night Market earlier if they're comfortable on that one too. But I don't know, it's hard. This UCLA team's starting to look like Sundubu here, I think, Vaughn.
This is the team, Borg, all the way back so many weeks ago, at the very beginning of the season, when we were on that casting desk so many weeks ago. I know multiple of us said that UCLA would be the #1 team this season. Now, they haven't done it yet. And throughout the weeks, I've also gone on record, they've been the most inconsistent performing team in CCL. You literally never could see. They would go set 5.5 versus 16th seed Auburn, and then they would 2-0 one of the top seeded teams the week after. It was truly anyone's guess how this grand finals would go. But this I did not expect. And if I'm on the side of Lakeland, it's time to dig deep. These guys are battle tested in CCL. They're the champs. I don't think they've lost a collegiate event. They've won every collegiate LAN they've gone to. They've won CCL. They've always proven that they're the cream of the crop in collegiate. They have synergy. They've practiced for, at this point, years together now. So they're no stranger to having their backs against the wall. And I know they've got bits of chips on their shoulder as well. If I'm Soren as well, it's hard. He's going to have to dig deep mentally, because this really reminiscent of almost point for point what happened to him in NASL Grands. Right? They are up in Grands, winner's side, a quick 2-0. He doesn't want that to happen again. I won't say who did it to him, but he was probably really good at the game. So I know he doesn't want to relive that experience again. As a guy who's gotten second in so many Grands, it doesn't feel good. So if I'm Soren, I'm really digging deep. And honestly, it's one good game away, one small reset away. And this is no, like, you know, you can lose an early set, all right? But I'm a big Smash guy. I love Melee. I love all the Smash titles. Knowers know that when the bracket reset happens, the winners get to take a breath. They get to see how they lost, and they can adjust. I think you can't take them back to app. You're going to still have to ban Oni Village. Don't pick app this time. Let them choose between the lab and the app. Take the other way in the last ban and see where the chips fall. That's where I would start it. Keep E.T. Han on the maps where X is good. He's performed admirably on that pick. I love watching his X. I seriously think he's had performances that rival 3Z on the X in this bracket. And Eminem Mouse as well. Estelle, while pickable on Amy's app, they elected not to, and I really do like Mouse's Estelle. So when they can keep those longer range characters more free fall and have things that are supporting device, I think it could be good. Now, I'm hearing that there is the run back on the Atlab, and they did listen to Borg. They are going to Night Market Game 2. However, Game 3, interestingly enough, if I think I heard it correctly,
It was Imy's app. It was.
I think it is. It is the app. So somehow it got back through. Lakeland might have a different idea. We'll see if it makes it to that Game 3. But I can already guess that Oni Village, I'm not entirely sure how it went, but I'm going to guess that Oni Village banned by Lakeland, and then Tycho banned by UCLA, dropping that map to them yesterday. And then Goo, I don't think that UCLA is a big fan as well. And then the final map also banned out. So we're going to go back to the lab again, as one of my favorite lyrics would be. And I love this map as well. Curious to see what the adaptation is going to be, because if I'm the side of UCLA, this Asher's staying banned for life. So I'm curious if Soren's going to elect into a more defensively oriented goalie, or if they're going to stick to their guns. His Vice is quite good. It'll just be interesting to see how they decide to map out this pick ban after that first set was so dominant by UCLA Borg.
Yeah, and getting into the game here, it is a Spark of Strength Knives Edge start. So already sparking. I'm expecting a lot of the members, if not everyone, who might be running that Spark of Strength. And we're going to be seeing a good old classic that I am glad we'll never see again after this patch, is the full mirror Era X Mako on Atlas Lab here. Wow, this is something for sure.
I mean, I'll say it, so you don't have to. Mirror, mirror on the wall. What is the most boring comp of all? It is the bread and butter of CCL. If I have to watch this one more time, I'll turn into a nutter. Gosh, the Mako Era X mirror has been brought out. It really just comes down to who's the better kitten. And I'll be honest, both teams are pretty good at the comp, so we'll have to see how it plays out. It really is going to come down to especially which I feel like personally Era gets the better trainings. Really, the mirrors, the strongest thing is if you get off to an early lead, you're able to pick more of those advantageous stats up. It really pays dividends, and it does come down to this Era. Which Era is going to have more speed? Which Era is going to have more beams? And honestly, between Water Fury and Soren, I would say they're going to have identical performances. Water Fury is truly playing up to a CCL championship level this game.
Yeah, and I mean, using that kind of logic there, I'm a little bit scared for Lakeland then, right? Gramella's put on so many of these, midfield diff performances, finding so many redirects. If he can get first pick, or at least ahead of Mouse, no matter who wins the set, it's going to be pretty hard as the games go on, but already a great start here for Lakeland, taking out threes. You had a core flip as well, so kind of stunting that energy economy, that pressure that UCLA has been racking up so far this entire set, and that's what this comp's all about, right? Which team can kind of gather the energy faster, which team can pressure the other goalie a little bit faster with these tornadoes, with these shrinks, and right now, I think Lakeland's kind of doing it a lot better, as Gramella needs to be careful, or else they might just go down here, but Breezy now finding that barrier. Great layering of strikes in that Bull Rush secondary to actually get the barrier, and Gramella might grab this orb too, gonna be fully healed up. And with the ultimate from ET Han there, not really getting too much from it. Actually, UCLA kind of clawed the way back to it, but as I say, the Eminem Mouse with the barrier and the core flip almost puts it in. The only upside here is Gramella does have that core flip. Breezy straight pass to him, not going to put it in. Soren stunting it for now, but ET Han runs in the middle there, has the core flip ready, but needs to be careful to not go down. But it doesn't even matter in the end, as Breezy finds the extra dribble into that bottom side. I mean, a little bit of a chaotic first point, but UCLA come out on top.
This is interesting. A lot of times when the Mako mirror has been locked in for, it comes down to which forward will play better, which forward pair. And on paper, you would assume the NASL duo would do that, but Eminent Mouse and ET Han, I'm serious, these guys are no slouch. I'm watching the pressure that they're putting out. It is really impressive. I say that now as he goes down, but Water Fury had something to say about it. The one benefit I will say Lakeland has here is now Soren cannot be bullied out by this X. This Mako character does a real considerable amount of damage. It's not easy for the X to pilot against this character without getting out brawled. So we'll have to see which one of these Makos is able to have more of a midfield presence. If they can back up their Era player, it'll be the difference maker in the set.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, it seems like the energy is favoring UCLA here. Waterfree has that flip. 3Z just had the flip, used it, secured that last barrier. Grimella now, even though Shrunk still winning that midfield interaction against Eminent Mouse, finding the good dribbles and keeping the core forward. So many Strike War wins in a row from Grimella, just dipping the whole lobby. Feels so good right now. Waterfree going to keep it forward as long as they can, but no, the unfortunate black hole spawning actually takes out 3Z Breezy, and now UCLA went from amazing to awful. They're going to be behind here on health bars, behind here on so much things, as Waterfree tries to find a flip, tries to find the bottom corner there, but a great tornado from Eminent Mouse actually going to be saving that one. So managing to stabilize is UCLA, but still, I mean, the pressure from Lakeland, like you said, has just been so incredible this point. And E.T. Han trying to take out Breezy, trying to keep the pressure on, and Water Fury is just doing his best to keep the core flip in front of the net, but
nice.
No, a duo save there from Grimella and Water Fury at the same time. I'm not sure who actually got the credit for that one. Doesn't matter, they both were there as the cage clears that one out for Water Fury, and now UCLA are finally looking in a dominant position. Grimella looking to use his core flip, pops it up from the middle, pull-up three-pointer, does not hit it in, but it doesn't matter because the layup straight from 3Z Breezy finds it with the X Maximus there, stunning both Soren and Eminent Mouse.
There are some good plays on both sides there. I like how both eras are playing a bit more aggressively than maybe a traditional era would. It is really important that they step up. That really shows the difference. A lot of the era play that we've seen the last day or so, they've been more of a passive, more supportive style. And while these two, Grimella and Eminent Mouse, are still doing it, you see the pressure they have on these barriers. It's really quite important in this comp to make sure that she has that additional frontline access. Oh, but a total collapse on the side of Lakeland. I felt like there was a miscommunication there. 3Z is emoting with my favorite emote in the game, as he's very proud of that. Eminent Mouse, though, is going to work with E.T. Han to try to get the ball back in their possession with the flip. This could be a barrier brought down. E.T. Han playing support here, making sure this ball doesn't go in as Eminent Mouse plays in the front half. Soren gets the ball under control, trying to figure out what's going to happen next. It's too difficult to tell, but Water Fury caught lacking, trying to help offensively. That is the downside of playing in that position. 3Z now bringing the ball up with Grimella, have good advantage positions in terms of where they're sitting, but a great NATO. Eminent Mouse turns this into a power play. All E.T. Han has to do is punch it home, and he does. Eminent Mouse, a spark plug out of nowhere for Lakeland. Make sure that this isn't a clean sweep of a first set.
Yeah, I mean, Grimella and Water Fury both at separate times kind of caught lacking there. Water Fury moving up a little bit too much and losing that barrier from a great strike on the side of Lakeland, and Grimella just disrespecting Eminent Mouse there a little bit. So I guess the revenge of Lakeland kind of coming in clutch here. And if you look at the XP numbers, I mean, Eminent Mouse is currently outperforming Grimella, at least on paper. And it's feeling pretty good. Grimella going down once again. E.T. Han and the side of Lakeland in total, I mean, they're just doing so well. I feel like the difference maker being Soren, able to hold 3Z Breezy 1v1, and Grimella having maybe to help Water Fury, it seems like a little bit, or at least that's how they're playing. But, I mean, maybe you just heard me moving up now, trying to dribble forward, trying to keep in 3Z Breezy, and E.T. Han comes back again with another KO. This man cannot be stopped. Finds the X Maximus for the second barrier. 3Z Breezy now has to play on the bottom side. Water Fury getting CC'd over and over again. But the X, actually 3Z Breezy doing a great job defensively, keeping it away for now, has to use the special for it. Unable to now have that to secure a barrier, but they're able to stabilize the point just a little bit. But as I said, E.T. Han gets the flip, gets the secondary onto the top side. Water Fury does not have the core flip in response, and that goes in for Lakeland.
Eminent Mouse, I've got to shout him out. This guy farmed Grimella at that point and had some great ball movement. I was a little nervous about watching this mirror get locked in by Lakeland, but it turns out they can match and go bar for bar with the side of UCLA in terms of the core control department. It's really something for it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I'm liking a lot, but one thing that we're definitely forgetting here is if you look at the energy for UCLA, they might have lost last point, but they did not use much of their energy, and that resulted in two barriers and now almost the goal, forcing Soren to use their own core flip. And looking at the side of UCLA, they're at a huge advantage here, but the power play from Lakeland looking to stop all of that. Grimella now needs a couple orbs, needs to play defensively and hold this health bar. Rely on your goalie, rely on Water Fury to hold this for now, but Grimella kind of doing everything, getting both barriers and winning every single strike war to keep it forward, waiting for 3Z to respawn, and now they're on the offense here, bringing it forward. Grimella trying to find a pass from 3Z, but 3Z just not in the correct position to score this point. Hits it on the lower side, almost there. The offense from UCLA is just so close, but Soren is just barely stopping it, as with a little bit of help from Eminent Mouse, but it's not going to be enough help as Grimella showing the strike war prowess. And who is the better midfielder? It's looking like Grimella, level 5, ending the set a little bit above, and now I'm actually curious how this draft's going to play out. Goes in front of the era here, so it's going to be 3Z Breezy first pick.
Stagger.
But then the double pick from E.T. Han and Soren going to be coming back here. I mean, this is a pretty interesting draft one.
Interesting. I would have opted for the Stagger Swagger personally. I feel like the value is going to be insane, but the early insurance from Sparks can't be understated, and it leaves up Stagger Swagger an extra special for his era, which he does pick up. Seriously, Gramella that last set, though, could not lose a Strike War. I had my eyes peeled. I was singing the praises of Eminent Mouse, but then Gramella must have heard me. He heard something. I don't think he lost a Strike War in 5 or 6 straight interactions. Really impressive stuff. It did truly win them that set. We'll have to see if 3Z... I see. He's opted into the Spark. It makes so much more sense. Leadership was passed up, but a Mayor X, that's something I'd like to see, Lord.
That is something I would like to see as well, and with your midfielder, Gramella, not running Spark, there's no point in leaving that at the backside for the enemies to kind of take, right? It's Spark of Leadership going over now, but if 3Z Breezy can keep up this performance and just secure all the Sparks himself, I am not too worried. And Gramella getting that Stagger Swagger is definitely going to help keep the midfield stabilized overall, right? Eminent Mouse getting that Spark of Leadership, like we said, which is going to be pretty good in the long run, at least with the contesting, but it's not going to be too much of a difference here. But as I say that, maybe the power difference here in ET Han versus 3Z Breezy going to be coming in clutch as he takes out 3Z. And now, I mean, UCLA is on the defensive here. 3Z Breezy spawning in 3 seconds. They need to hold a little bit longer, but Water Fury doing God's work and just holding for so long. Gramella somehow surviving as well, even though they're on 1 HP a little bit earlier, and UCLA are coming back for a vengeance.
They are, and Gramella is marshaling the core in such a way with Water Fury, who I once again want to shout out. We're not saying his name too much because it feels like he's always making the correct decisions with Gramella supporting him as well. I seriously think that this goalie play from Water Fury cannot be understated. Lakeland, Etion, and Eminent Mouse have absolutely sliced up every single team they've gone against, but Water Fury cannot be held, needs the core flip to take him out. Now it's an open map as Eminent Mouse is bringing the ball up. Gramella, a great dribble off the top to make sure they don't lose control. Now Gramella once again with the beam, but Etion is in the net, and he 1-2 punches that guy. Don't mean the trading, I mean ult, flip ult. Really nicely played by Etion, making sure he has that pressure down. You don't need to be able to score the goal one-on-one if you punch the goalie into the goal first.
I mean, yeah, just kind of taking the easy road there. Says, hey, I don't need to score, I will just kill you. But the same route now, 3Z Breezy on this next point, trying to do the same thing, but can't finish the job and actually gets low for it. So Etion managing to survive there. But at the same time, Gramella just takes both barriers. So, I mean, great job from 3Z there to be a big distraction for his midfielder to just take everything on the side of Lakeland, right? And now 3Z soaking so much pressure. If he can survive here, which sadly he does not, Soren manages to find that KO on the backside. But with that, I mean, UCLA just have so much tempo, so they should be able to hold at least one of these barriers.
Lakeland's doing a great job too. I mentioned it in the draft, but I was surprised that 3Z didn't opt into that Chrono Boost start, or not Chrono Boost, Stagger Swagger. Soren is doing a really good job of 1, holding his open net, but 2, trading the damage on 3Z Breezy. 3Z has double Spark with power, but Soren is not faltering. He does a really good job of trading damage and making sure he's keeping up his defensive tools. And he's just also not losing the strikes, walking forward there at the goal arc to make sure he's not trapped with the ult strike ult. But sometimes all it takes is a simple punch down the middle from Gramella. So they're not able to stop that one, but Soren is making a lot of correct decisions here, and I think it's why UCLA is getting stonewalled harder. This Lakeland team does look a lot more secure with a more defensively oriented good goalie. I think that's why we're seeing the Asher ban and why we're also seeing that resurgence. Soren is making sure that his team isn't going down without a fight, and Etion and Eminent Mouse, they do look rejuvenated this set.
Yeah, I mean, they've had signs of life really this whole series. They are not giving up. They want that second ring Vaughn as they get both of the barriers early and find the KO. And another KO. I mean, this is what happened that first set, right? That one point with Gramella going down twice in a row, and now it looks like Lakeland are on the up and up. But can 3Z Breezy and Water Fury have this defense? 3Z has the flip just in case, and it's looking safe for now. They managed to keep it forward. Water Fury now looking a little bit spooked in the back, but should be able to heal up and fight back this X. Needs to be careful of the X farming this corporate though with these dribbles, trying to get it, but Gramella coming back and dribbling it up the field instead, winning that strike war yet again, as we keep saying over and over again. 3Z Breezy finding the interaction when against Soren, looking for the bull rush, can't find the save, or sorry, can't find the goal. Soren finds that save. Well done from Soren to just keep Lakeland's chances alive, but the X Maximus comes back on cooldown in the perfect sense to get another goal. I mean, last point and this point, the synergy from 3Z Breezy and Gramella, just from Gramella to know when the X has that ultimate and to play it into him instead of trying to find a goal on their own, just looking so perfect right now.
I do say, this Gramella guy just knows where he needs to get the ball to 3Z. I love watching these two play, but he also knows now to not avoid the edge. That's not the first time we've seen him punished for that. Lakeland's best chances are when Gramella's read on the edge is being punished. Now Soren's up in the front. Little trading of the Mako abilities results in the goal. Eminent Mouse with the NATO! Oh, but UCLA with the save! It's still a power play, so it might still go in, but E.T. Han not as successful against Waterbury in the conversions, but bang! The dash punch looking like Juliet. That was such a satisfying way to score. This Eminent Mouse guy is just, I mean, Midwest lore Tornado Valley is just ripping apart UCLA, especially Gramella. He's going to have to make sure he's not getting hit by any more of those, or else these sets are going to slip out of UCLA's fingers.
Hey, as a resident of the Midwest myself as well, I get that. I mean, those tornado sirens are going off right now for UCLA as Eminent Mouse is finding so many of them, but finally the revenge actually, 3Z Breezy going to be punching Eminent Mouse away for the KO here and getting a power play of their own. Doesn't really get anything for it, but a little bit of tempo and another KO. I mean, 3Z's had enough of Eminent Mouse right now, does not want anything to do with these tornadoes, but Soren finally putting that crazy X-player away. Gramella now has to do everything himself, but can only find a couple dribbles. Water Fury now needs to be careful, almost going down, losing the barrier instead, but you have to take that and try to defend where you can, as E.T. Han is looking so scary whenever it gets anywhere close to him. Gramella now is up, needs to get this barrier. UCLA have to find something because E.T. Han trapped in a cage over there like a wild animal he is. I mean, looking really scary, finding that dribble, finding the secondary, almost gets the goal there onto Water Fury, but a great save. And then another one on the other side. UCLA, they're just going bang for bang, buck for buck right now on either side. But E.T. Han is the one who gets the set win, finally finds the last straw. Water Fury kind of being a little preemptive there with the core flip strike, and E.T. Han just swatting it back in his face.
Yeah, he said, get that out of there, Matumbo lore. Just
yeah.
absolutely rejects it back in his face. And for their efforts, they're going to get a quick strike as their first pick. I think this is the training that you want as any of these 6 players. Lakeland has battled it back. E.T. Han really put on a show, by the way, that set. He got a lot of unstaggered knockback kills with his X primary, as well as making sure he was converting against Water Fury, who, I want it to be clear, Water Fury may be level 7, but he is playing incredibly well. I think it's more to the point where Gramella is marshalling the midfield well enough that when he's punished by the excellent Eminent Mouse and E.T. Han on staggered kills, that Water Fury finally gets a crack at defending. And in that power play situation, Lakeland is truly quite efficient at making sure that they utilize their cooldowns to get the goal as soon as it's possible.
Yeah, they're definitely looking very good at that. But, I mean, another UCLA, start off there, looking super strong. Ooh, great pass there from Gramella to actually clear it back. A little scary, but trust the goalie to get it done. Gramella now running this midfield, like you said, even more, trying to, make Water Fury's job as easy as possible by getting the core to 3Z over and over again. But Water Fury, when he needs to, like we saw right there, can hold it down. 3Z Breezy on the same side. I guess Soren can kind of hold it down too, holding 3Z Breezy as well as he can this game. But it doesn't matter. The 1v1 goal there, 3Z with the double pass into this himself there on the top corner, right? The dribble into the X Maximus strike reset onto the top side. It's kind of just going, they're just going bang for bang here, Vaughn.
I think a big difference, too, in the fact that UCLA has a bit more of an offensive pressure is that E.T. Han's elected into the Van Braces, while 3Z has the slick kicks, which is it's coming in a lot because when we see the slick kick speed pop in, it's hard for Soren to keep up, as opposed to Water Fury can sort of match the E.T. Han movement speed. But E.T. Han doesn't want to hear any of that. He doesn't need the speed. He's got the power. He's got the strike wars. That was just, he just blew apart UCLA's defense. It was just like, little pig, let me come in, big bad wolf style. One huff and their house was just blown down. E.T. Han, making sure that I'm not the only, person talking about 3Z, making sure he's on the board as well. This X, seriously, this is a great game. I think both sides are just punching on all cylinders.
Yeah, punching on all cylinders. As we see now, UCLA come right back at it, get both barriers immediately. And I guess one of the things you're talking about, just to finish your point, right? The Van Braces versus Slick Kicks. One thing that I've definitely noticed this game is E.T. Han is virtually unkillable, right? Unless you're finding a random tornado kill or 3Z Breezy comes back and finds, an edge kill KO off the side with the X Maximus, it is very difficult. Water Fury cannot kill E.T. Han, does not have enough damage, as the Van Braces just have so much potential here. But another core flip here as E.T. Han does the same thing again with the X Maximus, just puts it in. That looked like deja vu there, Vaughn.
I swear I'm seeing the same thing. Was this the guy there at Quick Strikes? I can't remember, but it feels like he did. Dude, this guy always has, it's interesting because stylistically these teams are quite different. The mirror match, sure, you could argue that it's the same gameplay, but Eminent Mouse and Soren play a lot more like in a 2v1 style in the back half while Etion sits in the front. While Gramella and Threezy, Tornado Valley strikes as I'm saying that. Tornado Valley as well, Gramella, Threezy, making sure that they're able to get this business done. Water Fury's coming up to help. It's a 3-on-1. Soren has the flip, able to clear it and stall for his teammate. Breezy is able to find it now. Soren with back and forth from Gramella, looking for the pass to Water Fury, takes the dribble himself instead, has that NATO charging and the core flip. Let's see if he can get the ball back up front. Threezy has a breakaway, dribbles off the Atlas Lab pillar, dribbles down to Gramella. Gramella has the flip, looking for the pass. No, takes the shot. Can't find it with Soren denying it with Water Fury in the back now. Emin and Mouse looking to replicate that same offensive pressure that Gramella just did with Etion. But Threezy's once again dribbling. He's on the fast break, taking it 1-2 to the hole. Can't find it himself, but Slick Kicks is fully active as Soren isn't falling for any of those fake outs. Now it's Etion's turn to do it. Isn't able to quite find it yet, but Soren has been able to back him up. Now Emin, Mouse, and Water Fury back together. Threezy, Breezy. Now the ball is just going in between the midfield and forwards' hands. Threezy has that. What a NATO from Emin and Mouse! Huge energy denial, making sure that Threezy can't continue that offensive pressure. Etion, I've seen it once, I've seen it twice. Oh, he doesn't need to. It's just in. Emin and Mouse slides it in. Lakeland is up 2-1. How did that happen? Emin and Mouse with the tornadoes. That was insane.
I mean, it just felt like UCLA had so much pressure all series, and then all of a sudden on each of these points, something like some fire would just erupt from Etion or from Emin and Mouse. They'd find a kill, or they'd find just some sort of offensive pressure and then just put it in, right? Just so incredibly difficult. Gramella definitely not getting involved as much at that point, as Emin and Mouse finding so many more tornado kills and so many more passes over to Etion. As Etion gets the first pick, gets rewarded with it, gets that extra size, going to be helping so much. But the prime time going over to Threezy Breezy. But one thing actually to know here I think is definitely a big deal is the Castellas going over to the Era. Finally, a training for the Era to work with. Keep in mind, by the way, I feel like Gramella's had the way better build this entire game, but Emin and Mouse still managing to stay in, I guess, in contention here with the other Era, with not a bigger tornado, not as long of a strike range. I mean, unfortunate there. I don't really know how Soren got down there. I don't know where he went there. Something is happening. I don't know what's going on. Etion's looking incredibly low, but managing to survive for now, has the Van Braces, so should be able to live, as Threezy, Breezy, and Gramella are now the ones actually getting low. The backwards NATO there, I believe that was from Gramella, actually. I think it was red. Looking here, Etion just converting everything, though, Vaughn.
It's true, he can't be stopped, and you're right, he is unkillable. That was nasty! I'm gonna say it, that was nasty. A Water Fury is gonna have to be Etion's son for that point. That was a nice goal. Like, he couldn't win it straight up because he didn't have his ult reset anymore, and he only had his primary, so he used the bell ringer to dribble, making Water Fury looking dizzy. That was a good conversion. Lakeland's got all the momentum right now.
Yeah, Lakeland having a lot of momentum, and even more so now that Etion is finding another KO. One thing to note here is Gramella's playing on the edge so much right now because I think he took that knife's edge, so he's trying to outplay and use the move speed, but I mean, X does not care. If he is in range of you, he will punch you off the side of the map. As we see Gramella coming back up, great saves from Water Fury to stop this for now. As Threezy Breezy now is the one looking in trouble. Back pass here to set up the tornado, but it's an up NATO, not a down one. That looked a little bit crazy. As almost gets it done, but Etion feels like he is just running this entire game, coming back to kill Threezy, going forward to take these barriers and punish Water Fury. So hard for UCLA to play this game right now when it feels like God is on the other team.
It really does, and he is choosing to smite down Gramella. Emin and Mouse and Etion are breathing down this guy's neck. Gramella is finally getting punished for his greedy play at the edge of the map. We're seeing so many unstaggered kills, and when Gramella is left to operate, I mean, he's taken over like he is now, but as soon as the kill comes down on him, the gates get opened up, and it's up to Threezy and Gramella to make sure that they're able to score before Etion gets that flip. He's got almost enough energy for it right now. Oh, Water Fury, just a little short of the clear. He was a little too slow. His character didn't have the move speed. Etion is just slotting it in. Just elite strike placement from Etion every goal to make sure these are going in this first game of the reset.
You know, I never thought I'd say this, Fawn, but I am glad that we're watching an Era X Mach right now. This is the most entertaining Era X Mach I've ever seen. There's so many tornado kills. There's so many just like random X kills off the side. This is exciting. This isn't just a core control battle over and over again. This is just explosive plays from both sides. And currently Lakeland are the ones on top, as they are on this map point right now. And this would be absolutely huge here for them to set this bracket reset, to start it off right. You know, like this. UCLA doesn't have a bracket reset of their own to recover. They need to go now. They need to keep the momentum, and currently they're losing it as Lakeland keeps the ball forward. Rodfrey has to use the flip to stop it for now. And whoa, I think that was the heavy impact shrink there from the Era, actually. That just straight up killed Grimella, and then just puts it in on the bottom corner. Lakeland finding a map and finding a resurgence here in this bracket reset block.
This looks like the Lakeland I know. It's also a power play to challenge UCLA on the Era X mirror. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I don't do that against Soon to Be Strikers, which is essentially UCLA, right? Like, that is a bold move. These guys are known for their Era X, and I really think it came down to the fact that, I'll say it, Eminent Mouse and E.T. Han farmed Grimella that game. I've got to say it. I love Grimella. I love his play. I think when he was alive, he was doing an excellent job. But I can't overstate the fact that even though he does such a good job as the midfield, the amount of unstaggered kills that the forward pair of Lakeland found was just overwhelming, and it left the side of UCLA in an X-Mako 3v2. That's really hard to deal with. So serious props to Eminent Mouse with those insane nados. Those were set winning nados that he had. And then E.T. Han electing for the Vambrace to start, which I've given it some thought. I actually do like it. He's got Mako speed. He's got Era speed. The only reason he's struggling is if he stays alive. And 3Z really opting away from that, taking the slick kicks and skipping Stagger Swagger in that first set. I think it did show the difference. I'm talking about staggered kills on Grimella, but what I'm not talking about is the unstaggered, the staggered kills on 3Z. It seemed like a lot of times that UCLA would just fumble into some KOs, and Lakeland did a fantastic job of punching with E.T. Han always converting. Like, that guy, he just always got the ball in the right spot, and he put it in. Eminent Mouse really was setting up for success. So this is exactly what we wanted from Grands. I'm so glad they took that time to recompose themselves. That first AtLab game was such a stomp that I was worried it might go the same way. But that's a man mode play, locking in the mirror and saying you're the better team, and Lakeland just proved it there for it.
Yeah, I mean, looking incredible on that one. If you look at the KOs, actually, for those who might have missed it, 10 KOs for E.T. Han, whereas the other X for 3Z Breezy, only 4. And then one thing to actually, shout out here, the Tornado Valley, as you were talking about in game, 6 KOs for Eminent Mouse.
Insane.
I think one of them at the end. So it was 5 tornado kills, I believe, for Eminent Mouse, and then 1 beam kill at the end. But that's with no Monumentalist at all.
Yeah.
No Monu, no Timeless. It was just the raw Tornado, catching 3Z Breezy, and then Grimella, I think, 2 or 3 times with that Nado. Looking incredible. I mean, Eminent Mouse managing to stay relevant. That was something I was worried about at the beginning of the game, was Grimella taking over, right, on this midfield era, which is kind of felt like it was going to be the decider. But E.T. Han and Eminent Mouse both, I think, kind of diffing the counterparts a little bit. Like you said, I do believe the biggest thing in that game was the slick kicks instead of the Vambraces on the 3Z Breezy instead of E.T. Han, right? So the slick kicks, I feel like if 3Z ran Vambraces, maybe he wouldn't have got as many, many plays that he did get with that speed. But at the same time, he probably wouldn't have died as much. Now, we get into this next game here, Vaughn. Night Market. Anything you're looking here, I believe it is a recovery drone team player start. So anything you're looking to change here as we see a Kazan ban?
I'm expecting a now from the side of Grimella. I think it matches up nicely into the kitten comp that they're doing. Please, okay, 1 was enough. No, not the second, the salty run back. I mean, we got through it once and it was enjoyable, but this is really reminding me of the Dubu Cup. I don't know how I feel about this. I really felt like, and maybe I'm wrong for this, but in Grand Finals first set, it felt like when Grimella was on a character that had more offensive pressure, it just looked better at breaking the barriers. Maybe I'm wrong for this. It is something that they're known for, but something with a little bit more hit stun, and the now matches up quite nicely into the Era and X would have been something I like to see, but maybe I'll be proven wrong. Stylistically, though, I do want to point out something really important, and I think it's going to be game-changing. Grimella went for recovery drone, but Eminent Mouse went for team player, which I think is better. Now, you could argue maybe Grimella will get more use out of his recovery drone, respectfully. It's Josh. But I seriously think this, and we haven't seen it yet, but I am of the strong opinion that team player on midfield is actually one of the best trainings you can get on Night Market. If Eminent Mouse can replicate how well he set up E.T. Han in that first game, this training difference will mean something for him.
Yeah, and another thing too, speaking of trainings, we have the Vam Braces versus Slick Kicks once again, but this time it's a little different. Threezy Breezy has that recovery drone. It's already saved him once, so it's not going to save him again, but he already did his job as he got both barriers there with that extra speed and with the help from Grimella. But Itihan is cooking, winning Strike Wars, but Water Fury denies it for now. Eminem Mouse trying to keep it up. But a great job from Grimella and Water Fury there to actually deny Itihan from making that play and actually taking the recovery drone off of him.
Ooh!
So now it's only a matter of time before UCLA find that. That was like a
little
bit of a flick.
Yep, that was a bit of a Borg flick on the air. I'll say I was
flick
thinking
on the
it.
era.
Yeah, that was kind of cool. He primaried the ball as it was like going past him, and then he had the time to strike it because he doesn't have the power yet. That was really interesting. You don't really see that too much on air. It's kind of hard to do in niche, but hey, shout out to my co-caster there. That looked like you on Zendaro, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually do that on a lot more characters than a lot of people might think. Octavia being another one that I see a lot of people do, or mainly Joker do, but, you know, not too many Octavia players out there. But definitely a piece of tech that you want to master. Another one that you want to master when you're playing this X is that dash punch, right? That secondary into X Maximus strike, getting another KO. Threezy Breezy finding his second one of the game. And now it just feels like Lakeland is slowly falling as Grimella and Threezy Breezy looking so comfortable on this night market.
Yeah, we saw this in the first game too. I'm not going to count out Lakeland quite yet because we saw this first set on the Atlas Lab go the same way. We'll have to see what pans out as the trainings start to fall. But Threezy Breezy making sure that he's staying healthy. But Grimella, as I say that, is able to take it alone solo. He scored the first 2 goals, something that isn't usual against a defensive goalie like Mako, but if someone's going to do it, it is Grimella. My pick for the strongest midfielder potentially in the entire league. So UCLA off to a strong 2-0 start off of Grimella, and notably, Borg still has his recovery drone, so there may be a bit of causation there.
I mean, I think Grimella realizes the mistakes early on. Played a little bit too I guess, aggressive on the side there, but one person that's definitely playing aggressive as well to their own benefit is Threezy Breezy, just putting on all gas, no brakes here. Doesn't have a recovery drone, does not care, is just putting it in the faces of Soren and Eminent Mouse, punching both barriers and punching the goal for that set win. Starting off strong, like you said, we can't count out Lakeland yet, but with this draft getting quick strikes, I mean, it's looking a little bit scarier than I think it was last game.
Yeah, quick strikes, rapid fire. And the mirror, like we said in that first game, the trainings really matter. You have the same tools, you have the same base cooldown, so the only difference other than your gameplay is going to come from the awakenings. This is crazy that wow, UCLA just got away with some highway robbery. I will say this, it never comes down to training diff. It never does. I need it to be very clear. I'm going to get really heated about this board before anyone says it's drafted. The better team always wins the best of 3, so I don't want to hear it chat. But UCLA is really poised for a win off of that first carousel.
Yeah, getting some standard really good awakenings for their characters, like with the quick strikes and with the rapid fire. But, I mean, you can't really count out Lakeland. Like you said, the better team always wins, but it's not like they got nothing, right? I mean, 1-2 punch is definitely not weak on X. And the Castle Ass definitely, I mean, always been a very strong pick on the era. The aerials going to be kind of going, you know, mirroring Water Fury's twin drive gear and helping buff up the secondaries for the Mako. So it's not like they got nothing. They just got slightly worse things. At the quick strikes, I think, is the best pick of this draft here, looking so incredibly good. And now Threezy Breezy actually almost finding another KO, but finds the KO in the end with the flip. I'm surprised the knockback took him that far. Eminent Mouse is just struggling right now against the X.
It is. With Grimella and Threezy now marshalling up for this play, we're going to see if Soren and Itihan can hold. He does have a defensive flip. Ops for it is not able to get a cheeky kill as well. Couldn't have his, you know, pie and eat it too. But Eminent Mouse and Itihan with the spawn have an offensive play of their own. Wow! Whoa! That pass was crazy! Eminent Mouse and Itihan, I think they might score here. Soren has a flip to get it back to his brawler if they need to. Itihan's in position. This is the Lakeland Classic. We'll see if Water Fury can make sure they stop it, but I was wrong! Grimella once again scores another goal despite Eminent Mouse's crazy pass. Grimella always able to find a little chink in Soren's armor. He's able to slide the dagger right in and make sure that that's a goal going on the side of UCLA.
I mean, that's the second, actually technically third, but second in the same way goal there when you know, Grimella finding that little angle, that little opening on that top side. It would be the bottom side for them, but in this POV, it is that top side, right? And so Grimella, I mean, I think just playing so much better now, kind of going back in the form we normally see him in this recovery drone, as you were saying earlier, finally down for Grimella, you know, getting damaged a bit there. from Soren, Etion, and Eminent Mouse, all three kind of respectfully, but Breezy now is pretty much untouched, still has the recovery drone, and still has so much pressure, and is just trying to lay it down. There you go, finally coming in with the X Maximus, getting that last barrier and almost putting it in, but Soren doing a great job recovering even though the barrier goes down. Soren now needs to defend, but it doesn't matter as the core flip in front of the net was an X. There's not really too much you can do. You kind of just have to call out when they're going to strike, and Soren could not win the coin flip there as Sleazy Breezy has the game in his hands, gets that second point, and UCLA are on a bit of a run here.
I think we're seeing a difference, and I feel like I've identified it by now. It took me a while in that first set, but the map size is why I really think UCLA is playing much better. When the side of Lakeland was more spread out, they had more speed. Soren's been opting for these momentum boots. E.T. Han didn't have the slick kicks, but he didn't need to because the ball was getting in his hands. But now that just the sheer geographic distance between the players is making it so that if Soren's able to clear it, Threezy gets another chance over, and he's not letting it up. The X Maximus, as I'm saying it, trying to make sure he gets that barrier, but Soren does a nice job holding. Grimella lives. Dance, young man, dance, gets out of there. Soren does a good job of holding that barrier alone, and now it's Eminent Mouse and E.T. Han's time to shine. Not able to find much, and see, that's what I'm saying. The offense has already pivoted back for UCLA. This map is just one offensive push out of the other. All it takes is one powerful strike, and the other goalie is on the back foot. Threezy has got his flip, Gramella's got his flip, Soren's got his flip. That's one of the three down. Now, Eminent Mouse is able to catch it, so the ball isn't going anywhere, but this Threezy is bull rushing his way into the net. Just wait until he uses it in conjunction with the flip ball. E.T. Han waiting for the ball, not as able to be cured as much as before. Threezy Breezy opts to not use the flip on Eminent Mouse, instead saving for the pressure. Oh, what a strike! What a strike. I love that out of him. This should be a goal. Slotted in. He keeps the momentum on the strike, which is an important tool to keep track of. Threezy just had a beautiful X-Lore moment, and I don't mean by KOs. Core control matters too. Put that shot in, young man. MOBA death.
Hey, and gets rewarded too. Pretty much as a pick of the litter here, but I think is going to be taking the obvious best training here. Fight or flight. There it comes. Slick kicks, fight or flight X with recovery drone. It's hard to kill him. It's hard to contain him. I mean, and quick strikes too. You're right. It has pretty much unlimited. I mean, any X dreams of this build. And also, we have Grimella getting Monumentalist yet again, which I think is way stronger on Night Market. As you were saying earlier, the geographic location of this map compared to Atlas Lab, a lot less space to work with, which means there's a lot more space for the tornado to cover up, right? So with this bigger tornado, and with Threezy Breezy being able to strike for literally everything and everybody in the entire game, they are suited up here to get this game win and to bring it to map 3 on Amy's app, which last time, as we saw, if they go there, they are looking incredibly dominant. So Lakeland need to find a resurgence here. They need to come back in this map while they still have a chance.
They do. They really do. UCLA has got to show that championship difference here. They're trying their best, but swatted out of the sky. The Monunado with X in the back is too much. They are barreling over Lakeland. They're on the back foot here. These training differences, I did say the better team always wins the best of 3, but in this one game, it just looks like Threezy and Grimella have been rewarded for their play, making sure that they're not dying on staggered as well. That is really the difference. They took a second, recomposed, and this Night Market game is looking really solid for UCLA. As E.T. Han, though, I don't ever want to count out Lakeland. E.T. Han gets one. The beam to reset the offense, but isn't there quite yet. Soren wants to keep the ball alive. The Monunado strange bounce doesn't result in Etion getting killed. Grimella decides to hold the flip, doesn't want to waste it on the KO just yet. Threezy Breezy now on offense, gets one, punches again. He's gonna have the strike reset off the ult, not able to find it, but E.T. Han's had to burn his flip to live. Water Fury in the back, making sure he's not taking no for an answer. As the offense once again behind the Monunado. Eminent Mouse is a great play. Evades the NATO, gets the ball to E.T. Han. Wins one strike, or wins two, can't get the goal. Missed just slightly. E.T. Han, nice try. Soren's gonna have to get it back to Eminent Mouse. While E.T. Han's elected to come back, something we haven't seen very much, but he's a little quick with the arrow speed, and the speed was in the middle of Night Market, so he can sneak it by Water Fury. He didn't have those cooldowns back. E.T. Han, good heads-up play, knew when to leave the box. It's a skill that brawlers have to master, and he just showed a heads-up play.
One thing that actually I want to point out here is Soren, playing a little bit differently at this point than he did the other ones, ran up a lot more on a lot of the offensive plays for Lakeland just so they could keep the pressure up a lot more, which I think Soren as a player is very, very good at, even if he's playing at these bunker goalies like this Mako. But he gets stuck on this back side. Threezy has so many tools to win and get these barriers, but it's actually E.T. Han that's going to be the one getting the barriers here, as E.T. Han is the one who's just putting it down. Water Fury's throw here. Water Fury struggling to keep it alive. Grimella has to come back to help, and they can finally clear it. And now, Lakeland, I mean, I guess they're listening. They really do not want to lose this game here, as they don't want to go back to this Amy Zap map. But Threezy has so many opportunities to outplay here, dribbling for now, waiting for Grimella to come up. Water Fury keeps it alive for now. Secondary into strike not going to be enough, as Soren is keeping it away from Threezy as best as he can. But as soon as he gets ET Hot, it feels like it goes in, and there we go! Water Fury does not get the flip there in time as the hit stun from the Bull Rush comes through.
That was a good heads-up play by ET Han. He knew the ball was already coming to him, so he knew that if he primed that Bull Rush up, the hit stun might be enough to get him the goal, which he does. Water Fury may or may not have the angle. I'm not entirely sure to core flip, but either way, you don't want to risk having that like buffer flip. So I can respect that. ET Han with a nice conversion. It is funny, we've been talking about how dominant UCLA is, but all of a sudden, it's a set point for Lakeland here. If Soren can hold this, which he's doing a good job of holding in the 1v1, I think Ramel's going to have to make sure he helps Threezy a bit more to convert on that last barrier, because Soren's a bit of an iron wall right now. I'm going to say it, Borg. He's not dropping this at all, and Emin and Mouse combined with him is making sure that they're always trying to keep Threezy contained as best as they can.
Yeah, I mean, Grimella definitely needs to be running forward a bit more, and that tornado might just be the one to do it. But savable!
Oh my god,
somehow!
it's actually
I mean, I was going to say the same
savable!
thing. Goes down for it. Now ET Hunt, Emin, and Mouse need to cover for him. Soren, after those heroics, you need your teammates to hold you for you here, and they're doing it so far. Soren up in 3 seconds. Breezy getting shrunk for now, and they will hold Vaughn after the heroics from Soren here. Just a complete iron wall. I don't even know how he saved that.
Oh my gosh! I mean, these strikes are so pristine, and ET Han on the other side. Oh my god, the strikes are so pristine. Everyone on Lakeland just ascended to Monk Lotus levels of strike boring. There's no way they just won that set, Borg. God, that was so good. I mean, the save, and then ET Han strike wars 2 people like 3 times in a row on the back foot. Woo, Lakeland, seriously. I mean, I'm gonna say it does feel like it's almost anyone's game now. The better team truly always wins.
Better team does win. I mean, even with the training differences here, as we're seeing, we've been talking about, Lakeland still managed to just pull that one out of almost nowhere. But, you know, speaking of trainings and awakenings, the primetime and the spec now just going over to UCLA, they have literally everything they would ever want. They have everything they would ever want. They're full build, as I'll say. The only consolation is a little bit more speed from a Mouse, and the spark of leadership with the spark of focus for ET Han going to be helping his team a little bit just with cooldowns to help hold. But, I mean, this is, in my opinion, UCLA's game to lose. But Lakeland is doing a pretty good job at making them lose right now, as they find some fire in them to just keep this game going. As we've seen time and time again, it feels like UCLA is just on the gas when all of a sudden a tree appears in front of them, and that tree is ET Han getting almost every single opportunity as Emin and Mouse and ET Han both finding the barriers now. Water Fury is just struggling to hold against him.
He is. Breezy now has a chance to do a bit of ET Han cosplay. Oh, Water Fury, rare mistake. Wasn't able to clear it around ET Han. ET Han's size, I think, just offset him a little too much. He could have had a sharper angle. Wasn't able to find it. ET Han just kind of slots that one home, takes the gimme for free. Rare misstep from Water Fury. It feels like, Borg, the nerves are setting it a little bit for UCLA. They have the game in their hands. They just have to finish it. They have all the tools they need, and it's a mirror match. You have the stronger trainings. You have the same characters. It's time for UCLA to make sure they lock in to force this game 3.
Locking in they are. Grimella decided to take games into his own hands. Gets it forward, gets both these barriers with the help of Threezy. Threezy now just trying to survive with this core flip. Very, very important to use this core flip to his advantage here. Going to be grabbing the orb. Oh, actually almost goes down from Emin and Mouse. I'm surprised he lived there. The tornado almost going to be putting it in at from Grimella. Soren is holding for now. Soren is putting on the performance of pretty much his lifetime so far. I mean, playing so incredibly well against the stunning forward duo from UCLA, but I'm speaking a little bit too soon. Caster Curse there, Breezy at 1 HP manages to find the play with the slick kicks into that top corner.
I know this guy's locked in, by the way, because he didn't emote. He just sat there for a second. He's actually focused up, because if you've noticed, these emotes are going crazy, but as soon as that goal scored, instant stop. Like, both these teams are playing for keeps now, so really good heads-up primary by Breezy to make sure he gets it. But ET Han, look, I'm going to be honest, Borg. I feel like the goalie diff this game, I've never really spoke about it too much for one side or the other, but Soren is really making UCLA work for it, and ET Han feels like he's got Water Fury's number on this night market pick.
Yeah, and it feels bad too, because I don't think Water Fury is necessarily playing bad. It just feels like ET Han, like you said, has his number. He kind of is predicting what he's going to do here, but not that time. Water Fury learning a little bit, calling him out on that top side. Going to keep it safe for now. Grimella trying to, make Water Fury's job a bit easier, winning these strike wars and keeping it forward for now. Water Fury needs to just cool the nerves, like you said. You're in a good position. You made it all the way here, so you gotta finish it now. Etihan with the X Maximus gonna be trying to put it in, but Water Fury finally feels like bossing up a little bit and getting it forward to his forwards. Breezy now has the core flip in a really dangerous position, but the Maka will going to be insanely powerful for Soren, who's just, like you said, putting up an insane performance and just kind of gapping the forwards of UCLA a majority of this game. Carmella and Breezy now need to help each other. They need to play with each other to get this thing here. Okay, Breezy using that core flip, not going to matter, puts it in no matter what, even if he wins or loses that strike war. So I actually don't mind the usage of the core flip. And they're on map point here, Vaughn.
This is it. This is where the champions are decided. Either you lose here and go to the set 5, or you force the final game 3. Gramella and Threezy off to a fast start, not able to find it. Soren, careful with that flip. Oh, but isn't able to get it off in time. Gramella has the chance to seal it away with Threezy. Water Fury also has a flip, maybe looking for an offensive play, but Threezy gets his recovery drone popped. Water Fury does not suffer the sins of Soren, is able to get it out, but Gramella has an open net. He has a Monunado maybe in the back pocket, we'll have to see, but E.T. Han wants to make sure the game isn't over yet, but it's up to Gramella and Water Fury to get the ball to Threezy's hands, has the speed, marshalling up with the Aeronado, has the ult reset, he's got it! It's going to game 3, Borg, it's going to game 3! UCLA managed to stop the slide down that slippery slope. It's game 3, back to the app again, and we've got one final game for CCL Season 2.
Yeah, and I was a little worried. I feel like after that set whip from Lakeland, it felt like they finally got the momentum back on their side, right? E.T. Han was just calling out Water Fury over and over again, but that last set, it felt like Water Fury finally, stopped the hands from shaking a little bit, right? Cooled the nerves, took a deep breath, and managed to lock in just to finish that game up, and now they're going to get rewarded by going on. I mean, at least compared to, looking back at last series, right? With that last time I played Amy's app, probably their most dominant map right now, as we're seeing. So, what are you looking for? I guess my question here is, Vaughn, what are the changes we're going to need to see from Lakeland in order to secure this Amy's app here? What can they do to not get slaughtered like they did last time?
So I think their best bet is to ban Rasmus and take the Kitten comp. And by the Kitten comp, I mean Mako Era X. I think E.T. Han looks the best on X. I know he has a pretty good Julie. Maybe they could opt into that as well. They haven't played that yet, but I seriously think they should go with the X. I know they don't like Kazan. They've banned it all the time from Breezy, but I seriously don't think you can give him Rasmus. Now, the other option, now this is something that I like as a goalie. For people not at home, I do dabble in a bit of goalie play myself. One option they haven't done, I'm not sure how Soren has practiced on it, they could put Soren on Rasmus goalie. It is a character he can play. We've seen it many times, and I think it's actually a really good pick. It's just difficult to pilot and not the strongest character. Also not a defensive pick, which I think if Lakeland opts away from is incredibly risky, but sometimes when your back's against the wall, hey, I like feeling like I'm him, okay? Well, I put on the I'm him hat, I put on the I'm him shirt, and I lock in the carry character. I love doing that as well. Soren might opt into that, but I really, really don't think you either have to ban the Rasmus or you have to mirror it. There's no other option. It was the most one-sided game I've seen all playoffs, and that's probably not what you want from grand finals. And I think that Eminent Mouse and E.T. Han really are performing on the picks. The issue is that Era just not my favorite character on the app. So that's where I'd go, Borg. I think the Rasmus has to go, or you have to pick it. And I think they showed their cards too early. I think by not mirroring it, Sundubu knows. UCLA, pardon me. It's hard not to mix the teams up. I think UCLA is aware that they've got that Rasmus edge. And if Rasmus is banned, they'll get probably something like Kazan Drek, which does sound scary. That's a lot of pressure. And Threezy Breezy, I don't know if you guys have all been watching his Kazan, but it is quite nice. So it's definitely disadvantaged for Lakeland, but I feel like that's all I've said. And Lakeland time and time again has just put it on the table and made sure, like, hey, we're the defending champs. All right, let's make one thing clear. They are definitely on the back foot. Like, I feel like their disadvantageous drafts they've overcome were really, really, really inspiring, honestly. It's anyone's game for it.
Yeah, and this is where it's going to matter, right? I mean, bracket reset first time, that did not matter at all. All it did was bring UCLA a little bit closer, but Lakeland has been in the same spot this whole time, and they've been standing strong. I mean, they have been holding Sperm. They've been making every single point, in my opinion, pretty difficult for UCLA here. So we're going to have to see if they can finally hold a little bit. It's going to be a recovery drone and Spark of Agility start, actually. So another recovery drone start, which, you know, I mean, it helped 3Z last game, as we saw very well there. Only went down a couple times, and look, they're listening to your advice here, Vaughn, banning the Rasmus, which means we might see a Kazan here for 3Z Breezy. And one thing that I actually agree with you on is I definitely don't think, actually, I'm not sure if you said that here exactly, but I don't think I want to see the air on this map. I want to see Eminem Mouse on that Estelle. You were saying earlier how he looks really strong on the character. I want to see him on the Estelle. I want to see something explosive. I want to see Lakeland do something that maybe they've never done before, and they're hovering it here. I mean, not the X, but the Drakkar for Eminem Mouse here.
I'm interested to see the
X.
Drakkar. I don't think I've seen Eminem Mouse play this character in quite a while. I know he has one, but I'm curious why they elect into the Ditto. Interesting choice by them, and then the now on the other side, combo with the recovery drone. That's going to be a lot of survivability that we haven't really seen for the side of UCLA yet. The Mako, I understand both sides electing to do it. It's going to come down to this midfield div. I do like the extra the kill pressure from Drakkar. If he opts into the pummelers, a little bit awkward because he will have to use his primary against the now to win core control, so he kind of wants both sides, and he's not going to get either. And the last thing I'm going to mention is Gramella now. I really do think he is one of the greatest nows in North America. So this is a statement game from him. This is a statement game from Lakeland. Let's see who can take it home. This is the final game of CCL. It's where the champion is decided. Will it be UCLA on arguably the best losers run potentially of all time, going through every top-seeded team, or will Lakeland, the kings of Collegiate, once again reclaim the throne, and add another ring to the hands? Let's see how it goes down here for it.
Yeah, I mean, if UCLA win this, they will be doing a Sad Boys-esque run, might I say. Shout out to the co-caster here for being lower seed. Not lowest seed, obviously, there's 20 teams in there, but 7th seed now going into the grand finals and winning, whereas Sad Boys obviously is the 6th seed going into the grand finals and winning. So they've done basically everything they needed to do except put this one away. And 3Z Breezy starting off strong here, putting away E.T. Han there on the X mirror. Waterfree going to find the save for now, and 3Z Breezy posturing for a core flip here in the net. Going to be slapping away the core flip from Soren, but cannot find anything on their own. Now needs to be careful, looking incredibly low. Gramella does not have the ultimate to save him, forced to use the core flip early, and now UCLA are actually on the back foot a little bit, but Gramella is doing his best on this now. Gramella now unleashed, trying to keep this forward as long as possible. Core flip from Mouse. Ooh, looked really, really good, but Water Fury read it perfectly and managed to find the save. And Gramella actually getting KO'd, but I believe, I'm not even sure what KO'd ET on back there. Maybe it was like, I think Water Fury's primary there. I'm not sure I caught that, but they're on a power play nonetheless. Gramella now trying to put this one in, but great saves from Soren. Soren is locked in, as you said, from last game. Still does not want to lose, playing incredibly well. And Water Fury and Gramella need to find a way to get this one forward, but they can't, as the Eminem Mouse and ET Han forward duo just looks so crisp there.
It did, and Eminem Mouse did a really good job of composing himself. Saw that Gramella didn't position properly, could slot the pass to X after Water Fury burned all this cooldown. ET Han, we've seen all set, all honestly grand finals. He is really elite at putting the ball in the pocket if the goalie can't get to it in time.
Yeah, I mean, just so well played so far. Gramella now is going to be respawning. Nothing too much going to be happening on that power play for Lakeland. Actually, you know, in a way, it's actually ended up a little bit worse. Soren actually has no energy now, and Gramella getting put back on the energy bar of, or excuse me, I'm back on that one energy bar rather. So 3Z Breezy actually going to be making a critical mistake there, getting it a little bit behind there. Water Fury finding another KO. Water Fury looks like actually turning it up this match, trying to, you know, take away those nerves and get back to what they were playing like before earlier today. Just, I mean, putting away all of these forwards over and over again. 3Z Breezy, Gramella. I mean, this game's looking a little bit more slower paced than it was last time around, as it makes sense. A little bit of slower comps. Nothing too crazy. The Mako for Soren has just been looking so incredibly good. Still has the recovery drone out as well. Water Fury flipping it forward. 3Z Breezy finally hitting the barrier after an entire minute of play. Etion trying to put it in, doing what he does best, but Water Fury I mean, finally, Holding doing so incredibly well. Soren getting it right back to Etihan, and Eminem Mouse right back to Etihan, trying to give him as many chances as possible, but Grimella is holding firm, trying to keep Water Fury life to be a little bit easier. Threezy Breezy trying to cook with that X Maximus, but can't find it. Eminem Mouse with the core flip, but a great ultimate from the Mako there actually keeps it at bay. Eminem Mouse now looking incredibly well. Threezy Breezy has the core flip into that top corner. Soren can't hold him for this long. It's been 2 minutes. I mean, Threezy Breezy finally finds the angle and puts it in.
I mean, this is a map known for its KOs, and the most KOs I've seen have come out from Water Fury, believe it or not. Otherwise, these X's are constantly testing Soren and Water Fury. Etihan and Threezy Breezy are making these goalies work for these goals, and I'm going to be honest, Borg, I can't tell who's advantaged right now. Even though we're not in this mirror match, both teams... Oh, Etihan is the one that's advantaged. Nice pass, Etihan! He gets 2 KOs. Critical for this first set. It's always a gamble of who's going to get a knife's edge. Etihan wants to be the one with it in his hands.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised even at the beginning of this game we're seeing the X mirror. I mean, Etihan obviously looking, being incredibly strong on the pick and has been playing it so well this season. But Threezy, I'm surprised he didn't lock in that Kazan, right? As we've been talking about, but maybe the ego got the best of him. Maybe he just wants to finish the series on Old Faithful, the X here, showing who is boss in Grimella, helping out right now with taking out Etihan and surviving now. Threezy Breezy managing to actually stay alive for now. Water Fury doing so much better. It's doing so well with the cage across the map and the primary, putting Etihan away. Threezy Breezy finally finds the KO. Eminem Mouse going to spawn for now, but it gives Grimella just enough time to layer the strike with the primary. Soren can't do anything else, and it finally goes in. UCLA tied up at 2-2.
Dude, I can't handle this. I feel like the KOs come out of nowhere. I feel like the saves are being held incredibly well. It just every time there's an offensive play, Water Fury and Soren are buckling down. Eminem Mouse and Grimella both had key eliminations. It's just back and forth and back and forth. Breezy is going to make sure he's dribbling it up, forces a flip out and the ult, as Water Fury isn't able to duplicate the same kind of save, both X's doing the X Maximus, but Eminem Mouse has the lock and load combo at the edge of the hole, and he punishes it. We've seen it time and time again this series. MNN Mouse is able to find key eliminations on Grimella, something no other team has been punishing as hard. He's a big X factor, and I don't mean the character, Chad, I mean the reason that Lakeland is taking home this first set.
Yeah, Lakeland getting rewarded here. Kind of gets the pick of the litter here, but, a little bit of a consolation prize is the double pick for UCLA in this draft. Heavy impact's going to be very, very critical with the cooldowns and also just with the further knockback, right? I mean, the impact on the mine is going to be helping a lot, but one thing, that's going to be a little bit scary here, Vaughn. In the hands of Etihan lies specialized training now. This guy has gotten so many random unstaggered KOs with, X on the side of the map with that X Maximus. And now with spec training, as we're seeing here, trying to get a cheese KO here already on Threezy Breezy, maybe jumping the gun a little bit, but already, half health chunking him, done his job. Gonna be looking for a little bit of an advantage, but Ashley is the one who's looking low himself. So this game, so hard to read, so back and forth. I have no clue who is going to get the advantage first. We'll have to see, as Grimella and Eminem Mouse are kind of just doing a little bit of a midfield war here. Threezy Breezy with the X-Maxes can't put away Etihan, or at least get his recovery drone. And this is just back and forth, but I'd say a little bit of an edge to Lakeland so far.
Oh, for sure. I think Threezy should have been able to kill Etihan there, but wasn't able to find it. Oh, but Threezy is making sure that he has standing on business. Soren has a good evade. Etihan isn't able to convert. That's a great hold from Water Fury with just his strike. Lots of patience. But Eminent Mouse able to win that midfield interaction against Grimella. Gets another chance. Etihan's in front of it. Isn't sure where to go, so dumps it off to Eminent Mouse, but now Threezy Breezy's dribbling. We're going to see if these two can combine. Grimella, Threezy have been playing together. I mentioned Lakeland being together for so long, but these two have been on the same team for years. Their offensive synergy is off the charts. Let's see what Threezy can do. Isn't able to find much. Water Fury has to flip out of respect for Etihan. He's going to lock in. Oh, Eminent Mouse slides in under the cover of the Xeno Cloak and has a flip to post it home. That's a 1-0 start in this set. And it just feels like the side of Lakeland, this forward duo, especially Eminent Mouse, is proving that he is an equal match for NASL level players.
Yeah, I mean, Grimella actually losing the strike war there to ET Han, and Eminem Mouse just right there with him with the core flip to actually put that one in. Grimella still has a core flip of their own, so UCLA still have some forward advantage here with Breezy getting the core flip farmed as well. Water Fury just needs to hold for now, but cannot do it. ET Han just has his number, has his address, has his social security, whatever else you name it. But Eminem Mouse finally going down gives UCLA a little bit of breathing room to get this get this barrier rather, which they do. Grimella now looking for the core flip to himself. Pass. That was a great pass to himself onto that top side. I mean, Grimella trying to find a resurgence here, trying to, awaken his friends here on UCLA, his teammates. They need a couple more points. They need this set.
They do. I mean, I'm always so nervous. This is one of those maps where Knife's Edge is always on the table, and you really want it on your side. The difference is insane. With Breezy, funny enough, that recovery drone kill put him in a nice position to get the ball back in their control. And ET Han, uses the X Maximus and can't get the barrier. It is quite efficient, honestly. He's giving me shades of Oki almost with this ET Han play. They just get the ball in his hands, and he is really good at these strike wars. Breezy's going to have to put him down real quick. Make sure he's on the other side of the pitch once again. Both recovery drones have been expended for the X's. We're going to see if Grimella makes sure. It's up to him to make sure that Eminem Mouse isn't going to punish any misposition. He's dancing on the edge. Soren making sure he's holding it well. Seriously, these defensive goalies are putting on a clinic work as ET Han has pressure. Great flip from Water Fury, and Grimella intercepts the pass. Eminem Mouse had the angle, but Grimella one step ahead on that engagement. Now making sure that ETHon's got the ball in his hands once again. Water Fury walks forward so he doesn't have to interact with the X Strike Maximus combo. Really good heads-up play by him as ETHon's getting bounced around. Taken out as well. Water Fury had an excellent point so far, but it's not over yet. It is not over yet. Breezy already back in control. That's a barrier down for Soren. Breezy has the flip, but so does Soren. Who's going to pop it first? It's Breezy. He didn't. Oh, it's like a Mexican standoff. Both hands on the trigger fingers, but Breezy was the one to do it first. And I respect Soren didn't try to do it as well. It's so easy to fall into that trap board. He holds it for the next point, understood that he missed his mark, and he's going to hold it for a more influential sequence on this wood play.
Yeah, I actually really like that. I was going to shout that out as well. I really like, you're up 2 points, realizes I don't need to risk using my flip here. Keep it for next point. Keep the tempo and the momentum. Even if he gets the core flip and gets the goal here, that's still not that big of a deal. We're still ahead. So shout out to Soren. Honestly, the MVP of this entire game so far. ETHon and Eminem Mouse putting in so much work. Eminem Mouse keeping Grimella, who's been literally untouchable this entire day, keeping him at bay. And ETHon, like I said many times before, has Water Fury's number, has just been completely punishing the goalie of UCLA this entire time. But Breezy just looks like it's so hard to get anything done for Soren, but finally, gets into the perfect position with the help of Grimella to get it right in front of that barrier. But now needs to be careful, but can't be careful enough as it goes down. The KO for Lakeland. And the double KO now for Lakeland. Water Fury has the core flip, has the mock roll, has the tools to hold this, but needs to show me he can get it done. Core flip now coming through, clears it, allows Breezy to come back up 3 more seconds until Grimella comes back up. Water Fury managing to hold, and Breezy gets the KO. Great job, Water Fury can hold for now. Now UCLA have the chance to get this set win here, which would be so crucial, like you said, with so many of these awakenings still on the table. Ooh, almost goes in. Great pass, but Breezy can't get it in, but finally gets it done, wins the strike war onto the bottom corner there. Soren could not get it back in time. Great job from UCLA and Water Fury to hold that point. Finally, the set win, and the X is getting first pick. Will Knife's Edge be here? Will it be here? And yes, it will.
Oh, it's there! Oh, they got it. They won the lottery. They've got Knife's Edge. Now, it doesn't mean it's over, but that's a huge swing. I'm going to be honest, I thought it was over when Eminem Mouse found another kill on Grimella. Water Fury was in the 1v3, and he bossed up with the flip, making sure he cleared it excellently. There was no way for the ball to recover. That's a mistake that players can make. They'll flip, and they'll instantly hit it to where another player is, and the offense keeps going. But he found the avenue to make sure that it killed the possession long enough. His teammates came back, and Breezy had a huge bull rush to kill Eminem Mouse and swing the play back in his favor. He's rewarded with a Knife's Edge. This game is completely even. We'll see what happens next, but it gives him so much offensive presence that maybe it's the spark plug they need to make sure Soren shut down.
Yeah, making sure Soren shut down, but it doesn't even matter if Grimella can find that perfect strike placement through Eminem Mouse and Soren there on that bottom side. Breezy didn't even need to touch it there. So great shot there for Grimella, and if you look at that whole point, managing to just barely survive while also keeping core control at the same time. So well done to Grimella for really just kind of staying, just keeping strong here and managing to not let nerves take care, realizing, tries to prove that he is the better player here. and just stay composed. Now, staying composed is 3Z Breezy. Still has the recovery drone. Does not need to fear. Itihan also getting kind of shot up a little bit here by this Now and by this Mako. 3Z Breezy has a recovery drone, but ends up flipping anyway. Does not want it to go down yet, but is still going to lose the recovery drone right now as Gramella does the solo play, gets the barrier. Water Fury now going to need to hold against Itihan, and it looking like he will do so, but 3Z Breezy needs to be careful. I'm a little bit worried. It's super low and has no evade. Gramella almost going down to that shotgun by itself. But Legacy still has the recovery drone. They still have the recovery drones to work with, but Gramella is just putting this game into his hands. The perfect and now primary. I mean, Gramella now unleashed. We've seen the copy pasta. He's putting it into effect right now, Vaughn. Storm the keep.
Storm the keep. Knowers know. Gramella had an excellent primary usage. That drone made sure that the goal was going in. The offensive pressure, it just seems like it's turned up a notch. It always feels like 3Z and Granella have the ball on their side, but Itihan isn't able to get it in his hands. Soren does a great job of denying yet another sequence with Gramella and Water Fury in the back, making sure Itihan can't pilot, can't find it, as he's been doing all season. 3Z Breezy makes it in. It's in again. Nice edge speed with the slick kicks. He's just running over them now. It's a 3-0. UCLA's poised for one of the greatest losers run in bracket history.
First pick.
If they find one more set, this could be Manu. It's not Manu. I'm not sure if it's up anymore, but it was almost a detriment for Lakeland. They get away with it, but there's still first pick on the table, and Quick Strikes is probably going to fall to him. Oh, he opts for fight or flight, though.
Okay. Yeah, I guess, wants 3Z Breezy to get the quick strikes possibly, but I'm afraid leaving that up because then if Soren gets it, it's going to allow Soren's job to be a little bit easier. But, I mean, fight or flight, definitely not a weak training, weak awakening. So 3Z Breezy ends up getting the rapid fire instead. Can't be mad at that. But one thing to note here is Eminem Mouse actually has 3 sparks right now.
Yeah.
Has that triple spark here. The only one missing, I believe, is that spark of strength. Yep, which, pretty important, but not going to be the most big deal as agility and cooldown are both incredibly strong. So Eminem Mouse is going to be a threat this entire game. It is going to be incredibly hard to kill. So we'll have to see if UCLA can tame this Drakkar beast right now. Looking incredibly strong on the offensive side. Strike Shotgun going to be looking crazy huge here, but not even going to need it. The barrier going down anyway. 3Z Breezy is running at light speed right now with the help of the Now Mine.
Nice shot.
To actually get it in, but it doesn't matter. Itihan finds an amazing shot with the dash strike down on that bottom corner. Water Fury was not ready for that one.
Yeah, that was a fantastic mix-up. It baited out the strike in such a way that the slower core speed really didn't matter. Water Fury wasn't able to reach it in time, and Itihan is not going down without a fight. That was some elite shot placement for him.
Yeah, elite shot placement in the most elite game you can get to in the entire collegiate scene. Grand finals now of the entire tournament. Itihan now going down, losing this recovery drone pretty early, honestly, in the set, and now needs to be careful. 3Z Breezy is going to be putting him away, and now it's going in right after that. Soren just struggling to hold now against the presence of Gramella and 3Z Breezy, and Water Fury running up for good measure just in case. Sad Boys flash the triple one. You're glad to see that one, Vaughn, as they want to put this game away. They want this ring.
They're so close. They are so close to making one of the most impressive tournament runs in almost any game's history. Gramella and 3Z are just on a rampage. He's got the flip. Can Gramella get the ball to him right now? Itihan's on the back foot, making sure he can help on the defensive end, which just shows how determined Lakeland is to deny this flip. Making sure he doesn't waste it. He's got it. He's got the spin. He's spinning to winning on the flip. It can't be stopped. They're 1 point away, Borg. They're 1 point away from cementing themselves in Omega Strikers history.
Championship point here, Vaughn. And one thing to note here, 3Z Breezy just used that core flip, but look who has one. Gramella, who has been a threat to Soren all game. Popping it right now from midfield. Not going to find much from it. 3Z Breezy using that X Maximus already as well. Soren going to be holding for now. Cooling his nerves, wants to keep this alive, this dream alive for the 2-peat, right? Not quite the same as the 3-peat, but maybe could get it next season, but gonna have to win this to keep the dream alive for now. Eminem Mouse trying to stay relevant. Itihan is just challenging Water Fury again and again, but it looks like Water Fury has cooled his nerves for good this time, managing to stay stalwart in this net. Gramella helping him out as well, and there you go. Save after save after save after save into core flip. Another save coming out from Water Fury. Gramella bringing it forward now, wants to get this barrier once and for all. Eminem Mouse forced the core flip of his own, and finally gets the barrier, but 3Z Breezy trying to get it back on the same end. No, Soren putting it away, save after save as well. These goalies are going nuclear right now, Vaughn, as Itihan and Eminem Mouse are trying to bring it in, but Water Fury cannot be stopped. Grimella keeping it on this bottom side. Core flip once again off the center. Cannot get it in. Breezy has the core flip as well. Trying to dribble it up here with the primary. Gets it without using the core flip. Now Soren needs to be careful as Breezy might put this one away if they can get to it. ET Han trying to put it in. No. Gonna be staggered. Can't get to it. Now the dribble. Breezy gonna find the outplay. No. Grimella puts it in. They win.
UCLA's done it! They've won! They cemented themselves in history! What an incredible losers bracket run! They've broken the kings of collegiate wide open. Breezy, Grimella, and Water Fury have done it, Borg! They've won the season! All the doubters, all the question marks surrounding this roster, the day one performance, they were thrown into doubt, but the ones who didn't doubt them were themselves, UCLA. I've never been more impressed with a tournament run in the OS scene. What a fantastic cap to their performance. The final dance, Breezy and Grimella in their senior year, their last team together, are able to put a historic championship run with Water Fury to take the whole thing. What a storyline for these players.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta excuse me at the end there. I started yelling. I completely lost my voice there at the second. That's how hyped that was. I mean, keep in mind, guys, I mean, these are all players that I extremely enjoy playing with and I love seeing, including the side of Lakeland as well. I'm including all these players, right? And just the series that they gave us was probably one of the most entertaining, if not the most entertaining collegiate, or really just series in general, not even just collegiate. Like, that was insane. So, I mean, shout-outs to Lakeland, shout-outs to UCLA for bringing us an amazingly entertaining series. But at the end of the day, UCLA is going to be taking the cake. They're going to be bringing it home finally on the senior year, like you said, getting that trophy that they really, really needed, that they really wanted. And man, I mean, that was intense fun.
Intense doesn't even begin to describe it. I didn't think I would sit here and say that a Mako era X mirror would have me at the edge of my seat, but it really did. I really need to give shout outs, and I can't say this enough. I am so impressed with MNN Mouse and ET Han. The narrative is always about Soren, and he is a great player. Let's not get it twisted. He made grand finals of NASL. He had great showings in other S tiers as well, like Afrika. But his teammates, MNN Mouse and ET Han, they should be proud of how they played today. I was so impressed, especially with the goal scoring of ET Han, the consistency he had, and MNN Mouse going tooth and nail with Grimella. I would not say that there was a position in grand finals that I felt was lopsided in the slightest. I'm truly impressed. All 6 players, you know, there's always going to be misplays. There's always going to be great plays. But at the end of the day, the consistency mattered. And I was really, really impressed with that 5-game series. So I need to give Lakeland props. I need that to be said. Now, that being said, let's go UCLA. Let's go. Oh, yeah, those are my boys. I'm so proud of them. They did phenomenally, showed they could pilot multiple different characters. Everyone stepped up big. And my favorite part of this storyline, other than the fact that, first of all, that is Grimella's first tournament win.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Ever. I need to say that. He finally got the chip. He did it with his roommate, his teammate of years. And then the part I never want to forget too is the story of Water Fury. This guy came in last season as a rookie. He was just another player in the queues. I had never seen him before. He was sitting in plat at the time, all right? And over the course of that season, we saw him improve. We saw him improve even more. He started to get talked about, and then UCLA fell short. We remember what happened, but now he had the LAN experience with Dropletto and Muncher. He had the CCL experience again. He's been in the queues. I've even talked with him about, like, I've played against him. I've played with him. I've had some words with him as well. And to finally come in and be a part of a championship roster, this is just everything that you want from collegiate Omega Strikers. Just someone who wasn't involved in the scene being brought along with 2 established players who everyone expected would have to do the heavy work. And when I watched those grand finals, I couldn't be more proud of Water Fury and the strides he's made. He's put in the work. It really showed. And today, it gave him the ring. And there's truly nothing more beautiful in competition than that. So really, really well done with Water Fury. I'm hoping we can get them in here for an interview. I would love to have some words with the members of UCLA. We'll have to wait and see on production there, but we'll just have to wait a little longer. I'm sure they're celebrating right now, so don't go anywhere. We'll talk to them in a second. Real quick, Borg, let's just do a recap. Let's just relive the greatest moments of this playoffs. Just an insane run from the side of UCLA. Did you have them winning the whole thing? I know we wanted it, but on Saturday morning, would you have said they were going to be here?
I definitely would not. Let's go back super far back, Vaughn, right? Let's get the narrative kind of centered around here.
Sure.
Like we said at the beginning, actually what you exactly said at the beginning was, at the first day, right? We looked at all these teams. We said, oh, on paper, UCLA, with the rise of Water Fury, like you said, definitely the strongest one here. Not even discounting SLU, who we saw as the undefeated seed in the main season, right? Undefeated in that main season. Lakeland, the returning champion. So many strong teams, but UCLA on paper, we all thought was just the best roster by far.
Sure.
Struggled in the regular season, right? And then got a pretty, 7th seed isn't the worst, but it's not where you really want to be when you quote unquote should be one of the strongest rosters. Come in, have a pretty shaky first day. Have to get a sub in, but the sub manages to pull up through, right, with that 1-2 win to take out Longhorn Gaming, who was having an incredible tourney run themselves. Gets put into that bottom bracket, and then now, look at this. They come all the way back up through beating every single, not every single, obviously, but pretty much every single better seed ahead of them that they fell to in the regular season and fell to earlier on in this tournament, right? So proving everyone that they can do it, they do have the potential to do it. Kind of playing with our heartstrings, especially as the friends of 3Z Breezy Gravella, right? So, putting it to pretty much everyone. I think I saw Water Fury actually post the meme of the he posted the meme of the Reaper.
Going down the hallway.
Going down the hallway, and each of the doors were the teams, and they finally got the last door. They opened it, and in that door was the trophy. So, any extra shout outs or any teams that you thought was pretty, and maybe in any interesting series.
I've got one that's coming to mind. I think there was a secret grand finals that isn't getting talked about. Sure, this said grand finals on the stream, but I think there was an actual real grand finals, and it was UCLA versus Longhorn Gaming. That series, 1 point, one Tycho bounce goes differently, and this never happens. And ironically, it's against the team that 3Z Breezy championed. I was so impressed. It's so funny to say because, let's be clear, UCLA, to make this run, had to go through losers from the 4th, the 3rd, the 2nd, and the 1st seed. Okay, double eliminating the returning champs. But ironically enough, the scariest game was versus Longhorn Gaming. So I want to make sure that I shout out Maple, Mr. Flambeau, and Nikki Middleton. Those 3 players played phenomenally, and I would include them as part of this losers run. I don't want anyone to forget that Longhorn Gaming series. Let's be clear, because that was part of the journey. It happened day 1, but it's a part of their whole process. So I want to shout that out. I still want to shout out Lakeland, and I don't want to make sure that I don't mention this. While they did come on the strongest championship day, I also want to make sure I shout out SLU, the only undefeated season in CCL history. Maybe a bit of a stain to not make it all the way, a little bit of that Golden State Warriors 73-9 record, but that still doesn't discount the excellence they showed all season. This was truly a really competitive playoffs. I don't think there's a single bracket that could have ever predicted how this went. Actually, I probably know there's no bracket that predicted this. I'm sure we could check, and if anyone did, you have my utmost respect. But this was a CCL. I mean, what an experience! Like this was a true collegiate victory for everyone involved, and I'd still like to congratulate once again UCLA for their win, snagging our sponsor Intel's processors. Thank you once again to all our sponsors that helped out to put on this production, this broadcast, this season. Without them, CCL would still exist, but it just wouldn't have the same support that it did. So I want to make sure that I shout out all those sponsors, even the ones that I didn't mention just now, Elite as well. Really making sure that the season comes together. This is a student-run, like completely grassroots scene, and what they've managed to do this season really something special. And I don't want anyone calling this a Mickey win. I'm not going to hear it. There's nobody who's won more championships than me, and I'm putting my stamp of approval on this win. This was awesome. Taking the people that you know, that you live with, that you see every day, and bonding together, growing together, improving together. This means a lot. I'm so proud of all the teams. I love watching. I've watched these games more closely than NASL. I watched them closer than NASA. I love the storylines. I can't wait for CCL 3. Just a great end of the season for it. I can't say it enough.
Yeah, well, we will be getting into these interviews momentarily. Thank you again, like you said, to all of our sponsors. Thank you again to Dylan Surplus, Blue Blazing, everyone behind the scenes here, Shenandoah as well for helping put up the production. Everybody involved, obviously too many names to count, but you know who you are. Thank you guys. Thank you all the casters. Thank you to you, Vaughn, for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you to you, Vaughn, joining me here on the
thank
casting
you.
desk.
Thank you to you too. Hey, you did great. You look great out there. You look great.
Hey, you look great in here, and I'm glad that I got to do this with you. I think first time we actually casted, and what a great first time here on the biggest stage.
It was so fun. I couldn't control myself, dude. The points. I was so glad you were doing the. They couldn't see me when the game was going, but guys, there was some where I'm just like, oh my god, like, oh wow, what an emotional roller coaster on EVK Sunday, no less. Like, just what a great day.
I mean, on that last point, me as well. I literally got out of my chair, lost my voice, and ran around my room because I just could not handle all the hype. But to wrap us up here, thank you everybody. Thank you, Vaughn, co-casting. Thank you for everyone already said, so you know who you are. And that will be it for us. We will be going to a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll have an interview with the winners, UCLA, 3Z, Breezy, Grimella, and Water Fury momentarily. Please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. From the great American author James Collins, faith in the end game helps you live through the months or years of buildup. And that is exactly what this UCLA roster has done. Your national champions, the UCLA Bruins, join us here on the desk. I'm joined by Vaughn. And first things first, fellas, first things first, let me take you on a little bit of a history tour. All right, we're gonna start very, 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 decently recent, okay? 15th place at the Pro League Invitational. 9th to 11th place at Africa TV Invitational. 5th last year in the CCL. 5th to 6th at the Dubu Cup. 3rd at From the Ashes. And 7th in Nassau. And now, you are number 1 on top of the world. You, Threezy and Gramella, have been playing this game for so long together. The Sundubu's last ride has reached the peak. How does it feel to watch the sunset with each other?
I mean, there's no better player I would rather play with than this guy. This is the best midfielder in the world right here. This is my brother. This is my roommate. This is my midfielder. This is my guy, bro. He's the Grinch. He's him. That's all I have to say.
Indeed. And Water Fury, of course, your efforts to this team cannot be understated too. Okay, hold on. All right,
got some stuff to say, boss.
Go for it.
Wait, I think you need to hand off the mic.
Hand off the mic, Threezy.
Threezy, he has to use your mic.
He has to use your mic, Threezy. Hand him the mic. Give him the mic. Is it working? What's he saying?
Is it working?
Is Vaughn muted? No, not Vaughn's muted.
I don't.
No, you're not muted. Threezy's not muted.
Threezy, can you repeat what he said or something? Oh no! Now Threezy's.
Now Threezy's
it's all
muted.
over.
It's all over. It's all over.
Water Fury.
It wouldn't be an Omega Strikers land or anything. It wouldn't be an Omega Strikers broadcast with a little bit of Jake. All right, you're back.
Oh, we hear him now. We hear him now.
Okay. Hand off
now
the mic.
give it to.
Hand off the mic.
Now give it to Josh.
Oh, he can.
There we go. Now give it to Josh. You got it. Oh my God! Every time he takes off the headset,
Doesn't like your voice. I don't know. It just doesn't like it.
All right, can you just tell us what he said?
He said I'm his brother, and that's it.
Beautiful. Okay. That's fair. And again, Water Fury, your efforts to this team cannot be understated. What a run from you! You are all the way on the East Coast right now, not even in Los Angeles, and you took down plenty of the best seeds in the game. How are you feeling right now? Drink it in, buddy. Drink it in. I mean, you were going crazy on the goalie and everything there. Vaughn, what do you have to say to this champion squad?
I think this is just a message to Sundubu in general. I know that you heard lots of whisperings about your team's ability to perform on the given day, and I know obviously day one it looked shaky, and there's some external issues, sure, but at the bottom line there is also some player execution that I think was faulting. So how did you compose yourself for day 2? How did you feel about going into championship day, especially after your disappointing end in season 1? Talk to me about what was going through your mind as you were storming through that losers bracket.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
can.
Yes, we can.
Woo! Okay. Well, we lost. And Seth had a lot of packet loss, whatever, so we just blamed it on that to make ourselves feel better. And I mean, I guess Grands also showed that we were right to cope. And we went through losers, and we needed to do it with Balix. And we played Longhorn Gaming. We got 9-1 game 1 in Oni Village, which is our map.
And we beat Sad Boys 3-0 on that map.
Yeah.
Okay, but we had a sub too. Okay, yeah, whatever. I get it. Anyway,
that map's very near and dear to our heart.
That's called Sundubu Village, and don't you forget it.
Yo, who won in Nassau on it, little man? I remember you getting.
Yo, you called it Sundubu Village. Yo, you called it Sundubu Village. Wait, that's your quote. Wait, you said that, bro.
With our starting roster. Let's be clear about that. But
guys
This
will
is
see on the
great.
map, so keep
This is
going.
great. This is
Anyway,
great. I
so we
love
lose
this.
9-1 to Longhorn Gaming, and I'm just depressed. I'm like, it's another season, another buster. I'm really not happy. And so I did the only thing I knew to kind of turn it around, and I just started screaming. And I started yelling for Balex because he was taking us. Or no, I wasn't yelling for Balex. I was yelling for Seth because Seth wasn't there. And we needed to make a day 2 for him because he needed another chance. And we made it to day 2 for Seth. And that was our rallying cry. I think like a big theme for our team in playoffs this year was like we kept doing it for each other. And that was our every point. We just shouted for Balex, for Seth, for Slop. Just whoever on our side that we could root for and who we could rally behind was who we decided to go for.
I remember well said, very well said. I remember in our interview for the Stingers this past week, I asked 3Z Breezy, hey 3Z, other than you guys, who can you see winning the national title? Every other team said, oh yeah, this team, oh yeah, that team could win it. You were the only one who said us and did not elaborate. Was that confidence there throughout that lower bracket run, especially against Longhorn Gaming yesterday?
We were both very confident coming into today. We got a good night's sleep. I missed the pre-show because my alarm didn't go off. Gave me an extra 2 hours of sleep. That was
The extra
awesome.
2 hours help, bro. The extra
Shout
2
out
hours
to my
definitely help.
Shout out to my alarm for that one. What was I going to say? So yeah, I mean, we just felt really confident going into today. I don't know. We kind of looked at each other. I'm like, I'm ready to do this, and he's like, let's fucking go. So we knew it was going to be hard. Longhorn Gaming yesterday was really, really hard. Mr. Flambeau came the closest out of every midfielder in the tournament to having more redirects than that guy right there.
Wow.
And so put some respect on Longhorn Gaming. This win was for them, and I'll do a bunch more shout-outs later, but shout out to those guys. Those guys are so good, and if you don't respect them, you're a lobster.
That's facts.
That's facts.
I'd like to speak. I'd like to speak a little bit more now about the journey forward. Obviously, 3Z and Grimella, this was your last chance, last dance. Not even just as teammates on the NASL side, but as teammates at UCLA. You'll be leaving the squad together off into the sunset. What's next for your involvement with the OS, as well as I'd like to hear from Waterfury as well, as I know you're eyeing potentially those extracurricular OS opportunities. But I really want to hear what's next for you guys in the OS sphere now that you've really stamped your mark on Collegiate. I'd like to hear a little bit more maybe about where you're looking forward to next, and I'd also like to just congratulate you on a fantastic collegiate career. So it's been almost, I think, 2 years since the forward pair started, and Water Fury has all grown by leaps and bounds over the course of these last 2 CCL seasons. So what's your next goals as players? And let's start with Water Fury.
Let's start with Water Fury. Let's see if we get the mics working again.
Yeah. Yes.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Let's see if
if they can't hear you, I'll repeat it.
We can't. Okay, they can't hear. It's
all
okay.
Right, let's hear it, and I'll word of mouth it. Let me hear it, buddy. What's your next goal as a player? Yeah. Sure. Chat, he said his number one goal was to be as good as his idol Vaughn in the goalie position.
You're putting his words in his mouth here. What he really said was he doesn't really know. He's gonna check out maybe a NASA launchpad type situation, get on a roster there, and just try to grind, basically, right?
Yeah, I like that. Let's hear from the forward pair themselves. I know that this was the last dance. What a way to cap it off, guys. What's next for what's the goal for you guys here? What's the next stone that's left unturned now that we finally, I mean, congratulations once again on a huge win. I'm curious, what's the next goal here for you two as players?
I mean, I think we both really want to win NASL. And that's kind of why Josh made the decision to leave Sundubu, is because it just felt like it wasn't really working, and so we both need new environments to compete in NASL, and so that's where we're gonna go for season 4. Who knows what season 5 might have in store? But for season 4, I'll be storming the keep, and he'll be
Doing something.
Finding my way.
Yeah. We'll hold off on that one. Almost had you guys though. You'll have to find out what Josh's team will be, but coming soon from Shams OS.
Shams OS strikes again. I mean, you've been doing great work as Shams OS, by the way. I want to give you a compliment there.
Appreciate that.
My next big question is in competitive Omega Strikers and in CCL, the West has always been the little brother to the Midwest,
Facts.
the East, the
Facts.
Texas, all of Texas.
Real.
Now that you're on top, what does that mean for the West, the Westies as a region?
I'm not going to hear this, okay? Gumi is one of the most dominant Omega Strikers players in history, and that guy is a true-bred West player, all right? He was in the mines in Demon Hours, okay? He was there. Barcode, CECC land winner, was in the mines in Demon Hours. Might not be a Westie, but he sure is an honorary one, okay? Westies are the heart and soul of Omega Strikers, okay? And we showed today that we're good at the game. Vaughn, shut the fuck up.
Yo, keep the swearing to a minimum, noob. Are you kidding me? That's twice
PG-13.
now.
We got one. It's PG-13.
Yo.
He got one. That's our one. Okay, that's our one.
I was about to say you were asked about the pride of the West. You named a Westie and an Eastie. That's all.
Yo.
No, hey, Westies have their day. I'll say.
Westies, the West. I think this.
Region. Hey, region.
Okay, fine. Here you go. Oppabug just won NASA, bro. There you go.
There you
There's
go.
one.
That too.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I'm saying that West is rising again. It's gonna happen. It's there we go. It's happening. Anyway. Really quick. When I met you, 3Z, at I don't know, I think it was CECC, I want to say, and then at Phoenix and at other lands and stuff, we've always had great conversations and stuff. Are you gonna hit the hot tub or the sauna first?
I just jumped in the shower for a couple minutes because it was way too hot. I had to cool down. So maybe a little swim in the ocean, you know. Gotta see how it tastes. But besides that, hey, I don't know.
Hey, that's fair. Vaughn, do you have any more questions for our champions?
No, I think all that's left is let's hear the shout-outs. I'd love to hear. I know a lot of people are supporting UCLA, and I know you've got a lot of. I mean, you're one of all three players, some of the most talked about players in the scene at large. So I'd love to hear any shout-outs, starting with Gramella. I would like to let's just hear it. It's your platform, it's your podium. We've already maxed out our curses, so let's hear it, Josh.
All right, I want to shout out.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Oh.
Talk?
Hello?
Talk. Yep, you're good.
Oh wait, yo.
This is the most scuffed postseason interview
Yeah,
that we've ever had. I'm so sorry, everybody, but this is just OS, baby.
Hey, maybe our next sponsors can give us some headsets.
Yeah, actually, they are. You guys
This
are getting
thing is
brand
such a
new
piece of
mice.
shit. It's
You guys are
disturbing.
getting brand new mice and
Yo,
headsets. so.
Breezy, I'm gonna
There's no way you
respectfully tell you to relax instead of something else I normally say. See how easy that is?
Yeah, Waterfur, you could type your shoutouts in chat. That's chill. Do that.
Oh, that's true. That's smart. He can type
bro.
it out.
I mean,
Type it
what
out.
is happening?
You're good. We can hear you, 3Z.
No, it only listens to my voice. What's up with that? It literally won't.
I don't know.
Hello.
There we go.
There we
go.
okay,
Go.
we heard you.
Go.
I want to shout out Slop and Balix. Those two are our supporting staff in the back. They've been cheering us on all season. Alex shows up to most of our games. He shows up to our scrims, and we don't give him much playing time, but he's there always for us. He's always there for us, which is I just have so much respect for the fact that like maybe he doesn't want to play and he's not getting the opportunity, but he was always ready. We told him, hey, you might have to play in playoffs. Seth's got this wedding. We want you to practice these things. He came in, he practiced them, and he was ready and good enough to get us to day 2. So big shout out to Balix. I have so much respect for that guy. Glad that he's such an awesome guy on the team. I want to shout out Longhorn Gaming. We told them we'd win for them after that game yesterday because, frankly, they kind of deserved to win against us, but we ended up coming away with the win, so we wanted to win for them. We didn't want their gain. I want to shout out to everyone that supports me. Year 2024, kind of in my year a little bit. kind of grown out of my shell, and a lot of people have been, a lot of people have taken notice of me and been really supportive. So everyone out there, you know who you are. They send me the nice DMs. Big fans. I want to shout out Vaughn, in particular. Yeah, just because he shouted me out when he won, so I got to give him the reverse shout out. And I want to give a shout out to Seth and Threezy, teammates, prunes through and through, and I couldn't be more proud of us.
Beautiful.
Well said.
Beautiful. Well said. Well said. Threezy?
Up.
Got any other shout-outs?
For me? Is it my turn?
Yeah. Yeah, it's your turn.
Yes. So, I mean, I'll just get out of the way. Alex is the GOAT. This guy's been with us since beta. There would be no UCLA CCL team without Balix. We weren't able to win with Balix, but we were able to win with him today because he was in our hearts and he was there yesterday when we needed him most. So MVP Balix. Seth, this guy is such a beast. I've never seen a player improve as fast in the goalie position as this guy. He is such a demon. If you're looking for a launchpad goalie, this guy is an absolute freak of nature. So please pick him up. He is such a demon. He's in Knowledge Gap right now too. So just an absolute GOAT gamer. Shout out to Slop. This guy's been with us as well for a long time. Just giving us the energy that we need. Absolute chill guy. He'll be missed from Comp OS by many. Maybe not some, but us for sure. We love Slop. That's our guy. Shout out to everyone who supported us. Like Josh said, DMs and all of that stuff. I really appreciate all you guys. Shout out to everyone in Westcord. Absolute goated people. Love this community. And shout out to every team that we beat in our losers run. Everyone, like the sportsmanship today was really, really good. I really, really appreciate everyone. We're gonna shout out Longhorn Gaming again. GMU, those are our guys, right? We've been playing against them since beta. Those guys are so good at the game. They're so chill. Shout out to Snake and the rest of UTD. Snake's my brother, and those guys are really good. Let's see. Trying to remember who else we played. My brain is like foggy. Slew. Shout out to Slew. Coin,
shout out Slew.
Such a beast. Like Vaughn said, he had an MVP regular season, and I don't want that to go unnoticed. This guy is a demon. Zorro as well, just an absolute GOAT. And looking forward to seeing those guys maybe compete in NASA or even NASL. And then shout out to Lakeland. I mean, those guys are so good at the game. They've been playing for a while, right? People have doubts about them. They're like, well, are these guys ever going to do something? Last season, they showed you that they could win. And this season, they came really close, right? Soren is just such a beast. He definitely made me work really hard in that series. Some of the hardest I've worked, right? At LAN, we mentioned it, the third place, playing against you already lose. It was similar to that, right? In the way that I had to play to get anything, right? Barriers, goals. Soren, absolute beast. And then shout out to Min Min Mouse and Ethan as well. Those guys are absolute demons. So I wanted to shout those guys out.
I love it. I love it so much. Before we close out for the night and we close out our season in spring 2024, I do want to announce that CCL is coming back. That's right, baby. We're coming back. Fall 2024 registration starts August 1st through September 14th. Get your buddies together. Mark your calendars. Put the alerts up. We're coming back, baby. Season will go from September 18th to November 10th. Play-ins will be on November 16th and playoffs November 23rd through the 24th. If you are at all interested or if you are a college student, please consider signing up. It is the most electric collegiate league out there. And before we do this is when I get on my pedestal and my monologue. I also have some shout outs here. Everybody on the CCL staff, Coin, Trademark, Syntix, our editor, everybody on CCL Game Day, our special guests, Vaudable and Lunchboy, of course. Shenandoah Esports for pulling a lot of work here on production. Shout outs to them, especially Ether, Ian, Master Hamster, Whack, Chris, May, all of them put in 110% for us, and they opened up their home for us at Shenandoah University. So we greatly thank them a ton for their service here. Striker Central artists, of course, have to thank them for all the awesome graphics and production packages that they've done. Dragon Claude, HB Cat, Wee Wee, aka Gut Confetti, Wumper Nugget, Big Buh, Cordial Crow, everybody put in 100% this year, and I cannot be more proud of my team, as well as Intel and Asus ROG. This bad boy is getting a one-way ticket to Los Angeles, California very, very soon. It'll be in your hands very shortly, guys. And finally, of course, Odyssey Interactive, everybody there for making this game, keeping the community alive, letting us use their stream. Thank you so much for letting us express and compete in the game that we love. Any final words, gentlemen?
Hey, shout out to my mom.
Shout out 3Z's mom. Shout
That's
out
facts.
3Z's mom. Plug the website.
Yeah.
Plug the website.
I can't drop it because it's Odyssey's channel, but
Oh, okay, it's fine.
they
It's
have
fine.
links
It's
turned
okay.
off.
All right, that's all good. It's all good. Any
I'll DM
more,
it to you,
Vaughn?
though, and then you can
Yeah, sure.
type it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
there you go.
Yeah, DM it to me, man. Vaughn, do you have anyone you want to shout out?
No, it's all about the players right now. I think it's all about UCLA. Always has been on this interview, and I'm just so proud of all of them. I think they'll hear enough of me glazing them after the game, which I'm sure they're going to watch back that film. So just really proud of those guys. What a great cap to their season. They've all improved a lot. I've watched these guys since the start of launch, and then Water Fury when he started picking up as well. And compared to, we're getting close to a year now, less than a week away.
Wow,
It's been
yeah,
a
you're
full
right.
year since the game dropped. The difference that these guys play at is so palpable, and I'm just so happy they stuck with the game. It really paid off. It's just, I promise, if you put these guys and you had them play versus clones of themselves at the start of launch, it would be the biggest slaughter you've ever seen. So I can't speak more highly than the time that I've spent with these two and getting to know Water Fury as recently as well. I'm looking forward to competing against them in the future, and they should be proud of what they accomplished today.
Love you, Vaughn.
Got you, buddy.
Love you guys. All right, that'll do it for us. We will see you next season. Thanks again for watching. UCLA, your national champions. Have a great night, everybody.
Yep.
Over to Soren, who is ready once more. By the way, he's got core flip again, folks. There in the back, actually have a clearing angle there at all. And now, my goodness, Kofu Fortress almost accelerates it backwards. But the core flip was there from Spartan. Now ET Hans.
Slight of the wave, at least for one more second. One goal barrier going down here. Water Fury scoops up that last little bit. Spartan back, but into the core flip of Grimella in that bottom core pocket there. You can only do so much if you're Spartan. You can't defend forever.
It is only a matter of time before
Some good plays there as well by Breezy. Breezy just sitting on the core waiting for Wiggly Wobbly to pounce. There goes Wiggly Wobbly here. See you later.
Depending on the Awakenings, we can see something like Snowball coming up. That is a double barricade immediately for UCLA. Vega's already on a quarter of his HP. Now a tiny little sliver, but now healing.
Looking for blood, and there's only so much you can do if you're Wiggly Wobbly from this point of view. You forward, snaps it in. UCLA 3-0 for 3Z Breezy. He smells the blood a lot like a shark. Core flip comes out from Spartan. The dribble is there, but it's no good.
Mela takes up point as Breezy flips, looking for the bull rush. Can't get to go. Soren, excellent saves. Heads up awareness there as Eminent Mouse also in the back trying to help, but a 3-1 has great offensive pressure. But maybe sometimes it's a little too much to bear. The double barrier is going to go down. We're going to see Breezy and Grimella with Water Fury coming up.
Unable to save that one, so it is an even game here with Breezy looking very low. Has the core here though. Soren forced the core flip, and now ET on versus Water Fury 1v1 to the X to it, and the X is actually good here. Keeps the barrier alive. Ooh, a little bit of sad boys there, not getting it, but it doesn't matter as Grimella has that rapid fire prime time. So many arrow beams coming in clutch here. ET on is so low, and they can't come back to help.
I'm not really sure what the decision making is here, but I am sure that UCLA's got another offensive sweep coming on. Grimella and Water Fury playing this midfield take a bit of the glory himself, but now it's giving it to his brawler. Water Fury supporting. It's a one-on-one. Make that 2-on-1 as Eminent Mouse comes back to help. But Strike Shotgun, always such a powerful tool. And so is
from their own net here, trying to get something done. But Soren now loses the barrier, and a KO goes on Eminent Mouse. And Water Fury running up himself, the little outlets that can put it in. And Grimella hits it on the lower side, almost there. The offense from UCLA is just so close, but Soren is just barely stopping it, as with a little bit of help from Eminent Mouse. Finding the secondary, almost gets the goal there onto Water Fury, but a great save. And then another one on the other side. UCLA, they're just going bang for bang, buck for buck right now on either side.
He has that. What a NATO from Eminent Mouse. Huge energy denial, making sure that Breezy can't continue that offensive pressure. Ethan, I've seen it once, I've seen it twice.
UCLA doesn't have a bracket reset of their own to recover. They need to go now. They need to keep the momentum, and currently they're losing it as Lakeland keeps the ball forward. Water Fury has to use the flip to stop it for now.
Holy, Borg still has his recovery drone, so there may be a bit of causation there.
I mean, I think Grimella realizes the mistakes early on. Played a little.
Breezy opts to not use the flip on Eminent Mouse, instead saving with the pressure. Oh, what a strike! What a strike. I love that out of him. This should be a goal. Slotted in.
Heroics from Soren here. Just a complete iron wall. I don't even know how he saved that.
Oh my gosh. I mean, these strikes are so pristine. And E.T. Han on the other side. Oh my. The back pocket, love to see. But E.T. Han wants to make sure the game isn't over yet, but it's up to Grimella and Water Fury to get the ball to Breezy's hands. Has the speed, marshalling up with the Aeronado, has the as Water Fury isn't able to duplicate the same kind of save, both X's doing the X Maximus, but Eminent Mouse has the lock and load combo at the edge of the hole, and
UCLA have the chance to get this set win here, which would be so crucial, like you said, with so many of these awakenings still on the table. Ooh, almost goes in, great pass, but Breezy can't get it in.
Sequence with Grimella and Water Fury in the back, making sure E.T. Han can't pilot, can't find it, as he's been doing all season. Breezy makes it in, it's in.
He needs to be careful, as so Breezy might put this one away if they can get to it. E.T. Han trying to put it in, no, gonna be staggered, can't get to it.
Here goes.
Breezy gonna find the outplay, no, Grimella puts it in, they win!